8 chapters, 7 crystal stars, 6 peach intermissions, 5 trips through Twilight Trail, 4 curses from Black Chess, 3 shadow sirens, 2 iron clefts, 1,000-year door. In Paper Mario: The 1,000-Year Door, you're introduced to a cast of characters that fight alongside you as brothers and sisters in arms. They all come with a set of their own attacks, HP, and various quirks to give them some flavor in battle. Flurrie, for example, levitates, granting immunity to ground-bound attacks, while Koops being a Koopa means he'll always have a defense point. And I'm going to beat this game with every single partner entirely on their own, with Mario doing absolutely nothing. Let me clarify. This challenge involves being allowed to fight with only one partner per playthrough. If I can only use Vivian, she is the only partner I'm allowed to fight with for the entire game, from the moment Mario sets foot in Rogueport Square to the moment Peach is rescued. No exceptions. Except for maybe just one with Koops, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. How is this possible though? If you really want to know, it should all be in the description down below this video. As we embark on our journey through the crude hub of crime, I'll ask you to repeat after me. It's showtime! Being Goombella is the partner you start with after defeating Lord Crump in Rogueport, it makes it so that cheats are not necessary to make this challenge possible. Nonetheless, it's not long before we hit a roadblock. Forget Gus, the first 3 Goombas we fight in Rogueport sewers are already impossible for Goombella to defeat all by herself. You might be wondering why I don't just Super Guard, but in case you really don't know, I refuse to use Super Guards in my videos in an earnest manner. It's common knowledge that they can break this game in any fights where Goombella would struggle in wide open. And I don't like that. The Spiky Goomba has a spike for a reason. I think we should be fair to it and let it actually have its advantage. Though it begs the question, how can we win if we can't Super Guard? Well, my go-to option would be items, but the key word in that is would. This early in the game, we have access to absolutely no items yet. So Goombella just has both her arms tied behind her back. Not much of a handicap when she already has no arms, but you get the idea. But what about the shop? Yeah, we can't use shops either. The only items I can use in battle at all come from the field, and they can only come from the field. I think you can see the intent behind these rules now. So how do we win this fight? Well, the answer is surprisingly simple.
You know how women are conditioned to be non-confrontational with guys so they don't get murdered or locked in a basement?
Yeah, that about sums it up. Disappointing, I know, but that's often just reality. Sometimes if you see danger lurking nearby, it's best to not get involved. Just stay out of it. It's not your fight. Even if it involves employing glitches which involve navigating around bottomless pits trying to escape. And yeah, that about sums it up. You gotta skip this unwinnable fight using glitches. This is a lot to take in. You basically need to use this horizontally moving platform to clip through the walls, so you can walk along the seam of the floor and reach the warp pipe. It's pretty tricky, and I feel compelled to share a video in the description to show where I actually learned this trick, so you can see what I actually did. At least now we have access to some items. The following blooper battle, meanwhile, is much more reasonable to actually win against. Target the tentacles, body the main body, get your start points, and get out. It's funny how the road to blooper is a lot harder than actually fighting him. Why do I get the feeling that this will be a really bad omen for things to come? At least chapter 1 isn't so bad. Our first objective after meeting with Koops is to get the Sun and Moon Stones from the Shrunk Fortress. Not to evolve Gloom into Vileplume or anything like that, but to get the Hooktoe Castle where there's a crystal star. Admittedly, it's a pretty big shame that Goombella has absolutely no chance of winning either the fight with the Bald Clefs or the Bristles. Well, not in her own power anyway, but what does that matter? The game gives us 2 POW blocks to use specifically for these 2 fights. And I'm certain we won't need these POW blocks for later. I will admit though, I do miss having items for fuzzies, because these fights just tend to be really tedious and not much else. Having only 1 attack power so you're doing only 2 damage per hit, and fuzzies themselves having 3 max HP, you can probably see where I'm coming from. On the bright side, at least we do have standard guards to work with, because otherwise, this would be a really big problem for us. Gold Fuzzy included. It's funny, because with the Fuzzy Horde, the potential damage that Fuzzies can actually do here would be a lot higher. But with guards, it's an easy victory. We're soon after accompanied by Koops as well before we actually enter Hooktoe Castle. And I know I said we don't need cheats to make this challenge possible, but you should know that all other partners have their max HP set to 0. You can tell because we just got Koops and already he's panting as if he's low on HP. Otherwise, we can have it happen where partners are forced to be swapped in if I get confused or something, and that would violate my rules, so I'm sure you understand. And if you don't, I'll ask you to please understand. Because I care a lot about purity. As we move forward, keep track of my items. Because considering Goombella's weaknesses in battle, especially this early on, I can guarantee you that our resources will not last long at all for this entire video. Expect to see attack items flying out of our bag. Case in point, red bones. Now we don't necessarily need to use items here, but the problem with that is that if we wanted to avoid using items, we'd have to use some glitches that would involve other partners that we shouldn't even really be using in battle. So speaking personally, I'd just rather not do that. Instead, I bite the bullet and just use 2 fire flowers here. Both dull bones and red bones have 1 defense each, meaning that Goombella's basic attack won't do anything to them at all. So these fire flowers really are our only real option here. Afterwards, we get Paper Mode, which I guess you could call Paperization before Paper Mario Sticker Star, and this means having access to enough Shine Sprites to rank up Goombella to Super Rank. This gives us the attack Multi-Bunk, one of the strongest skills in the game. It's essentially Mario's Power Bounce badge, except that you don't need BP to use it. And with Mega Rush P likewise being available right now, we now have all the tools necessary to really show off what makes Goombella such a legendary partner. So let's explore what we have access to now against Hooktail. She's generally a pretty difficult fight without Attack Effect SAR, doing either 4 damage Fire Breaths to Mario and Goombella, or a 5 damage Stomp to whoever is in the front. But with Multi-Bunk and Mega Rush P, you can just lead off with Multi-Bunk and then guard the first 2 attacks, sticking to only guarding the Stomp afterwards. Your results may vary if you miss any important guards or guard when you really shouldn't be, but sticking to this routine will keep you generally safe. At that point, a couple of head bunks will just do Hooktail in. Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. The bosses to follow really aren't too much of a hassle either. The Shadow Sirens especially are a major step down from Hooktail. Beldam's just one-shot by Multi-Bunk, and that leaves both Marilyn and Vivian as easy pickings with no one to instruct them to use their magic. I'd like to say more about the terrible triad of Thunder, Tundra, and Torching, but the fight really isn't that long. And neither would any fight against the X-Nuts be either. Despite Goombella's tattle, by the way, do not use items on them, especially not the Thunder Rage you find here. They're not worth wasting such precious resources on. Much less Magnus Von Grapple. His attacks involve a stunt that does 2 damage to a random target, and the Tremor that does 2 damage to both Mario and your partner while ignoring defense. Once his HP falls to 20 or less, he'll deploy his X-Fist, which will hit for 4 damage per fist to the character in front. And once both are defeated, they'll return to Magnus the following turn, where he'll either go back to stomping or fire the fist out once again. Now, I'd love to share my strategy for this fight, but unfortunately I played like a complete freaking buffoon. Or as my script would say, I played like an actual, absolute, absent-minded abnormality of idiocy. How often do you see someone miss the multi-bunk timing on the first freaking input? That's just embarrassing. And my HP was also pretty low and it didn't bother to heal, so I had to rely on my mushrooms to keep myself afloat. It's a sad day when Magnus Von Grapple of all bosses has to be used Mega Ridge P for its intended purpose as a last resort, rather than a bully button. It was funny though seeing how often Magnus just used his stomp, so the fight itself lasted much longer than it really had any right to. Regardless, this boss is never a challenge, so being easy here should not really be a surprise. Though Chapter 3 will probably... Actually, let's not beat around the bush. If you played this game before, you already know the Armored Harriers will be a problem for Goombella. Believe it or not though, our adventure is not over quite yet. There are a few glitches that allow us to skip most of Chapter 3, including the dreaded Armored Harriers. Something I did after Chapter 1 and before Chapter 2 was employ usage of a jump storage glitch using Zesty and her contact lens in addition to Koops. This glitch involves using Shell Toss on the right of Zesty's kitchen, letting Koops go, and using Shell Toss again as he tries to run back to me. Mario isn't shown jumping, but one has been executed, and running off the Toad Rose Bazaar stair allows Mario to fly into the air and pick up the Ultra Hammer well before the foot of Chapter 7. In addition to snagging the Ultra Hammer early, we can use a technique called the Bookcase Jump. This allows us to spin jump onto Grubba's bookcase and leave through the vent, immediately triggering his dialogue that normally only happens at the end of Chapter 3, and in fact makes the game think we're at the end of the chapter. Unfortunately, we can't just walk back through because of the vent grate blocking our path. Fortunately, we have the Ultra Hammer, so who cares about that? I'm making a point to share this because it's this specific line of glitches that makes a lot of impossible otherwise challenges actually possible to complete. We can just skip the Super Hammer entirely and just go to the fight with Macho Grubba. The intrigue here lies more in what status buffs he can give himself. Attack up, defense up, and dodgy are all annoying in their own way, though at the very least they don't last very long. Meanwhile, Macho Grubba's primary attack is basically just doing a ground pound to do like 4 damage to you. To be transparent, he has other moves, but he never had a chance to actually use them. And that's because Goombella's level is remarkably low, even for this series. It just really did not make any sense to try and box with Macho Grubba when it's a lot easier to just use Charge P and call it a day. Now, don't be fooled. I do not like using Charge P. But since Macho Grubba's AI is so erratic in this fight, considering he can target either Goombella or Mario, it ain't like we have Mega Rush P as an option here. I mean, yeah, we have mushrooms, not to mention Mystic Eggs thanks to Petuni, but do you really want to see me use mushrooms and just stall him out using my healing items? I didn't think so. Now that we're 3 chapters deep into this challenge run, the question of how we're going to reach chapter 4 has become a matter worth our attention. After all, if you haven't noticed already, we don't have Yoshi on our side yet. We have 2 options, either perform a double frame perfect trick twice called double jumping to reach the pipe, or, to compromise for skipping chapter 3, we can rise through the ranks in the glitch pit up until we reach the Armored Harriers where we subsequently fight and fail to beat them, and only after that unlock Yoshi. With this known, these are the items we have left. Let's see if it's possible for us to reach them, starting from the minor league as we have no registration prior for Jolene to retrieve. The Goomba Rose are whatever, but you already knew that. Unlike in Rogueport, there is nothing with a spike on its head, so Goombella can very easily dispatch all 5 of them. Yes, Goombella, I know, it's not very nice to say that you are the underling of underlings given your species, but that's just reality. But hey, be proud. You're showing what Goombas are capable of, and I think that's something to be commended for. The KB Koopas are just recolored Koopa Troopas. The only one of note is the Airborne Koopa Paratroopa, but since Goombella has no issue actually reaching it, this fight's just about effortless. It's not until the Poke Triplets where we start seeing fights where Goombella actually sees an issue. Because all 3 of them are spiky, Goombella cannot do any damage directly to them. 3 fights in, and we're already forced to use one of our few items for combat. It's especially sad that already we're using our Thunder Rage here. It's such a strong item and we're using it so early already. But knowing what's coming up later, it really is best to use this here and now. The Dead Bones all have defense but only 1 HP. Unlike before, Goombella actually is strong enough to do damage without using any items or using FP. One by one, they all go down. Spike Storm sees this challenge a Lakitu and 2 Spinies. Once again, we have spiky enemies afoot. So it's time to use our final Fire Flower for the whole game. I'd suggest only using this after the Lakitu is defeated, otherwise it could spawn more Spinies and that would not be good for Goombella. Though try to not be too hasty. Wait until after both Spinies that are on the field still are not curled up.
What are you waiting for?
A closer target! You got 1 shot!
The Punk Rocks are 3 Hyperbolic Clefs. Defense aside, which you can just don Power plus P for anyway, Goombella's Multi-Bunk can easily one-run KO them all one by one. Let's all just take a moment to be thankful for the fact that these Clefs are all bald. No spikes to be seen here. Something I sadly cannot say for the Mind Bogglers, which has an unfortunate mix of enemies. The Dark Puff and Piter both aren't really particularly deadly, but the Pale Piranha can't be hurt by Goombella at all due to being a top spiky enemy. By now, I'm certain you know the drill. So this is where we use our Volt Shroom. This item gives this user electrified status for 5 turns, letting us defeat the Pale Piranha through recoil damage, while also making it zap-proof for attacking the Dark Puff if it chooses to electrify itself. The Piter, meanwhile, is the least threatening of the trio, so just squash it and be done. Finally, the Bob-omb Squad is just a few head bonks to beat them all one by one. An easy fight with no strings attached. And like that, we see our items reduced to just a mystery. Yikes. But you know, I can't help but feel like I'm forgetting something. But at least now we can lose to the Armored Harriers properly and recruit Yoshi as a partner. Sometimes it's just about the small victories. Though this victory is so small, it just does not really matter. There are a few goodies to pick up in Chapter 4, like Eve's permanently missable shooting star, and some highly attractive items in the Twilight Shop storage room, like a life shroom and a boost sheet. But the problems come in when we try going to the bosses like Quintuple Question Mark. Beating him is easy, but once he is defeated, I guess in a way he defeated us. Seems it's impossible to beat Paper Mario with a 1000-year dwarf-only Goombella. We'll continue the challenge regardless though, because it just does not seem very fair to Goombella to be forced to fail because she's literally ripped from our control. But depending on where you draw the line, this would be the end of Goombella's journey. The only real chance we'd otherwise have to salvage this run is making a journey down the pit of 100 trials to equip Zap Tap. But save for movers, you're guaranteed to find a loadout where Goombella cannot win. As early as the single digits, you have to worry about Spanias being down there, and they're impossible for Goombella to actually attack. I can't even be cheeky by naming the Yoshi Goombella, because Goombella's name is 9 characters long, while the Yoshi itself has a max character limit of 8. I mean, I guess you could play Book of Mario, but let's be real here, that'd be a lame cop-out. All that's really left for in Chapter 4 is Atomic Boo. Super easy fight in all honesty, just keep using your head bunk and you'll beat him in 5 turns. The reward itself though really isn't very special. Lucky Star's an alright badge, but its effect isn't really reliable, and even though it can make Mario electrified, it lasts for only 2 effective turns. We would need at least 40 to work with. But yeah, by now I'm certain you get the point, so let's step out of the frying pan and into the fire. I mean, maybe Goombella can at least beat chapters 5 and... Oh god no. So, Keelhaul Key features a ton of fights against Embers. Enemies which, you guessed it, Goombella cannot attack being that they burn her to touch. No problem though, we still have some items that we can still fight with... Oh my. Yeah, all we have right now is a single mystery and the shooting star we just found in Chapter 4. This fight comes down to getting good luck with a 3 in 13 chance, where we get either a second shooting star, a Thunder Rage, or a Volt Shroom. All because we simply cannot attack fire enemies with Goombella at all. I like to say that things get better from here, but this isn't the only fight we have to do with Embers. In fact, it's not one fight with 3 Embers apiece, not 2 fights with 3 Embers apiece, but actually 3 freaking fights with 3 freaking Embers apiece!
That's it, I'm dead.
Yeah, this is a problem. Once we use up our last 2 attack items, all we're left with is the Thunder Rage found on Keelhaul Key and the Spite Pouch. An item that, mind you, does not do direct damage and does only 1 damage with a recoil to enemies that do only 3 damage to Goombella directly. And did I mention that Embers have 3 different attacks they can choose from? Most of which are indirect attacks? Listen, the reality is I don't even bother trying to win after the first battle, because to be clear, there aren't even enough items on Keelhaul Key to win all the forced battles here. To communicate just how absolutely beyond screwed Goombella is right now, think of the absolute worst, most nightmarish vision you could possibly imagine, and multiply it by 6. And it would only be 2/3 as bad as what Goombella's going through right now. So, as if Chapter 4 slapping us across the face and telling us no wasn't bad enough, Chapter 5 just hog-ties us and we don't actually have the resources necessary to work with here. She both lacks the necessary items, and she can't even attack directly with her own head bonds. So, is that just it? Can we really go no farther? Are we really going to be forced to now take the easy way out and start super guarding? Where did we actually go wrong? The only other item we have left right now is an Earthquake, an item we get in Chapter 4, and it has the misfortune of not being able to hit enemies that are airborne, like the aforementioned Embers. Likewise, we made sure to use the minimum number of items necessary for Chapter 3, and they were all the weakest items we had too. And safe to say, the Fire Flowers we used in Chapter 1 wouldn't really help matters either. All fire would do right now is restore HP to the Embers and multiply how many we fight at a time. All that's really left to consider right now are those 2 power blocks we used in Shrunk 4. Wait, power blocks.
Eureka!
Remember those power blocks I used for the rock monsters there? Well, what if we were able to save those power blocks for later in the game? This would be possible by introducing a new glitch to this challenge, one called Goombella buffering. This involves moving towards the exit to a room while using Goombella's title ability to avoid leaving the room and ending up outside. Much like the skip against the Goombas in Rogueport sewers. We walk along the seam of the room and walk behind the gate, keeping us from advancing. Once we repeat this for both rooms, we're good to progress with both power blocks still accounted for. Granted, this was easier said than done. I think this took me around 2 hours and 15 minutes to do both times. But that's what artists do. They suffer for their craft. So you know, if you want to support a fledgling artist who's trying to make it in this big bad world, you can become a channel member or just subscribe to the channel. You know, just throw me a bone, I'd really appreciate it. Because let me tell you something, this was hell to figure out. The problem I had was just not knowing the proper technique to actually move into the loading zone that leads out of the room, and more often than not, I kept leaving the room when trying to shimmy through the loading zone on the few times I got Mario to move. It doesn't help either that there's a shocking lack of tutorials for this trick, at least for this point in the game, which made this feel a lot less manageable, and it made me feel a lot more frustrated trying it. What ended up working for me was moving straight down or up and then trying to shift to the left. You have to think of it like moving a knight piece in chess where you move 2 squares up and 1 to the side. At least that's what helped me. Now, you might wonder what actually will change as a result of doing this. Well, let's do the math. Embers have 8 max HP, and Power Blocks inflict 2 damage. That on its own doesn't sound all too special, but the reality is the difference is massive. A Power Block plus a Shooting Star would do a total of 8 damage, which is exactly enough to KO, and means we can save our mystery for a future Ember fight. And if we didn't have the Power Blocks, our resources for sure would have ran dry by the 3rd fight. The way things stand now, we would need our mystery to land on a Shooting Star first and then use a Power Block to KO the second loadout of Embers, followed by the combo of a Thunder Rage and a Spite Pouch for the miserably small chance of KOing the 3rd and final one. But considering this would mean needing the Embers to attack directly all 3 times on Goombella, which is insanely unlikely, what you're better off doing is distributing the luck across all 3 fights, so the otherwise ludicrous combinations are actually more likely to actually work. For the first fight, use a mystery and a Power Block. I got a Thunder Rage here, but the Power Block made up for it by causing the backdrop to follow the Embers and KO them. The second fight, Slumber used my guaranteed Thunder Rage, followed by yet another Power Block, and it's basically second verse same as the first. Man, thank God for the backdrops in this game. Otherwise, I have no idea what we'd be able to do. Finally, for the 3rd fight, we use our guaranteed Shooting Star and the Spite Pouch, so we need only 2 direct hits as opposed to all 3. It's amazing that we have literally just enough options to work with here to make Chapter 5 possible, but it also just shows how limited Goombella is for this challenge. Imagine if we could have actually beaten the Armored Harriers, there's a whole Ice Storm there we'd be able to pick up. Of course, it also helped if the Earthquake could actually work here, but sadly they're floating, which, you know, actually doesn't make any sense at all. Why can Power Blocks work, but Earthquakes don't? At least Cortez's fight for what it was worth was pretty easy. His attacks in Phase 1 involve striking you with his weapons, doing 4 damage to the character in front, next targeting the character in the back with the same attack, and then hitting a random target turn 3 with a combo of 4 strikes with 2 damage per hit. There really isn't much else to say beyond that though, because this fight's first phase just isn't really special. It's just a bunch of headbunks. Cortez gets some new toys to play with come Phase 2, but we don't get to see all of them. The attack he's probably using for this video is just headbunking either Goombella or Mario for 4 damage apiece, but unlike the first phase attacks, this one's entirely unpredictable. There is also a chance where he can charge himself up for +4 attack and do 8 damage to both Mario and his partner, which you can guarantee happening if you attack the bone pile, but Goombella can't do that, and we never really got to see that attack happen. Nonetheless, I am just repeatedly attacking. Cortez doesn't quite pose much of a threat with his low HP. I could have bludgeoned him with Mega Rush P the whole time, but decided against it because I am a kind, benevolent soul who only seeks to make you live out your last moments for as long as you can survive. Because, my friends, life is precious, even if it's your afterlife. Phase 3, however, is where things started looking just a little bit dicey. Having only 5 HP left and no healing items, I knew the variety of attacks from Cortez's weapons could easily turn bad for me, not being able to control how much damage each combatant takes. Or so you'd think, but I actually picked up a Courage Shell earlier in Keelhaul Key, and it blocks damage from literally everything except for Cortez's Rapier, which funnily enough, does exactly 2 damage per hit to both Goombella and Mario. So I just have to not guard, reach peril, and then use Multi-Bunk to knock Cortez out, robbing this pirate completely blind. Which, by that I mean he just gives us a Crystal Star, but you get the idea. Following that, Lord Crump does try to steal the Crystal Star from us, and given the events earlier in the game, this got personal. Though it's here I realize I forgot to get Power Rush P from the badge shop in Rogueport, but fortunately it's not really needed. I forced the first phase to effectively just be a one-on-one, where the X-Nauts were not able to do anything. If his platoon is absent, I keep attacking Lord Crump. The X-Nauts are otherwise capable of doing 5 damage in Phase 1, which is a fair bit higher than Crump's 3 attack. Once Crumb's HP falls below half, however, his excess will do either 4 damage force to both Goombella and Mario, or a dogpile that has only 1 attack power per 5 hits. This doesn't change our game plan though, where we just keep attacking Lord Crumb, which we do until Crumb temporarily retreats to heal himself, where he then brings out his X-Naut Stampede. The damage we start taking here is rather noticeable, as the Horde's damage is 5 to both Mario and Goombella, but some smart guarding allowed us to reach peril, where after Lord Crumb slams his butt into Goombella's face one last time, we give him the pain of 1,000 flushes. We've come a long way, and it's high time Goombella became Ultra Rank. Unlike other partners, this doesn't really do very much because it gives us the move Rally Wink, which for 4 FP has Goombella give her turn to Mario. A move that, for obvious reasons, I never used throughout the entire video. But you know, if you wanted to ask anyway, I won't say no. After all, comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. But yeah, the extra HP and extra attack point is still very much appreciated, especially given that the next boss is... Okay, let me tell you something I find really fun about Goombella now that we have the Ultra Boots. If you try to ready a small spring jump as Goombella is ready to fly into you, you can let go of the A button and do a really small spring jump with Goombella then trying to tattle, allowing you to freaking stop time. This is hilarious for what it actually allows you to do when you're just trying to walk back and forth through the game. S'mores can't slow you down, enemies can't chase after you, enemies can't make contact with you, fire bars can't burn you, you're just allowed to run like a madman, and it's awesome. Finally, Goombella's field ability is actually useful for something. Anyway, Smorg, I'd be lying if by comparison this fight was very interesting. It's just taking the miasmas out limb by limb, while for the most part, just letting the miasma smack Goombella a few times. They have an attack power of 5 and can target either the front or the back. Pretty hefty, but all it really needs from Goombella is a single guard, and then we're just waiting until the one miasma that's left is able to drop Goombella down to only 1 HP, where we proceed to finish the fiend off in record time. Goodbye, wannabe 4th leaf clover amalgamation. Looks like your luck just ran out. Now, I'm certain you all know where I'm going with this game from here on out. In Chapter 7, there are items on the moon you want to grab. The ones in particular I'm most interested in are Volt Shroom and a Power Punch. There is also an HP drain, but really any decent attack item that can hit enemies that are in the air would do. It's also worth sharing that using Goombella's Arudo ability won't allow her to interact with Shine Sprites or items in the overworld like Star Pieces, which is fairly unfortunate. But hey, it's still fun to use. Now, as for bosses and enemy fights that we're forced to fight, the Elite X-Nauts are an example, but Goombella can reliably win with just a few head bonks. Then there is Magnets 2, and its warranty is already long since expired. Power Rush P, Mega Rush P, listen. Most of this fight was Goombella stuffing Mario's face with mushrooms and kill mangoes because she has to keep this bow and anchor alive that's keeping her from being able to go Superman on everything in her path. She's like a traditional housewife caring for a man-child, and we would be wise to recognize just how hard wives have to work to keep their homes from falling apart. We attack once at the start, and then we're just like waiting until her HP drops to 1, where she proceeds to multi-bonk 2 times in succession. I could talk about what Magnus 2 could do, but let's be real here. This isn't a 1v1 fight in a game like Street Fighter or Smash Brothers. It's me playing with 2 controllers at once. I'm holding my controller and Magnus from Grapple 2.0's controller. Lord Crumb, meanwhile, is nothing but a spectator trapped in his own robot suit. That is until I say he can leave. Now that we have all 7 crystal stars, there is some business I have to take care of before going to the Palace of Shadow. In particular, I want to pick up some items from Troubles from the Trouble Center. I opt to help both Eve and Goom, even though really only Eve's item had any real impact in this challenge. She gives a Meteor Meal, which is effectively a 13 HP healing item that restores 7 HP 1 turn, alongside 3 turns of HP regeneration for 2 HP a turn. Meanwhile, Goom just gives a couple's cake, which is really just a slow shroom you can only use on the other character. Useful, but not for Goombella. And I mean that in more ways than one. Now let's begin Chapter 8. Quite a few fights here, some optional, some aren't. Bombshell Bill Blasters tend to be an example of optional fights, but they tend to be pretty annoyingly placed. Though thanks to Goombella, we can literally run right through them and not get in any fights at all. I cannot express enough just how liberating this feels to do. As for actual force fights meanwhile, the first is Dark Bones. Since both Dry and Dark Bones will reanimate if you drop their HP to 0, but don't end the fight soon after, you have to fight these enemies in a specific manner. What I do with Goombella is have her attack the Dry Bones to do about half of their HP in, and I have her do that to all of the dry bones. Goombella stands to lose a lot of HP from doing this, but both her and Mario have really high defenses right now, with Goombella having I think about 3 defense, provided she guards anyway, while Mario has about 5. Once all of the dry bones have all of their hit points cut in half, I turn my attention to dark bones until Goombella's HP becomes uncomfortably low. When that happens, I use my earthquake at long last to take them all out, before immediately afterwards taking out dark bones and ending the battle. Something you'll also no doubt notice is that we're getting very quick level ups in the Palace of Shadow because our level is so low. And yet despite this, there really aren't very many fights in the Palace of Shadow that are really a challenge for Goombella. The next boss in question, Gloomtail, really is more bark than bite. If I was thinking, I would use my Mr. Softener here instead of one of my power punches, but I just completely forgot about it. Nonetheless, I don't think I'll miss it too much. This is the fight where both the couple's cake and the meteor meal come into play. Gloomtail has a rather large variety of attacks, but the only difference between the first 3 he starts with is that the poison breath hits Mario as well, while both the bite and the stomp don't. So all you have to do then to make sure all the damage is all the same is to equip the Fan Plus P, and proceed to only ever guard the poison breath. Because unlike the other 2 attacks, this can poison Goombella and throw your HP manipulation entirely off. Now the game plan here is actually pretty simple. Turn 1, Goombella uses charge. Turn 2, she double dips a meteor meal for herself and the couple's cake on Mario. This is so Gloomtail cannot knock out Mario because A, I have no life shrooms, and B, I have only so much time to really focus on a strategy in this fight. Effectively, the couple's cake heals Mario as fast as Gloomtail is able to hurt him, all thanks to P down D up and Last Stands. A few more charges here, a power punch there, and then we multi-bonk for the kill. Not too long after is the reprise of the Shadow Sirens. I will admit to losing my first attempt here, but that's because I took off my danger badges in favor of a Power Plus P, which I never actually equipped. I just had the badge but never actually equipped it. Yes, the contents of my coconut head are in fact hollow. And this was a problem because without Power Plus P, I couldn't hope to 2-hit KO Marilyn, which is really bad considering just how much damage she's capable of. Second try though, I do equip Power Plus P like I intend to, and this fight goes about as I expected it to. Marilyn is 2-shot by multi-bonk. I focused then on Dupless, who kept swapping between Mario and Goombella for transformations. And following that, I then target Beldum, who I thought would be the weakest of the 3. Though this almost ended up being my undoing because she made herself fast, then made herself huge, and her attacks from here got pretty dang deadly. After seeing the blizzard, I thought it was curtains for me because I did not expect it to do that much damage. If not for the fact that on her final attack she targeted Mario, I definitely would have lost. And would you look at that, we are almost at level 10, which can only mean one thing. I am not looking forward to level 10. On the bright side, this does also mean that once we beat Grotus, we'll level up for Bowser and Kammy Koopa. But on the downside, we have to fight Grotus now. Let's not mince words. The way Grotus as a boss is designed perfectly counters Goombella's entire kit. Without items that target multiple foes at once, Goombella cannot make any progress in this fight at all. So using a Shooting Star or a Thunder Rage is absolutely required. But we very well can't just rely on using these items repeatedly in order to win. Because if we did try that, we would definitely run out before Grotus actually goes down. To an extent, Charge would work, but we really don't have very much time to waste when our level is this low and Mario's HP is also as low as it is. This is where I have to introduce some RNG into this fight to give Goombella even a snowball's chance in heck of winning. My good friend, the Sleepy Sheep. Grotus has about a 30% chance of being put to sleep if you use this item on him. Might be a little less, don't quote me on that. And if Grotus is asleep, he can't use any of his annoying magic attacks, whether it be the lightning, the stop status, his ice beam, his counter status, none of that. Nor would he be able to summon more Grotus X's once his turn elapses. The thing is, if it fails, we just lose. Not only due to a lack of resources, but it's just downright impractical trying to fight Grotus straight up. Assuming he does fall asleep, we just use Charge 3 times, and then resort to multi-bonk. Whether or not he wakes up doesn't really matter, since as long as he doesn't make himself dodgy, any attack item that does at least 5 damage will do him in. I should say for the record though that this fight did involve a little bit of trial and error, because following Grotus, we have to deal with Bowser and Koopa immediately afterwards. As is commonplace, the first target here is Koopa. Otherwise, good luck actually knocking out Bowser because with Koopa around, she probably won't let that happen. So I try to go all in and knocking her out as soon as possible, but I actually ended up missing the very first input with my multi-bonk.
What are you doing?
When Goombella is huge, I'm on a timer, and I don't have a lot of FP going around anyway, and that causes my first attempt here to go entirely downhill. As now, I don't have the FP to use Double Dip, both Goombella and Mario are low on HP, and my Volt Shroom just about expired, meaning that I have no real way of keeping Bowser from attacking Mario. I do lose, but something just connected in my brain which made me realize that there's actually a possibility of reaching peril in this fight. So I run it back after immediately getting good luck against Grotus, this time with a Life Shroom because I believe that Mario may need the extra help. Since let's be real here, 15 HP by Bowser and Cammy is way too freaking low. The problem from there ending up being the fact that I actually don't have the defense necessary to see Bowser drop Goombella to 1 HP. Though strange as fiction can be, the reality I was seeing, as crazy as it was Koopa forgoing healing Bowser and instead attacking Goombella, putting me right on track to reach peril. Being both huge and at 1 HP, it seemed like a great opportunity to get some really heavy damage on Bowser. And I end up dropping him to 3 HP, figuring, alright, well this is what the Life Stream was for. I'll get knocked out, I'll finish Bowser off next turn, and then it's Koopa alone who I can easily handle all by myself. And then the stage introduced Fog. The very element I was afraid of seeing because we are now level 10. Though for this fight at least, it was fairly merciful. Bowser missing his bite against Goombella as a result of the fog does mean that he's no longer trapped in the bite loop, but it actually serves as a blessing in disguise because Goombella had only 1 HP left anyway. Meaning next turn, because the fog doesn't make Goombella miss, I'm able to KO him here and now. And Cammy's final attack sees her miss entirely. So from there it's pretty smooth sailing, with Koopa getting knocked out the very next turn because Goombella's a veritable nuke right now. I feel kinda bitter because I do not like winning because of fog, but it can't be helped. So for now I suppose I have no choice but to just take it. There is now only one boss standing between us and sweet, sweet completion. The Shadow Queen. Before this fight though, I went back into the Palace of Shadow and got a few more items I thought would be helpful. Primarily a point swap, a few life shrooms, and the boost sheet just before Dark Bones. I had an idea as far as how to use these items, but I wasn't really able to put it together properly. Some of which was my fault, other times I'm plenty ready to say blame it on fog. At first I reasoned, let's use 10 max FP so I can use multi-bunk a few times and end the first phase as soon as possible. Unfortunately, I had a pretty hard time actually getting to survive the entire first phase without losing her life shroom, because the Shadow Queen just really loves gunning for Goombella, and I didn't really realize at the time how I could put this to my advantage. Not like it really matters though, I managed to get past the first phase just fine, no life shrooms exhausted, but then the very next turn we saw Fog come out. Nonetheless, we're now in phase 2, where I try to use double dip on myself using a boost sheet and then a shooting star, just to then see that item miss literally every single target, meaning the phase does not advance, which means I'd have to survive an entire extra turn in phase 2 to actually see the final fight truly take place.
Something I don't canonically have any knowledge of!
Yeah, as luck would have it, I don't even make it to the final phase of this fight. Over the course of the Invincible phase, when my HP already isn't that high, and it's very unlikely that the Shadow Queen will knock out both characters at once, I end up using all 3 of my life shrooms here before Mario loses my very last one, and then Goombella immediately afterwards gets knocked out. Needless to say, I feel really freaking cheated right now. My second attempt by and large went the same as my first, except I lost a life stream in the very first phase, and lost a second life stream in phase 2. To poison from Dangerous Breath off of a failed guard. I do make it to the final fight this time, but that's one of the most demoralizing ways I could have lost a life shroom, full stop. At least this time I didn't have Fog making me miss an important attack. And then phase 3, I feel like a fish flopping around in the mud. With how frequently the Shadow Queen attacks in this phase, it's not uncommon at all that we're on the brink of death, even if we're at max HP. This wouldn't be so much of a problem if I was able to use my point swap effectively here, but I couldn't do it. I could not find an opening to use the point swap and then start slamming the Shadow Queen with multi-blocks from peril. It's only now I realize just how bad having 10 FP would be for this phase. Especially when I'm so limited on life shrooms, and Mario gains so little reward from ultra shrooms. I wasn't even able to get the Shadow Queen below 90 HP because I saw another Dark Pulse being charged, and I had to protect Mario because if he goes down, I just lose, leaving Goombella entirely exposed, and she gets focused on and knocked out. So from this, I clearly need to change my strategy up. I keep Flower Saver P, but I also equip Charge P and reduce my max FP from 10 to 5, so that I can set up Peril in only 1 turn as opposed to 3, which clearly just takes too dang long. I also dropped my last MP and some other badges to give Mario some extra HP, so his max HP is now 20 instead of only 15. And the following fight left me feeling more hollow than a tree that was burned up from the inside out. This is where I finally recognized the possibility of being able to reach Peril if Goombella gets focused on the entire first 3 turns. I take a gamble using only my head bonk the first 2 turns because I don't have a lot of FP going around, which does mean I do less damage, but sure enough, what actually happened was exactly what I expected would. The Shadow Queen focused all of her efforts on Goombella the first 3 turns, putting me into peril, which funnily enough can only happen if I choose not to guard at all, and my multi-monk is able to drop the Shadow Queen below 90 HP. Then, as luck would have it, I end up not losing a single life stream in Phase 2, because the Shadow Queen spent most of her time attacking someone that wasn't actually there, ushering in Phase 3, where I proceed to go to work. I have Goombella use Charge on the first turn, where she fortunately took most of the damage from the Shadow Queen. It doesn't really matter how much damage she takes though, because immediately afterwards, I'm using my point swap to get Goombella into peril alongside a boost sheet so that she's protected. A decision that immediately starts to pay off when the Shadow Queen focuses entirely on Goombella, leaving her to do an astonishing 115 damage in 2 turns. It then just so happened that the Shadow Queen decided not to attack me for whatever reason, kinda like to have a change of heart, but okay. So Goombella is able to get out 1 more Peril head bonk before healing to max HP and FP with the Shine Sprite bingo, with our final turn being spent using multi-bonk on the Shadow Queen, doing perfect damage with multi-bonk with 7 hits total, finally finishing Goombella's solo journey in Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door. If you're familiar with the previous reprises in this series, the run starts proper after Lord Krampus defeated in Rogueport, as none of your partners would be accessible until the game unlocks them by introducing Goombella. Koops as a partner is one of the most limited in regards to being able to target foes, and that demands that we play the prologue in a very unique way in order to be able to progress without him failing the challenge from the word go. After meeting with Frankly, we'll descend to Rogueport sewers, where the first fight in the game, not counting Gus, is already impossible without super guards. The Paragoomba is an airborne enemy, meaning that the ground-bound Koops isn't able to reach. Now, I don't imagine people would blame me for using super guards here, as even though most viewers hate seeing them in Paper Mario challenges that aren't pre-hooktail pit attempts, Koops quite literally cannot do damage without them to enemies that can't be reached by his shell moves. Nonetheless, I do know a thing or two about glitches that make obstacles like this bypassable. I first wanted to try an idea I thought was both easier and more fun to do instead, and it's the glitch that enables me to snag the Ultra Hammer right now. This glitch involves ST and using the cutscene trigger just before breaking your contact lenses. What it involves is for Koops to be first deployed on the right side of Zessy's kitchen while you move parallel to the cutscene trigger. Then, after letting Koops go, you need to fire a second shell toss, but before he can actually be fired in front of Mario, move downwards to activate the cutscene. What you'll see then is that shell toss isn't used, but a jump in fact is executed. We can then go swimming until Mario literally dies, reload the game, and the jump storage will actually persist across save files, just so long as you haven't jumped at all yet. This is actually necessary for later in the game because, well, you can likely tell. Here's a hint, it involves Chapter 3. Unfortunately, trying to jump off of this little garbage would not work. No matter what I tried, Mario couldn't get any height from trying to jump from here, so I had no choice but to repeatedly fail at clipping through the level's props until I could walk on the seam and reach the pipe from underneath as my only option to avoid this otherwise impossible battle. This involves jumping off the bottom stair into the side-scrolling platform and getting pushed through the level. What often happens is Mario either doesn't clip through at all, or the few times he does, he'll fall out of bounds and respawn under the save block. If you do manage to clip through the wall, you have to be careful to navigate the seam so you don't either fall out of bounds or phase through the wall and clip back out, meaning you failed. Just repeatedly jump so you can climb up the stairs, and once you reach the top, move into the background to make contact with the pipe. Some tips to be aware of is that if you try to jump and move in one direction, you may not actually go anywhere. I found you may have to walk a little more to the left so that the level's objects aren't in your way. It gets nerve-wracking, especially when you have a full bladder and want to just keep going at it repeating, just one more try. It's only after this we have access to the finite items we can use, since I make it a point to ban shops. This is so I can't get Fright Masks or Fire Flowers ahead of time. What made things worse was that the GameCube controller I was using was having a big problem with its stick drifting, so I had to retire it as I was attempting this. Good thing I have like 3 spare controllers, purple, silver, and orange. At least after this, there shouldn't be any truly trouble. Who am I kidding? Admittedly, we're relatively safe for a while. After the Sixty-Jorts made contact with, we're soon going to be forced to then challenge the Blooper and Roadport sewers. This ordinarily would be impossible for Koops to win since he can't even target Blooper without knocking the tentacles out first, and one of them is elevated, so you can tell where the complications come in. Even if we knock the tentacles out, Koops would not have the power to actually win. You'll see as I'm fighting Gus though that my attack power is 3, but Koops is actually designed around having pretty low power out the gate compared to others. And the damage you're seeing is because I found enough Shine Sprites thanks to Destiny's jump storage to rank Koops up, gaining an additional point of damage and the move Shell Shield. Where did I find so many Shine Sprites? Well, I was able to maintain my jump storage option by drawing Mario after setting it up, and I was able to travel to the Chapter 7 area and grab the numerous Shine Sprites up for grabs there, in addition to Double Dip P and HP Plus P. And thanks to the Fire Flower we're able to collect shortly after what would have been the Goombas, we simply had the Fire Flower and then Shell Toss thrice to win. What's funny is that Koops has a natural point of defense exclusive to him, which makes him very resilient to most early game foes, and in the case of Blooper, impossible to lose with here, as he can't be hurt directly no matter what. Even if Koops couldn't win this though, a glitch exists called Hazard Respawn, which allows you to warp to the center of the room. It turns out that the Petal Meadows warp is accessible even though the pipe itself doesn't exist. Well, that sucked. It turns out that the Petal Meadows warp is accessible even though the pipe itself doesn't exist yet. This trick takes multiple frame-perfect jumps though to properly execute, but I want to avoid skipping bosses unless absolutely necessary. Expect to also see a list of what items we have to fight with every now and then, whenever another obstacle that demands an attack item be used comes up. I'll have them in the top right corner of the video whenever it's relevant to do so. Chapter 1. Wow. I can't believe only now we're getting to talk about it. It's a fairly straightforward chapter to start with, and I'm not just talking about how TT is filled with straight lines and corridors. I'll be ignoring most enemy fights in this game unless required, or just to explain how I decide to grind for star points later. Once we pass by Petalburg though, we see Koops reflect on who he used to be. Yes, Koops, you used to be a wee bit off. Time makes fools of us all. The road to Shrunk Fortress is full of foes you must conquer, but take my advice, bring some turtley leaves with you, because you'll get a lot of mileage out of Power Shell. This move hits all enemies that are low to or on the ground with the same amount of power as Shell Toss, both moves doing 3 damage at Super Rank. And it makes the fights against the Bodclefs found here a little more swift, as thanks to being Super Rank, Koops does barely enough damage to damage them. Unfortunately, Koops can't harm Bristles as they have 4 defense while Koops has an attack of 3, though they can't harm us either, so this is essentially a stalemate. We can continue all the same though thanks to having access to 2 power blocks prior, using one to clear this fight in one blow. And now that we've proven we can have basic logic and memory, Shrunk Fortress is open to us, and we can stack the Sun and Moon Stones away from the Fuzzies. All we need is a single Power Shell per fight to wipe them out. Gold Fuzzy may be a little longer to effectively win, but this fight is virtually impossible to lose, as both Koops and Mario have at least 1 defense every turn to match the 1 attack of both Gold Fuzzy and his Horde. Just don't miss any guards. Trust me, that'd be bad. Though funny that the Horde itself can't flip Koops. You know, it would never not be weird seeing double of anyone. Red Bones is what I'd affectionately call Koops' playground. It's designed for Power Shell to clean house, so you can expect the move to perform well here. Which, sadly, I cannot say for Hooktail. First real boss of the game, and she's a toughie. But hey, it isn't like avenging your father would be a small feat. 20 HP isn't too much health to try and chip down, But Koops isn't particularly known for his power unless he's sweeping enemies with Mega Rush P, and that badge isn't very effective here. In peril, his attack power would become 7. Strong, but not strong enough for it to be used in this fight reliably. Not even as a finisher, because Hooktail's HP, once depleted, is restored by 10 points when she eats the audience. You'll need smart tactics here if you want to win. My badges here involve both variants of Last Stand, one for Mario, 2 for Koops, and Mega Rush P. You'll want to start the fight with Shell Shield, a move that protects Mario from damage up to when the shield receives 8 total when dropped with the best timing. Then you'll just be using Shell Toss repeatedly, doing 2 damage per strike. This, however, would not work on its own, as Koops is repeatedly taking 3 damage per hit with guards. And between having to keep both himself and Mario healthy and attacking Hooktail, he will already need to rely on items to reliably win. While Koops does struggle at doing damage quickly though, his added point of defense makes him highly resilient while in danger. Hooktail's attack power is listed as 5, but that's only true for her Stomp, which is weaker against Koops thanks to his defense point, and thus matches her Fire Breath in doing 4 damage unguarded. So if you guard, the damage is only 3, and thanks to having 2 copies of Last Stand P, the damage is reduced to being only a third of its damage while in danger. This means Koops takes only 1 damage every time he's hit, making Horsetails an excellent item to keep him healthy. Now, to avoid needing to focus on Mario's survival for too long, giving him the slow shroom found in Roguebor's sewers will guarantee he survives the rest of the fight, through giving him HP regeneration that lasts 10 whole turns. However, it isn't guaranteed Hooktail will harm him, as she needs to breathe fire to do as much, and I ended up seeing mainly the Stomp, which cuts down on needing to heal a lot. I ended up not even needing the slow shroom it brought, and was able to muscle past her using mainly Horsetails, which is absolutely fantastic. This item can prove to be invaluable for a future fight now. If we do our math right using Horsetails and Last Stand P to land Koops into peril, we'll be able to dish out the first lethal hit to Hooktail once she drops to 6 HP, before she eats the audience and gets her health back. We can then heal Koops with 1 more Horsetail to take a bite out of Hooktail's health with a couple of Shell Tosses, and finish her off with a second Peril Shell Toss to win. As far as how partners tend to perform against Hooktail, Koops has by far the most difficult time being a partner with no discernible offensive advantage thanks to low starting power, no piercing skills, and the lack of a strong multi-hit attack. Defense really is the only claim to fame he has here. At least now we can keep moving forward. For now. Oh yeah, we managed to rescue Koops' father in the process, so that arc to his story is over, and he basically lacks one for the rest of the game. Nonetheless, there is still a wider world out there to explore, and Koops' weaknesses will only become more prominent from here on out. Still, comparing boss strength, to manage Chapter 2 won't be as difficult. In fact, it's pretty hard to earnestly lose the fight with the Shadow Sirens. You can use Power Shell once with no real consequences, and then Vivian, Marilyn, and Beldum all get knocked out in short order from just repeatedly striking them. Definitely nothing worth crying over, unlike acts of terrorism, the alleged death of your father, or Vivian's necklace. The X-Knots in the Great Tree also proved to be easy pickings, as Power Shell takes them out without even a second thought. And so you know, though in this series of partner solo challenges I try to go for minimum battles, Koops has severe weaknesses that are going to require we grind to have a realistic chance later. So fighting enemies we can will be good practice. Magnet Spun Grapple meanwhile is mildly harder. Since Koops can't target foes in the air, the X-Fist will be there to stay if we don't use items to take them out. We do still have a second Powlock at our disposal, but that alone isn't enough, as using it as soon as the X-Fists come out, it's likely we'll have to fight another round of them while Magnus is only barely below half his max HP. And all of that extra damage would crack Koops' shell wide open. Ironically, you can do this fight entirely itemless provided you don't mind Koops taking his sweet time trotting like a tortoise thanks to P down D up, and damage dodge P. Provided you guard every attack, not even the X-Fist will be able to hurt you, and you can slowly but surely win this battle. Mega Rush P can't even be used here to good effect, as even though Magnus' quick attack can flip Koops, which, by the way, make sure you always guard it or you will instantly lose, the X-Fists actually don't flip Koops, so letting him take the hits from them will just damage you, and you can drop into peril before subsequently guarding everything from there to win soon afterwards. As always, Magnus Spun Grapple is not a hard fight, though the fact one of his attacks is essentially instant death for Koops is pretty demoralizing. We should really take the X-Fist as an omen though, because we're going to have to deal with airborne targets in boss fights that won't be optional to defeat. And when that happens, we'll have to hope the items we do scavenge will be enough. Though I'm entirely okay with fighting enemies we fight as we go, we're going to be missing out on some crucial levels given that we're not going to be able to actually go through Glitchville normally. If you're familiar with T2AD, you already know what I have to say about Chapter 3. It's impossible to beat this chapter traditionally when the Ironclads keep us from advancing towards the Major League. We'll have to take a more direct approach to win the Crystal Star this time around, even though Koops thinks he has any say with his outdated ethics and sense of morals. I even humored him and gave him a shot, and you know what happened? The locker room we were assigned to smelled like urine, the staff were rude, the fighters cheat, and we couldn't even beat the second round of fighters because KP Koopas have an airborne fighter on their team while Koops can only target foes on the ground. Granted, items could carry us through part way, but once we got to these blue spiky dudes who were clearly trying to compensate for something, we ended up getting rocked and couldn't figure out how the heck we could ever win. Sorry my dude, the end justifies the means. You can learn a lot from stealing, just look at Miss Mowz. Man, she's so good. Surprisingly, the few offensive items we have now actually would be enough to beat Chapter 3 and not be completely screwed later in the adventure. But considering we'd still only be able to win through violating the one and only rule, I have to ask, why bother? So we're just going to pass up on signing Grubba's contract, spinch up onto his bookcase, and head off through the vents to then walk back inside his office. Grubba conveniently leaves the office with the Crystal Star stuck machine schematics inside, and we can challenge him shortly afterwards now that he's become Super Macho Man Grubba. The look introduced in this fight makes Mega SP a non-reliable option as we can't reliably drop the 1 HP, and even if we could, there's no telling when Grubba will make himself dodgy or his defense stronger. However, Koops does have the defense to perform deceptively well. His natural defense point and damage dodge P alone force Grubba to either buff his attack or charge if he wants to deal any meaningful damage to Koops at all. And Mario would take only 1 damage per hit while defending so long as he always guards. You can honestly win this fight pretty reliably if you just went the route of spamming charge on Koops until you can knock Grubba out from a little over half HP. It's a strategy I tend to frown on, but Koops is probably the most reliant on it, seeing that he genuinely can't keep up trying to blitz through fights. Especially here when once Grubba falls below half HP, he can start attacking you with clotheslines that hit both Mario and Koops, which would make surviving extremely difficult. The only reason Koops is able to keep up as is because horsetails are such good healing items here, and Grubba can target only one of us at a time, truly the Koopa curse of all time, forced to be slow and steady to win the race. Good thing this badge becomes available in this chapter or we'd be in a whole heap of trouble. You can try to fight Grubba without relying on this tactic, but Grubba's power is legitimately formidable when super guarding is not an option. Shell Shield can prove useful since it can block a couple of hits at a time though, at least until Grubba starts charging. Then you may have a problem. We may not have a Yoshi by our side, but that's no problem as we can simply fight through the glitch pit and use a few of our items to get past the otherwise impossible fights. The most we really need are devotion for the KP Koopas, and our mystery to either give us a Thunder Rage or a Shooting Star to wipe out Spike Storm. Since the KP Paratrooper can target either Mario or Koops at random, I'm just gonna let Koops get KO so that Mario can be the only target. Meanwhile, for the other fight, it's a 2 in 13 chance we can win since the K2s are a pain being airborne so Koops can't reach. With nothing else serving as a major roadblock, we can recruit our Yoshi who I affectionately nicknamed Koops. Unfortunately, Koops can't really do much fighting here at all. I mean, it's to be expected, this is a Koops only challenge. Pro tip, you may want to turn captions on from this point forward in the video, you may get confused otherwise. Moving on, while I'm minding the business of my enemies, I ended up getting dropped the last stand badges from 2 different fights, one for both Mario and his partner. I'm not gonna actually use these for anything, but I do have them now. Anyways, attempting Atomic Boo is simply laughable. Koops can't win when he has no attacks that can strike airborne foes. And to add insult to injury, not guarding the body slam sees Koops get flipped. Quintuple question mark meanwhile can be defeated, rather decisively at that, but... Well, that's a spirit breaker. We can't truly beat this challenge, not when we flat out can't fight with the one partner we're allowed to fight with. And our other options to keep within the theme of only Koops fighting are pretty bad too. Skipping chapter 4 is out of the question. We can't beat the game without Vivian save for using glitches. And it goes against my principles to skip mandatory boss fights anyway, with the literal one exception being the mini bosses in chapter 3. Even if we win at Quinn with Koops still in our party, which can be done, we wouldn't even be able to start the fight with Koops, as the game will crash so long as Vivian isn't our active partner, both at the beginning and the end. Really, all we can do to continue this challenge is try and acquire the ZapTap badge from the Pit of One Ninja Trials. But when there are so many enemies there capable of flight, where running into just one would mean an instant reset, it goes without saying that it'd be an incredibly tedious task. Even with super guards on the table, Lakizus are found there and aren't possible to damage outside of first strikes. And we'll need the few attack items we have left for later. Unfortunately, it's the only option we have. The chances of anything else working here are nil, so I went and got Koops to help us out here so that we can actually reach ZapTap. Technically, we don't need Koops thanks to having the possibility of movers appearing, but it's simply not realistic to rely on them appearing whenever we need to avoid a fight with airborne enemies. And I make it a rule to ban super guards in my videos, whether or not I actually say it. But my literal only option now to progress through the game depends on Quinn being defeated by recoil. You're free to object to what I'm doing here, but seriously, there really aren't any better options available. Besides, this is a messy situation. It's a Koops only video. I can't make the video if I don't have Koops. Chapter 5 is pretty obnoxious too. Less so than 4, but that's like comparing a mosquito bite to a migraine. Ember is a straightforward couple of power shells away from Oblivion, so they're fortunately very easy to clear. Cortez meanwhile was a boss so bad for Koops, I was convinced he couldn't beat the game without super guards. Turns out you can if you're smart with using your items up to this current point in the game. The fight proceeds as normal, where Koops can just use Shell Toss repeatedly until both phases 1 and 2 are eliminated. You can also rely on Shell Shield to keep Mario safe, since you're guaranteed to see Cortez charge, and the damage is not something to be taken lightly. If that's too much for you, shipping Cortez to 1 or 2 HP left during phase 1, charging until you can do 20 damage in a single blow, and then striking Cortez with a weaker attacking item to take him down with one shot during phase 2 is another option. No matter what you do though, your efforts will be futile if you're not lucky come phase 3. Cortez is a boss that is suspended in midair. Unless you count super guarding, Koops can't damage him without items at all. The solution initially seems simple then, in how you just need to use your items to win this fight. That's a laugh. Let's actually evaluate our options for items. Up to now, your options for items involve 3 Fire Flowers for 3 damage each, 2 Pow Blocks for 2 damage each, a Mystery, 2 Thunder Rages for 5 damage each, an Ice Storm, an Earthquake, and a Shooting Star for 6 damage. We've already exhausted 1 Fire Flower, 1 of our Pow Blocks, and our Mystery. The Ice Storm is inaccessible, and the Earthquake does nothing here since Cortez is airborne. All we have left are 2 Fire Flowers, 1 Pow Block, 2 Thunder Rages, and 1 Shooting Star, and the damage the items deal in total is 24. That's a little more than Cortez's 20. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. Once Cortez falls to 10 HP or less, Cortez will turn to the audience and eat their souls. That in fact is a sentence. So just dishing out damage isn't going to work, and being clever will only get us so far, as any combination of items that can get us close without seeing Cortez actually heal will still lead to Cortez having 12 HP. And we can't use our Shooting Star during that time, as if we did, no dual combination of items exists to do 11 damage in a single turn. Winning this fight demands 2 things. 1, we need Double Dip P, which we thankfully had since the prologue. We will need to KO Cortez before he can heal, so using 2 strong items to close the fight out is necessary. Moreover, 2, we need to understand that there's no conventional combination of items that will work here. We need an item combination that will allow us to deal 9 damage that doesn't use a Shooting Star. It just so happens we have to get creative, in which case we can try to use another item called Mr. Softener. This item reduces enemy defense by 3 for 3 turns, and it just so happens that Cortez has a point of defense. Eliminating this won't increase the power of our items, as all items in this game already ignore defense. But when combined with a power block, an item that in addition to dealing damage, also can trigger stage hazards, it will allow the backdrop on stage to fall. If we're lucky, Cortez will take 3 damage from our using a power block instead of only 2. 2 more fire flowers will drop him to 11, and we can then spring for using double dip for an assured shooting star and thunder rage to finish him off. I don't know what the hard numbers are for this strategy to work, but Mr. Softener is 90% effective against Cortez. Feel free to tell me how what I did was stupid in the comments, but while I wait, I'm gonna enjoy feeling smart over this. Lord Crump by comparison is... honestly, who cares? I went and grinded for start points earlier, and it left me with plenty of BP to equip badges. Power plus P's, Defend plus P, hecking Flower Saver P. I had an easy time just cruising on through. Good thing I didn't need to worry too much about managing my FP either, since Koops won't be able to target Lord Crump without Power Shell. Sad thing is, I put a fair amount of thought into what would have to happen for this fight to be possible, just to basically spam Power Shell and call it a day. Oh yeah, make sure you guard every hit. The X-Nuts flip Koops over otherwise. I don't know what I really expected. At least now that we're past that ordeal, ranking Koops up to Ultra Rank is an option, granting his Shell Slam. Basically a slightly stronger Power Shell with the added property of piercing defense. Think Vivian's Fiery Jinx, but instead you get the full 6 damage in one hit with no gradual damage, and can still target only ground-bound enemies. Unfortunately, not very appealing when put like that. I'd like to say we have something special planned for Smorg as we begin Chapter 6, but I really don't. Koops can't even begin to dent Smorg until his miasmas are down. We're forced to use at least one item, and since Koops gets only one hit in before Smorg once again cannot be directly damaged, we're left with no viable options beyond using Charge P and striking Smorg down in a single strike, only after following the miasmas with an Earthquake. I don't even try anything else. It's not a very flashy tactic, but what else can we do? This is the problem with using Koops exclusively. If you're positioned 2 centimeters off the ground, Koops can't reach. It's honestly depressing. I actually ended up dozing off as I was just clicking away in the charge command and was missing a lot of guards for Koops as a result. But on the bright side, at least this boss can't flip him over with his miasmas. Even though this thing is totally flicking me like I'm a freaking bobblehead. Why did I make my first video ever on this channel on Koops? Was I mad? Or was I just a power-hungry fool? Now I don't even know anymore. This has got to be some of the most mind-numbing gameplay I've ever endured. It's actually worse than when I played through this game using only Miss Mowz. At least she could abuse the badge system and become the living embodiment of an atomic bomb. Koops just makes me feel like I'm fighting in a straitjacket. Anyways, we're able to then identify as someone who wins by doing absolutely nothing. Chapter 7 isn't far behind either, with there being elite X-Nuts that can be cleaved right through with either Shell Slam or Power Shell, whichever you prefer. As always, I strongly suggest scavenging whatever items can be found here, as you can't return to the moon until you beat the game. Though the game seems to be obsessed with dumping wayward earthquakes on me. Too bad I can't use them, both because I'm trying to avoid using items that I don't find in the field, beyond what you're guaranteed to find at least. And earthquakes don't even do much that Koops can't already do by himself. After Smorg, they're essentially useless. Either way, we see Magnus 2 then be up and at him. With the ridiculous amount of BP I have, I can just make it so that Magnus 2 can't hurt Koops without his X-Punches. And Mario's pretty much invincible since he can't be targeted by X-Punches while in the back. Since I'm steadily taking 2 damage per hit, I'm even able to just manipulate my damage to hit Peril where I activate a Courage Shell, an item that boosts my defense for 3 turns. What's nice about it here is that it makes the X-Punches harmless so Koops can just attack with impunity. I do also use a Thunder Rage for the sake of destroying the X-Punches. To clarify, this is an extra what I found as an enemy drop while navigating the X-Nut Fortress. I'd care, but all this really does in the long run is save me the trouble of backtracking for my second Courage Shell, as that item's going to be pretty bad come Chapter 8, which, speaking of which, is going to be a nightmare to complete. I know from experience. Not only do we struggle to do any meaningful damage, but what we can damage is rather limited, and we have only so many items to resort to fighting with, as well as only so much inventory space since Koops can't reliably reach the strange sack from the Pit of Lineage Trials. He definitely can collect it though, even without Koops' help. mostly thanks to Zap Tap, which he was only able to reliably get with Koops' help, who we would still need to do with Lakitus. Yeah. Let's dive into Chapter 8. Shell Slam will dispatch Dark Bones and Dry Bones with minimal issues after 3 uses of the move. Same can't be said for Gloomtail though this fight is actually somewhat exploitable for another reason entirely. Gloomtail's damage, while measured up to Koops' max HP and his defense point, actually makes him one of the best partners for reaching peril quickly. He's the only one who doesn't need Defend plus P to make Gloomtail's damage uniformly 8, and Shell Slam's Pierce effect works well in doing enough damage to wipe Gloomtail out when peril is so easy to achieve. A stopwatch is needed here, but that's hardly anything new anymore, and neither is repeatedly losing attempts due to bad RNG. A case that tends to come in all shapes and sizes. You know, fog, the stopwatch actually missing, Gloomtail triggering a prop to fall on Koops' head knocking him out. You know, the usual stuff. And it goes without saying, but the Earthquake will flip Koops over, so make sure you guard it. As annoying as this fight was though, it's definitely easier to explain the game plan here compared to the second Shadow Silence Squabble. Good luck! You're gonna need it here, because luck permeates this entire fight. All that can realistically be done here is winging the ever-loving heck out of Power Shell. Really though, we may as well try and use some of our items since we're not saving all of them for the Shadow Queen. Sleepy Sheep seems to be fairly worthwhile here since it's more reliable than a stopwatch, and putting them to sleep generally means it can take some time to charge up before getting to strike anyone down. If I'm lucky, I can strike them several times before they wake up. Then so long as we can avoid getting flipped over by Quinn or brute force by Marilyn and Unguardable Lightning, they'll all have fallen by the 5th Power Shell. Though like always, this is easier said than done. Koops after all has a rather low HP and can't survive more than 2 turns of assault. This is such a problem for him that I actually equipped HP plus P, one of the worst badges in the game, just so that he could last a little bit longer. And it ended up mattering in the long run as he was in danger when a Mushroom Mingo was lined up, allowing him the longevity to actually win. I can't say I'm particularly surprised that this fight ended up being as brutal as it was, but I am surprised that HP plus P actually served a purpose in making this fight feel more possible. A point of defense doesn't really do much good now when so many attacks end up piercing it, but at least it's behind us now. Unfortunately, the next boss fight is somehow worse than Smorg was a couple of chapters ago. Grotus. With him, Bowser, and Kammy Koopa arriving to challenge Koops, we're actually in an extremely bad spot. Koops once again has to deal with bosses where he cannot deal damage without items to aid him. Grotus is a boss who always sees his Grotus X's spawn to protect him turn 1. You'll have to knock them out to be able to target the main body. The problem? The Grotus X's are all airborne, meaning Koops can't reach. Even if he could, Grotus respawns 2 Grotus X's per turn. You wouldn't even be able to defeat them all quickly enough to then strike Grotus anyway. Using offensive items given this all is necessary to even be able to put up a fight. And just dumping all of your offensive items here would be a terrible idea because the boss fight immediately afterwards has an airborne target. No items to reach Kammy, no chance of winning. It's a predicament, that's for certain. So we're charging. Again. Good thing I leveled up Koops over the course of this video. He was like, what, level 21? That's already higher than any other partner so far in this series. And I don't think another partner will reach that high either. But it's not like I have any other choice. I mean, the alternative would just be to huff a Whack-A-Bums. And I'm not doing that as I pride myself a pacifist. What's a pacifist, you might ask? Well, I made it up. It's an acronym for Preservation Activist, citing ideals Fluttershy is supportive towards. And she's an animal lover, so you bet that I'll strive to avoid hurting Wacka if I can. The cybernetic Chrome Dome Grotus has got to be one of the most aggravating bosses for Koops to ever challenge. Winning this fight, as I've said before, mandates we use Charge P, as the Grotus X's will protect them until they're eliminated. And we have only so many items to fight with. Unfortunately, even when we can attack and we're doing roughly 25 damage per strike, we often find ourselves slamming on death's door because of the damage Grotus is capable of. It's so much damage that if he opted to strike with lightning every turn, we'd be guaranteed to lose. Not helped by the fact that Koops has only 25 max HP and there's little point to leveling up more to equip HP plus Ps for this challenge. 10 extra HP after what would be hours of leveling up still wouldn't be enough to guarantee winning. And with the possibility of Groda's burning turns, you're better off just rolling the dice until you roll high. It can happen fairly often with his counter or dodging statuses, or his attempt to stop us in place. Sadly, when I roll for good luck with the stopwatch, I just feel snake eyes darting at me. Whether I'm talking about rolling ones or the Groda's X's I'm repeatedly guarding, I'll leave that for you to decide. Deciding what items to use here was a challenge in and of itself. Do I chop in an Ultra Shroom now for fear of Groda's wiping me out? Or make the sacrifice of my slow Shroom and pray he doesn't take Koops offline? Should I bank on Happy Hearts to keep Mario alive? Or share couples kick with my homie? It's terror time and time again, phasing out with this mechanical monster. I probably should have mentioned this earlier as well, but I got a couple's cake from a trouble involving Goom and Keelhaul Key. It's really just a slow Shroom that can't be used by Koops because the user will pass his buffs to the ally instead. And it just so happens, I was planning on giving HP regen to Mario anyway, so it works out rather well. Though it's often hard to tell when to actually use it. Grodas is just such an unpredictable boss that you really have to ponder how to fight him on a turn-by-turn basis. I even brought Life Shrooms because I felt like the RNG here is just so severe that it'd actually be unrealistic to not assume the worst. It's that bad. This is also to say nothing of the awkward guard timing that comes with the Scepter and its fire. Playing by eye isn't reliable with how often the animation doesn't line up with what's actually happening on the screen. So I'm instead using my ears to hear the fire so that I can guard it. On the bright side, the Groda's X's at least aren't a direct danger. Both Koops and Mario have enough defense to blank them both, so guarding every hit will keep them from hurting. And even if we miss a guard, Koops doesn't get flipped over by them, so you have less to fear there as opposed to most other bosses we face up to now. It's a grueling endeavor, and the worst part of it all, even if we win, the king of the Koopas himself will challenge Koops and attempt to strike him down. Sounds like our only choice is to enact a regicide. As for this deathly duo of demons, Bowser and Kamikoopa are in my opinion the true final boss for this challenge. I wouldn't quite call them the hardest boss in the game, but considering Grodas is the gatekeeper, that's not an insult. Or at least, it's not meant to be an insult. Unlike with Grodas, you can't afford to strike them down more than once, especially not Cammy. She not only heals Bowser as often as she can manage, but her buffs can make Bowser actually dangerous, whether it's making him huge and buffing his attack, or making either the two invisible. Her attacks consistently piercing also makes our defensive badges generally less reliable, even though Bowser's the real heavy hitter. As for the game plan, we're using charge again. By now, you should be expecting it. What we need to do is charge a bunch, strike Kamikoopa down with an attack item, then immediately knock her out using Power Shell or Shell Slam before she can get back on her broom and undo all the damage we've dealt through her healing. What makes things really dicey for us is our lack of FP. In hindsight, bringing a gem and jelly would have addressed this weakness pretty well, but for the whole fight, save for the audience throwing flowers or bingos, the FP we go in with is all we have. And it goes without saying, but having live streams on us doesn't change the fact that if Koops falls in battle, his charge dies with him, and we're pretty much out of the running if that happens. So making the most out of the little HP and FP I have is mission critical. The nice thing about my defense here is that Koops has so much of it, he can blank Bowser when he does anything except for his fire breath. So the Road Stream tactic here is pretty effective, if only it lasted longer than 5 turns. But it buys us time to charge a little more at least. From there, once my FP is at about, 10? That tells me I have plus 20 attack thanks to charge. I'm able to then double dip my 2 shooting stars and strike Cammy down. And then Shell Slam to only narrowly do enough damage to knock her out. Of course, we're still not home free since Bowser by now is able to act freely. And he actually had me on the ropes. My items were scarce. I had a couple of live streams left and a point shop that wouldn't be usable unless I wanted to cash in the chips and fold. And wouldn't you know it, the Happy Heart badges I had on that were helping and keeping me afloat were going to be what would ultimately sink me. My damage was being reduced by being taken out of danger, fog would come in and ultimately do no good for me at all, and the next thing I knew, I had Koops down to only 1 HP, with Mario sucking down the last life stream I had brought with me here. There was only one thing left I could do that could save me, knowing Lady Luckless was just around the corner. My last resort, the Repel Cape. And sure enough, Bowser used his fire breath. Twice. And both times, the Repel Cape exclaimed "Olay" and kept my head above water. I was finally thrown a lifesaver from the crowd. A boot came, swooped into Koops, and made him invisible, allowing me to toss Bowser off the arena and proclaim this message. So long, gay Bowser! Nah. I said Bowser and Candy were the true final boss, but the reality is they aren't. So, let's talk about her. With only one boss fight left, it really only makes sense to pack heavy. My resources going into the final battle were 4 Life Shrooms, 2 Boost Sheets, 4 Ultra Shrooms, 4 Jam and Jellies, a Shooting Star, a Thunder Rage, a Power Punch, a Point Swap, and some Chocolate Cake. It made more sense in my head. Anyways, it's time to dance with the demon. It's time for Koops to set the record straight and prove not only that he belongs with the rest, but can hang with the best. Shadow Queen, prepare for a shell-shocking slapdown! My thought process began with protecting Mario with Shell Shields before just tearing into the Shadow Queen with Shell Toss and Shell Slam. But not only can I not time Shell Shield to get the max HP out of it, but it largely didn't even matter because the Shadow Queen focused most of her efforts on Koops anyway. So much so, I ended up landing into Peril and Phase 1 and lost the life stream before even seeing the Invincible phase. I feel like had I just attacked from the start, we could have gotten by with just using only a single boost sheet, but well, hindsight is 2020. Being down a life stream and a boost sheet coming out of the Invincible phase, the view was clear. Shell Slam, Shell Slam, Shell Slam. That was about the most clear takeaway from this fight. As long as we were attacking, the Shadow Queen's damage output would be severely nerfed, as Koops would both damage the main body and suppress any helping hands she had assisting her. If our health ever got low enough, we have Ultra Shrooms to put us back at safe HP values. It's a simple plan of attack that on its own can get parties decently far, though a number of factors in particular did end up showing themselves to be huge boons. For starters, often the Shadow Queen let the fight be one-on-one by repeatedly trying to attack with whatever hands she had out at the start of the turn, so the damage Koops would be taking was reduced significantly. Second, I actually had it happen where the Shadow Queen buffed her attack and defense, which on its own is kinda laughable because Shell Slam pierces defense, and the 3 extra attack from the Shadow Queen herself isn't really scary unless she's using Dangerous Breath, which fortunately was not a very big worry for Koops here. But she even went and charged the turn after once, and seeing an opportunity to land into Peril, I do what's called a pro-gamer move by voluntarily eating a Life Shroom so that the unguarded Dark Pulse drops Koops to only 1 HP. Now my rush badges are active, and it's time to set this girl on fire. The funniest part? The Shadow Queen just kinda lets it happen. For several turns. She tries to heal off Mario, sure, but after the chocolate cake I fed him, and the incoming Shell Slams, it didn't last. She does knock Koops out eventually though, and to be honest, I ended up being out of life shrooms sooner than I thought. But with a couple of Ultra Shrooms to keep Koops and Mario trucking, I figured we just need to keep on the attack and maintain our cool despite momentarily losing our footing. Honestly, if not for the audience who went Koops an extra heart, I feel like this could have gone either way. I do end up getting poisoned later, but I get the oddest inkling of a feeling that the Shadow Queen didn't want to win, because in addition to letting Koops tear into her earlier, when she had only 7 HP left, she used her final turn to just buff her attack and defense. And that right there is the last of the wins she had in her sail. Koops strikes her out, and has successfully ended his run. The run starts proper after giving Lord Crump the boot and rescuing Goombella. Using practice codes created and compiled by Zephyllus, I'm able to use Flurrie as early as the prologue. She doesn't have access to much right now and can't even fight Gus since her only attack cannot hit spiky targets, so we're just gonna go through the game as we normally could, you know, for as normal as we can do it considering our stipulations here. And after not too much time later, we find our very first fight, the Goomba Trio in Rogueport Sewers. As we've earlier discussed already, top spiky targets will hurt Flurrie to touch from the top. Though for Flurrie, that doesn't really matter for much of anything at all. We have 2 options to knock out the spiky Goomba right in front of us. And believe it or not, one of those options isn't being able to super guard, because I refuse to do it. I'll discuss that other option later, but for now, the option I want to turn your attention to is just to try and fail to attack it. Flurrie's body slam cannot hurt the spiky Goomba directly, but she can cause the stage to go haywire. Set pieces in the background tend to react pretty violently when Flurrie uses body slam on the stage. And those set pieces in the background can do damage, so even though you may be able to brag that you're like MC Hammer, it doesn't matter if we can't touch this. Where Flurrie's concerned, the stage is her world, and you're just another pawn living in it. With that fight out of the way, I find that Flurrie's field ability, Gale Force, doesn't really have very many applications before you actually get access to her. Disappointing, but I guess, what can you really expect? The game obviously was not designed with this in mind. Getting into some more fights, the blooper in Rogueport Sewers is predictably very easy for Flurrie to defeat. However, a large number of factors also makes the blooper fight really tedious. Her only attack, Body Slam, has an action command that you cannot accelerate in any way, which to me is bizarre considering that her action command is nearly identical to Lackluster's in Paper Mario 64. And despite being able to target the blooper directly, Flurrie is still forced to target the blooper's tentacles first, because blooper's main body has 2 defense when on the ceiling. And so this fight just evolves into targeting the tentacles one at a time, which, mind you, Flurrie's body slam cannot one-shot them because they have 3 HP and her attack power is only 2 right now. Then once the main body falls, we attack the blooper until he rises back up to the ceiling and repeat the process anew. This right here, this is crap. I know TTYD is generally not very favorable towards defensive partners, but my god, that hasn't even become a factor yet, and already this feels like a chore. I really hope the rest of the game is not like this. Okay, you have my attention. Sometimes I wonder if people have anything to say about my rules with Mario being able to appeal and defend. But think about it, if you were walking down the street and someone threw a football at you, you'd still try to protect yourself, right? Here's my motto: unless it's personal, don't get involved. Now, surrounding Shrunk Fortress, there are 2 forced fights we have to deal with. One with Bald Clefs and one with Bristles. Now, Flurrie's prior discussed weaknesses still apply here. Like the blooper, these enemies have defense, so Flurrie cannot attack them directly. Moreover, the Bristles in particular have spikes on their head, so you can't body slam them either or you'll get hurt. But Flurrie has one more dirty trick that really does dividends for her. Her secondary move, Gale Force. This move allows Flurrie to make like the big bad wolf and huff and puff and blow any enemies in her path away. It doesn't always work, but the reality is that Flurrie has the perfect Swiss Army knife tool that allows her to deal with enemy fights that are otherwise insurmountable for her. To say nothing of the fact that it also allows Flurrie to expedite otherwise really annoying fights in a pretty efficient manner. The Fuzzies don't generally stand much of a chance against Gale Force, though it is a shame that Gold Fuzzy is still technically a boss, and so Gale Force would be ineffective here. But hey, one 10 HP Fuzzy is still better than 4 3 HP Fuzzies. I'm actually surprised that it's so effective against Red Bones because you're not supposed to have Flurrie by this point in the game. But hey, can't complain. Especially since now we have access to 3 Shine Sprites and can rank Flurrie up to Super Rank. Learning a new move in Lip Lock. This move is awesome. It pierces defense, has the same damage that Body Slam has, and the best part, the very best part, it restores Flurrie's HP equal to the damage he dealt. With this move, Flurrie's virtually impossible to kill. But more importantly, we now have an attack that isn't dependent on being able to target enemies from the top. We can still be halted like criminal scum if we say find enemies that are dangerous to touch on the side or on their tops, like Bristles or Pokies. But Gus is only one and not the other, and as a result, he's my next target. This fight merely devolved into a bunch of lip locks as he tries to lock me out, but he simply can't. He doesn't even come close. But hey, the game is only getting started. There's always potential for things to get worse later. It also stands to reason that the way Flurrie's designed as a partner makes Mega Rush P a pretty ineffective badge for her. I mean, we can use it, but it's not very useful against Hooktail. In fact, the only reason I have the badge equipped here is because I forgot to get Last Stand from the badge shop. That aside, Hooktail wasn't really too bad. Naturally, Lip Lock is a fantastic move in keeping Flurrie's HP up, which is great because we can't use Attack Effects R here. But, when Flurrie uses Lip Lock in this fight, I feel uncomfortable just looking at what actually happens on the screen. So, here's your parental guidance warning. because I can only describe what Flurrie does in this fight as an active... You know what? Use your imagination for this. Flurrie regardless has a very easy time staying alive against Hooktail. The real challenge here is keeping Mario healthy, which is a little tricky to do because his max HP is only 10 still, and I use my only level up to this point on FP because I want to be able to use Lip Lock more. And even without Lip Lock, she has a max HP of 25 right now. That makes her pretty darn hard to kill. Unlike Mario, who, because I did not recognize the fact that he had only 6 HP left, and because I really love swag, I had him run up to Hooktail to give her feet a snort, not recognizing that he had only 6 HP left before that, while, mind you, Flurrie was in peril. And after my next use of Lip Lock, Hooktail knocked Mario out and lost me a life shroom. I did this to show off how ineffective Mega Rush P would be. Plus 5 attack is a lot, but it doesn't really scale as well with only single hit attacks. And failing that, it doesn't give Flurrie enough attack power to knock Hooktail out from 10 HP. I won the fight regardless, it wasn't that hard, but I don't like the idea of losing my life shroom here because I want to save as many as I can for later in the game. So I redid the fight, and Mega Rush P actually had a lot more use this time around than the last fight did. This was largely possible because I made the voluntary decision to not guard the stomp, and so naturally Flurrie's HP would be lower. It did however help that we did go into the second phase with max HP on Mario, so I'm at practically no risk of losing my life stream this time around. 1 Crystal Star down, 6, T9 to go. After seeing what Bowser was up to and seeing him get the Bowser Jewel, the story from here on out gets a little weird, but not for too long. We meet Punio, who doesn't know who Flurrie is, and we later on see the Shadow Sirens, who have a necklace that Flurrie wears right now, so I guess Vivian took inspiration, but we don't really bother with any of that. Having Flurrie on our first lap here, we can blow away the secret entrance cover and immediately start the Great Tree. We can do that, but we won't. I find it funny that after this cutscene, where the game already knows that we have Flurrie unlocked, leaving the perimeter will actually warp us to Flurrie's house, despite the fact that there's nothing to do here. But all of that is semantics compared to the actual meat and potatoes here, the first fight with the Shadow Sirens. I feel like here it's made pretty clear that Flurrie has a pretty hard time against multiple targets. The scale is still small, but imagine if the numbers were bigger. Flurrie could be in some really big trouble. The fight as is, though, is a complete wash. I used Lip Lock a grand total of a whopping 1 time. And all because I wanted to see if it would happen, where I attack Beldum with my Body Slam, and then the stage falls on her to knock her out. It didn't happen though, and as a result, the damage from the Shadow Sirens got pretty hefty because by now we're seeing the magic attacks come from the Shadow Sirens, and now we have to contend with that. Though, surprisingly, they don't use their elemental magic very much if at all. And the queued up Mushroom Bingo basically guaranteed that Mario was not going down, even though his HP got as low as only 2. So the fight overall was not very scary whatsoever. And following picking up the necklace, we don't bother returning it to Flurrie, we just go to the Great Tree. An area full of extremely brittle and easy to KO X-Nuts. It's business as usual until we get the Super Boots, which then involves us leaving Chapter 2 for a while, and hunting for as many star pieces as we can find at this point in the game. With these star pieces, I buy from Dazzle a few badges. Power Plus P, the Heart and Flower Finders, and Happy Flower. If you figured it out already, congratulations, but I want to go into the Pit of 100 Trials to get the Strange Sack from it. Because I know Flurrie, and trust me, we need the Strange Sack if we want to survive the rest of the game. So come with me, I'll be your guide as we go down the pit. To summarize the single-digit fights, we used Gale Force. Lots and lots of Gale Force. There are a few times where I use Body Slam if I don't want to use my FP, but those instances are very few and very far in between. The reward we get for reaching level 10 is equal in value to the fights we have to do as far as difficulty is concerned, which, spoiler alert, can also be said as what I think of the reward for reaching level 20. Both Sleepy Stomp and Fire Drive are moves that Flurrie cannot utilize, considering that those are specific moves for Mario to use. And the fights before the 20s themselves weren't necessarily too special either. But it does need to be said that here we have fights where it's actually required to use Gale Force to survive. At least with enemies like Spandias and Clefs, if we wanted to, we could just use Lip Lock to do damage to them instead of using Gale Force. Enemies like Pokies, however, are impossible for Flurrie to damage, so Gale Force is required to dispatch them. Depending on the fight, however, it may be more worthwhile to use Lip Lock instead, even if it would be less efficient if we got good luck. Cliffs, after all, are not necessarily known for being vulnerable to wind. Nonetheless, this wasn't too big of a problem for Flurrie to deal with. In the 20s, much less than that. Some enemies like spiky Gloombas and Bob-ombs tend to be pretty stubborn, but otherwise, most enemies here are pretty vulnerable to being blown away, especially Lakitus. That much I'm very grateful for, because if they spawn Spinies, those are much more difficult to blow away, and Flurrie can't directly attack them at all either. Safe to say, I never let that happen. Now we have access to Zap Tap, which is a very important badge for later in the game. I will explain later when it's relevant. For now, we have the 30s to deal with, and it's here having Power Rush P finally makes sense. This badge is critical to have here, as it allows Flurrie to damage Parabuzzies without needing Lip Lock. Really, you have no idea how much time this saves overall when we're forced to rely on Happy Flower otherwise for FP regeneration. Especially when otherwise, we'd be at the mercy of Hyper Clefs, enemies with the potential to hit extremely hard and are also extremely resistant to Gale Force. It also helps in being able to one-shot Parabuzzies, and 2-hit KOing Shady Koopas without having to knock them on their backs first, though the 30s themselves didn't last as long as the 20s. I actually found the move around level 36, and I figured, yeah, I don't want Pity Flower, so I'm skipping it. Though getting into the 40s, I did not realize just how stressful this area would be for us. There are still a fair few enemies that are airborne, and those are dispatched with Gale Force just fine. But we see a new breed of Pokies called Poison Pokies show up here, and these are once again forced to use Gale Force on. But the scariest enemies here are probably the bulky Bob-ombs. Now if there's only 2, it's not too big of a deal. A couple of body slams and lip locks will put them down just fine all the same. But I once had it happen where there were a whopping 4 bulky Bob-ombs, and I had to grind my FP out using Happy Flower to survive. And it wasn't as simple as having enough FP to be able to just win. I had to get lucky too, both in running away every now and again, and in being able to actually blow the bulky Bob-ombs away. If I let them attack, it's curtains for us. Mario cannot survive having only 10 max HP, so I'm forced to waste turns, letting Happy Flower do its thing, and attempting Gale Force until there's only 2 left, where from there is business as usual. And the sad thing is that this happened immediately after a level up, so I was in really bad shape moving forward. A fact that became especially clear when the very next fight saw us fight some lava bubbles, which are also enemies that Flurrie cannot directly damage. And to my absolute horror, Mario took 2 damage from their fireballs when attacking him. Not helped by the fact that these apparently defective freaking Happy Flower badges refuse to work for some reason. Starting to think that no, I probably should have gotten Pity Flower, but that's crazy talk. Frustrated and fearful, I fathomed 3 options. Did I, 1, go back on my rules and allow myself to super guard just this one time? 2, give up entirely and go through the entire pit again, just while packing Twirly Leaves, which doesn't sound appealing at all on the face of it? Or 3, call Luigi. Well, would you look at that? The game had Luigi throw a maple syrup at me, and from there I was able to win. Normally I'd object to this, but quite frankly, I'm relying on luck and nothing else right now. I wouldn't really be one to talk. Especially when it's Luigi himself helping his older brother out. Just goes to show, the L in Luigi stands for lad, and what a lad he is.
I'm Luigi, number 1.
And that right there is the first 50 levels of the Pit of One-Nighted Trials. We get the Strange Sack, get the heck out of there, and we're now ready to continue our quest. So what's next? Magnus von Grapple? Yeah, sure. I don't really have much to add on to this fight than I've already said before. As a standalone fighter, Flurrie is just really hard to kill, and there really aren't any extraordinary strategies involving Mega Rush P that I can use. I just hammer away with Body Slam and occasionally Lip Lock, and eventually I win. Yeah, despite the high damage of the X-Fist, it's still lower than Hooktail's damage output, and you already know how that beast wins. Flurrie just being straight up immune to a Quake attack doesn't hurt either. Though I shudder at what's to come, considering that we are now above level 9, and that means we have the B-List Star stage, and the chance of fog coming to ruin our day. On the upside, if we see it in any of the fights in Chapter 3, Gale Force can blow the fog away just fine. Though that wouldn't be particularly useful for bosses, unfortunately. Speaking of bosses, it's time for Chapter 3, and there are a lot of forced fights to do here. I know technically, considering how the progression here goes, we start from the bottom, but let's take it from the top first. Meaning, instead of the Goomba Bros, we start with Macho Grubba. But how is that possible? And for that matter, how are we even supposed to get to Macho Grubba when Flurrie has absolutely no skills and access to absolutely 0 items with any potential chance of actually hurting the Armored Harriers? To answer that, I'll have to request first that you let me cook. I don't mean in the sense of actually cooking items, but rather, I have something planned specifically for this part of the game. There's a glitch we can perform with Koops that's called jump storage involving Zesty. For this to work, we need to have Koops ejected right next to Zesty's kitchen, and proceed to move down and to the left right in front of Zesty's cutscene trigger, without actually activating it. We then let Koops go, have him try running towards us, and move downwards to activate the cutscene, while also activating Shell Toss at the exact same time to have Koops try to run over to Mario, but not have him actually reach him. What this does is that it stores the jump that Mario would normally do to use Shell Toss on the field, and we can use this very same stored jump to run up the stair of Toadbro's Bazaar to fly into the air and land on the bar stool holding the Ultra Hammer inside. We can then get the Ultra Hammer, and as we go to Glitzville and talk to Grubba, we can, instead of signing the contract, just do this. That, my loyal viewers, is what we call Bookcase Jump. It allows us to leave through the vents of Grubba's office, re-enter with the Ultra Hammer, basically making the Super Hammer useless to us, and we skip about 95% of Chapter 3 and can fight Macho Grubba right away. Yet another fight where once again we get to see that Flurrie is just really hard to kill. There's no good reason to rush this fight if Macho Grubba isn't attacking Mario and using his attack up against him. It's just body slam after body slam after body slam, with the occasional lip lock if I want my HP to get increased, but that barely ever happens. I will say though, I appreciate getting to see all of Macho Grubba's attack buffs. Very cool, Grubba, very cool. And that's Chapter 3, right? Well, there is a second problem. We can't access Chapter 4 if we don't have Yoshi on our side. But as far as roadblocks are concerned, this is actually fairly easy to bypass. All that we would have to do is fight up through the Armored Harriers, lose the fight against them, and bam, Yoshi's in our midst. And reaching the Armored Harriers is fortunately very easy for Flurrie. Just about every fight here is Gale Force fodder. And so that's what we do for almost every fight here, with only one or two real exceptions. Not counting the situations where, of course, we're told to not use FP. Welcome to the team, Greg. So, Chapter 4 is problematic. There are some goodies here worth picking up, like the booze sheet and life shroom in the storage room, and especially Eve's shooting star, but then we get into the bosses. The first one, Atomic Boo, isn't that special. Once again, repeatedly using Body Slam will get us through just fine, it just takes a while to win. We can lip lock if our HP gets low, but I actually felt like Mario was in more danger more often than not. And even then, I never had to feed him. I did for a moment believe I would be in danger because I failed to guard the big jump scare attack from Atomic Boo himself, and I did hear the sound effect of someone getting confused, but it wasn't Flurrie, it was only Mario. So any potential danger to be found here was pretty much non-existent. Bye bye, Boo. But yeah, that was only Atomic Boo. The real troublesome fight is actually after that, where we fight Quintuple Question Mark. This fight is easy by design. So no duh, Flurrie has absolutely no issues locking Quinto all by herself. The troublesome part, however, comes from the fact that when Quinn's HP falls low enough, or let's just say enough turns have passed, he'll transform into Mario, or at least copy his shadow. And following his defeat, he'll run off with the Crystal Star that you're supposed to win from him, alongside all of your partners, including Madame Flurrie, essentially leaving you trapped in Chapter 4 with no means of escaping it. But more importantly, robbing us of the literal only character we had to fight with for the entire game. This is obviously a terrible situation because of the fact that without Flurrie, we can't fight Quinn in the rematch, and as a result, she would fail the challenge. This is because the game expects you to use Vivian to get your pals back, and uncover Quinn's real name, which, you know, is Dupless, but we don't care about that. Quinn is funnier. And this dour dilemma right here is exactly why I went to get Zap-Tat from the Pit of 100 Trials. We may not be able to do damage with Flurrie, obviously, because we don't have her, but we can still utilize the tools that she collected throughout her journey when we still had her on our side. So when we go into the rematch with Quintuple Question Mark, and we're forced to just sit there and defend the entire time, we can just focus on guards if ever necessary, and let Zap-Tat do all the damage to Quinn, and even all of my other partners to win the fight. With Defend Plus, Damage Dodge, and just defending in general, neither Quinn nor any of my partners can do any damage to Mario at all. It's funny though that because Koops attacks with his shell, Zap-Tat doesn't hurt him, and that means we just never see Flurrie. The only partner I have ranked up, and therefore the only partner that can actually hurt me. I mean, yeah, this will still take 40 whole turns, but at least that's just that many less guards I have to do to survive. Well, granted, I was plenty ready to just defend and let Koops just infinitely keep attacking me without any chance of actually hurting me because my defense is just that high. But then a Shy Guy wandered on the stage, dropped the bucket on his head, and knocked him out. Meaning we now have to contend with Flurrie too. I think with the timing this managed to happen for, this makes the fight last literally as long as it possibly could. Well, ain't that something? Nonetheless, it's not like we're in any real danger, it's just that now the fight takes all that much longer to finish. But because Mario was able to win this while only using tactics, the run is technically still alive, and you know what? That's good enough for me. Welcome back, Flurrie. I missed you so much. The way things proceed to go in this game, you should already know that Chapter 5 is more or less the same as before. But it is worth stating that it won't be too long before our strategy and means of attacking will have to change soon to accommodate the higher attack power and larger volume of entities to fight against at the same time regarding bosses. Basically fights where there are multiple targets where we cannot use Gale Force to blow them away. That's then though, and this is now. So looking at the embers on Keel Hall Key, you already should know this, but we use Gale Force here. By now it should be common sense not to press yourself on something that's obviously really freaking hot. Beyond that, the only real item of note here is the Thunder Rage just before the room with the coconuts in the background with the bridge. And with that, it's Cortez time. The first two phases can be summed up as just using Body Slam over and over and over. Nothing of note actually happened here, so let's just skip to phase 3 where there's actually something to talk about. Cortez's head and his weapons are now separated from each other, and this means he can attack 5 times in a single turn. Though in reality, only the rapier can do any damage because it pierces defense. And even if the weapons were actually a threat to us, we can use Gale Force to blow them all out. It's pretty self-explanatory from there on out how the fight went. With the defensive badges we can equip, Cortez is simply not a threat to us. And for that matter, neither are Lord Crump and his X-Nauts. Another boss fight that basically is played on autopilot. We just body slam. A lot. I don't even think I had to heal using Lip Lock here. Nor do I have to worry about Mario because his defense is so high that he literally cannot take damage if I guard. So despite the stormy weather that was so stormy in fact that after the cutscene my game freaking crashed, Chapter 5 has just been incredibly calm from that point forward. Rather, I believe the real storm is just around the corner. In preparation for Chapter 6, I went and got the up arrow to rank up Flurrie to Ultra rank. And not a moment too soon. I was just about ready to flash my ticket and get on the SS Express, but I had a feeling it would be wise to get some creepy Steeple Golden Leaves first, because the idea I had for Smorg would involve a lot of FP. And just like an actual train, I don't stop for anyone, especially not Smorg. Normally, this would be where I dump all my attack items because I think that Smorg would just be too annoying otherwise to deal with. Today though, no. I have something different in mind for all these attack items. Instead, the only attack item I want to bring right now is a single Fire Flower. Yes, I do have a Power Block on me as well, but I'm not going to use it here. To say nothing of the Thunder Rage we found in Riverside Station. Now this fight would also be very slow, but for a different reason. What you need to know about Smorg is that Smorg's main body is invincible to all forms of damage while the miasmas are up. You have to strike out every single last one of the miasmas before you can do any damage to the main body, which is not very good for Flurrie when she has nothing but single target attacks. Meanwhile, Smorg itself can attack 3 times in a single turn, and without ample healing items, Flurrie can actually get overwhelmed fairly easily. Probably not with perfect guarding, but I am not good at guarding Smorg. And beyond the miasmas themselves, the claw that comes out when Smorg reaches half his max HP would easily be able to do in Mario. What I'm trying to say in a few words is that I would not advise just straight up boxing with Smorg. It's too dangerous. Instead, what I suggest doing is knocking out the miasmas, preferably the one in the middle and in the back so that this fight goes a little bit faster, and then with only one miasma left alive, using charge repeatedly with Flurrie until you have enough power to knock Smorg out in one more hit. Naturally, this does take a while, not helped by the fact that my max FP is only 10, which would mean I'd have to restore my FP every now and again. Though for this fight in particular, it feels like a Happy Flower has a rocket up its butt, because it activated a lot. So much in fact, I never had to heal once. And after charging for about 20 turns, I let a Lip Lock loose and knocked Smorg out, throwing the Smorgasbord overboard. Say hello to our penultimate Crystal Star, because we're just that much closer to the end of the game. Though not without this extremely tedious General White quest we must do to get to Chapter 7's actual dungeon. I wanted to make the best out of this though, so while I was doing this, I was picking up items from the Trouble Center rewards. I don't know how much of this stuff I'll actually need, but you can never be too careful. There is, however, at least one fight in Chapter 8 I know for a fact I want some of these items for. The only real variable is how many of these items I'll actually need. Regardless of the actual answer, leave nothing to chance, especially in regards to the moon. Back to actual required fights, however, it's time for the X-Dots and then Magnus Von Grapple 2.0. The Elite X-Dots were easy, just Gale Force and they're gone. For Magnus 2, however, it seemed like it would be a good idea to have those golden leaves on me after all. Tell me if you heard this before. I use Body Slam, occasionally using Gale Force when the X-Punches come out, and otherwise I use Lip Lock to keep Flurrie healthy. Oh, but this time it's with a twist, because every now and again, I have to restore my FP using golden leaves. That aside though, yeah, this fight is not difficult at all. Especially when Flurrie has to defense to stuff most of Magnus 2's actual damage output, including the dreaded audience cannon, which for style points, I decided to do a bunch of guards and then super guarded at the very end. I mean, if you know Flurrie, she's a show woman. You gotta flash yourself to the crowd. Wait, that came out wrong. God, I am so sorry. But hey, let's not dwell on that. We got the final Crystal Star, we opened the 1,000-year door, we are ready to get this show on the road. So with that all said, come on Flurrie, let's go show the world what you're made of. The Palace of Shadow is not pleasant to go through, especially when you know you have to do a lot of backtracking. To start off, I went in with items optimized both for Gloomtail and for the Shadow Sirens rematch. But before either of those fights, we have an encounter with Dark Bones. And to be straight with you all, what I did here, and all I did here, was use Gale Force until there was only one Dry Bones left. The first time I tried Gale Force, only one Dry Bones was blown away, and it was immediately rebuilt. The second time, however, managed to blow away 3 Dry Bones, as well as Dark Bones himself, leaving the last bone standing to be easy pickings. That much wasn't so bad, it could basically be done in autopilot. However, we couldn't say that for Gloomtail at all. Gloomtail is that special boss that really demands we have a calculated strategy going in. As a matter of fact, this is that boss that I was theorizing using my Trouble Center rewards on. I figured that Mario was in pretty significant danger, so I had to be prepared to keep him healthy if ever need be. What I do turn 1 is use a stopwatch. If it fails, we're just about screwed. If it works, however, well, we actually have an attempt. Though the best case scenario dictates that the Mr. Softener also works. It didn't happen, but that would be the best case scenario. Regardless, with Gloomtail stopped, it's a prime chance for us to get some damage in, doing up to 31 total. 31 in particular is a very important number because when you do more than 31 damage, Gloomtail will be able to mix in additional moves like his Earthquake attack, which granted can't hurt Flurrie, but it does make it a lot harder to actually strategize on the damage we take. And that's because Mario himself would still get hit. But that's besides the point. In addition to the stopwatch and Mr. Softener I tried using, which, by the way, the Mr. Softener did not work on my successful attempt, I also had a Meteor Meal, a Power Punch, Hot Sauce, a Peachy Peach, and a Honey Shroom. The Meteor Meal was for keeping Mario healthy, while the Honey Shroom and the Peachy Peach allowed me to manipulate myself into peril, which when I did, I had Flurrie chug a Power Punch. This item is here to cancel out Gloomtail's 2 defense points. This is because I can't use Lip Lock until I'm actually ready to KO Gloomtail. Despite the fact that that move ignores defense, it also heals Flurrie, which would take her out of peril. Body Slam, meanwhile, doesn't do that. And so I'm then able to drop Gloomtail from 49 HP to 32, which is only possible also thanks to the Hot Sauce I already used earlier. One extra attack point may not sound like a lot, but it actually makes a world of difference here, because it allows Flurrie to knock out Gloomtail before he can use his Mega Breath, literally the turn after he charges it up. What's vital to understand here, however, is that the Power Punch only lasts for 2 turns after the turn where you actually activate it. So Body Slam does 16 damage because of Gloomtail's defense. But then when the huge status actually expires, you have to Lip Lock because this move actually pierces that defense. And just by some miracle, it's literally perfect damage, allowing Flurrie to knock out Gloomtail already. What really helped though was that Gloomtail himself did not use Poison Breath very much at all in this fight, meaning Mario was actually fairly healthy. And I must say, I am most grateful for his mercy here. The next few fights in this challenge, however, are about equal to a footnote regarding being worth talking about. Flurrie can just use the first attack bash to wipe out Dull Bones, and both Red and Dry Bones are one-shot by both Body Slam and Lip Lock alike, leaving Dark Bones to get wiped out by 2 Body Slams and a Lip Lock. It begs the question now though, what do we do then about the Shadow Sirens rematch? I know all too well just how obnoxious this fight can be when you fight with nothing more but a wall that's constantly getting battered by repeated strong attacks. Especially when Marilyn's right there, and she's the definition of a wall buster.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang! Bang!
Yeah, all those attack items I had earlier in the game, my several Thunder Rages, my few Shooting Stars, my one Earthquake, here is where I decided we would part ways. This fight is otherwise just too much for Flurrie to deal with. Though I did opt to change up what items I actually did use when I got frozen by the stage itself. On the bright side, so was Beldum, and for longer than I was frozen for too. Not to mention it happened on a turn where I already acted. So the only thing I really lost from getting frozen is the ability to guard and some of my HP. Though funnily enough, the stage didn't heal Mario's frozen status, so it was really only Flurrie that was really impacted by the freeze. And even then, she wasn't even impacted that much by it. I do however recognize that with Marilyn building up charge, I had to strike her down quickly. Otherwise, I do not imagine Flurrie would last much longer. I could have double dipped the Shooting Star and Thunder Rage here, but seeing the fact that my HP was a little on the lower side, I instead used the HP drain I found in Exnaut Fortress. At least with that, Marilyn is out. I then turned my attention to Dupless, believing that when I used Body Slam against him it'll cause the stage to fall, which will knock out Beldum with only having 1 HP left, but that didn't happen. Though Beldum did end up wasting all the turns she had left, really going to show how uneducated she really is. Calling Vivian out for being plug ugly. Who do you think you are? Seriously, how about you do something about your nose, then come back and talk? Sadly, it's about here we're no longer going to see any free rides. Oh, I am nervous going forward now. The next fights are against Grotus and the tag team of Bowser and Koopa. Flurrie may not necessarily be devoid of options here, but her options aren't very good. Though that's not to say that her options are actually bad. Gale Force is at least effective in eliminating the Grotus X's, and when they are gone, both Lip Lock and Body Slam are fairly effective here. The problem though is that the damage that Grotus can deal is way more fast than the damage that Flurrie can deal to Grotus. And remember, we're focusing on more than just Flurrie. Mario is also a victim here too if ever the lightning or the fire comes out. And that's just not good. So once again, I'm leaning pretty heavily on my items. I brought two in particular to stop Grotus dead in his tracks. My first resort is a stopwatch, but if that fails, I have a Sleepy Sheep. So what I would do is I would use a Fire Flower because I still have 2 left. And yeah, I used the last 2 I have here in this boss fight. And then when the Grotus X is gone, I try to get Grotus to stop acting for a while. My first attempt saw the stopwatch fail, but the Sleepy Sheep succeed. So while having so much time left, I make sure Mario's healthy, and then I attack Grotus the Scepter so that he can't attack once he wakes up. And from there, I just keep using Body Slam until he wakes up or until the sleep status expires. And from there it's business as usual, except that this time around it's much more strained. It's not uncommon at all that I have to use some super shrooms to keep Mario healthy. And FP management is pretty dang tight here too, which is kind of a given when you have to constantly swap between using Gale Force and Lip Lock to keep Flurrie healthy. I do have some Gem and Jellies, of course, because I know I'll need the extra FP, and I'm really glad I did, because Flurrie really needs to be able to convert FP to HP somehow. Let's just be really thankful that Grotus can't heal himself. If ever we had to contend with that, I don't think we'd be able to reliably win at all. Oh fate, why must you be so cruel? So let's talk about Bowser and Koopa. For the most part, this fight's actually fairly simple. Bowser cycles through Fire Breath, a Poisonous Bite, and the Ground Pound that removes your actions. But there's a certain quirk to his AI, where using an item that forces recoil like a Volt Shoom or a Spite Pouch, you can actually interrupt Bowser's AI and force him to use that very same attack again, being able to do this in effectively perpetuity, while Koopa for the most part is left just healing either herself or Bowser. In practice, this would make the fight extremely easy, but for Flurrie in particular, it's borderline impossible. As it turns out, Koopa's heal gives her 8 HP back, or Bowser 8 HP back. Flurrie's damage at base is only 6, which is increased to 8 with 2 Power Plus Ps. So basically, no matter who we use Lip Lock against, Koopa heals just enough HP to match Flurrie's damage output. So the only value that actually goes down is Flurrie's FP. Now you're probably thinking, but Aaron, why not just use Charge P? Yeah, the reason we can't do that is because we kinda have to keep using Lip Lock to keep Flurrie alive. And once Flurrie attacks at all, it eliminates the charge. So I'm left just constantly using Lip Lock until eventually I'm able to just win. But I couldn't do it. That eventuality never happened. Instead what happened was that I saw Fog come, it made Bowser miss, which at that point I can't really say I care because I wasn't getting anywhere anyway. And I'm just left seeing Bowser roast Mario to a crisp because I already used all of my super shrooms against Grotus, and I'm already all out of healing items as well. What a sad, sad fate. Our odds can be improved by using PFD down P, but the increase in damage is hardly noticeable. All that happens here is that now we do 9 damage while Cammy can heal only 8. Which, to be fair, is at least progress, but it can easily be undone whether we're using another counter status again because we have to keep Bowser locked into using only his bite, or the old hack can just make herself freaking invisible, and she can immediately undo all the progress we make. So it really stands to reason that Flurrie cannot do anything to guarantee a victory here. Starting to think maybe I should have tried to tough it out against the Shadow Sirens rematch, because this right here is actually pretty dang dire. Though then again, I don't really know for sure. Flurrie still has to keep herself healthy after all. It's about here I figured, yeah, we're not gonna win this, so let's just throw out a Hail Mary. I got to save my Sleepy Sheep for the fight with Grotus, so I used it against Bowser and Kammy Koopa, and it actually sends Kammy Koopa to sleep. And it didn't take me long to realize just how huge this was. I decided from there to give up on attacking Kammy Koopa, and instead focus my efforts on Bowser himself. With no one to heal him, he goes down fairly quickly. It's also a massive boon that we don't have to worry about healing Mario every now and again, because he literally cannot attack him. And by the time Kammy woke up, Bowser was one body slam away from the River Twigs. The fight is now one-on-one with Kammy Koopa versus Flurrie. And this makes things significantly more manageable now. I mean, yeah, I did get a Mushroom Bingo, but if I'm being real, if I didn't get it, I'd have used Lip Lock next turn anyway. And even ignoring that, I have 2 Super Shrooms. So I'm fairly confident I would have won that regardless. From here, it's only a matter of time. Kammy Koopa simply cannot heal herself fast enough to not lose. I mean, maybe she could if she kept using defense up. I'm kinda short in FP after all, but I feel like that would only delay the inevitable. From here it's checkmate. And how fitting, you fell victim to this queen. And believe it or not, we are now just before the final boss. It's hard to believe that this is my 3rd time getting this far using only Flurrie. And yet it's my first time starting from the very beginning in Rogueport all the way up to now. Let's end this challenge on a high note. When the fight's against the Shadow Queen, I say to heck with the expense. I feel we have a very real chance with the items we have here. So what's there to talk about? Well, as you likely could already imagine, the fight is very slow, though it's not nearly as one-sided as previous bosses have been. The Shadow Queen actually has a means of healing herself as well, and like Kammy Koopa, if she wanted to, she could heal faster than Flurrie could damage her. The saving grace with the Shadow Queen fight, however, is that she won't heal over half the freaking time like Kammy would. She'll mix in stat buffs, Shadowy Lightning, and dragging us into the shadow to hurt us there, but give her credit, she actually wants to use some variety with fighting us. And likewise, I'm not only using Lip Lock in this fight either. Every now and again, I use the new move that Flurrie learned at Ultra Rank, Dodgy Fog, which basically grants dodgy status for up to 4 turns if you learn the action command correctly. It may not be the most reliable move, but oftentimes it is better than just straight up attacking if, say, there's fog on the field, or if I want to try my hand at a bingo, which unfortunately I was not very good at actually landing here. The first phase alone took over 5 minutes to complete, entering us into phase 2. Like I said earlier, I was having difficulty landing bingos here, and that was really unfortunate because I had a Mushroom Bingo lined up and just did not get it. So to play it safe with my life shrooms, I ended up using a Boost Sheet and a Thunder Rage here to advance the fight. Unlike with most other partners, I feel like Boost Sheets in general aren't very good with Flurrie, because it's already really hard to find a way into peril without using a point swap. And when you do fall into peril, you often want to use your strongest attacks possible, but Flurrie can't do that without healing herself, or potentially ushering in fog. Nonetheless, before too long we reach phase 3. With the wishes of the Pewdies cheering us on and praying for our victory, we are ready to go in. Prepare for a marathon, not a sprint. It's necessary because this fight took over 20 minutes. Doing only 6 damage per Lip Lock while the Shadow Queen can heal 5 HP if she wanted to, it makes for an absolute slog. But for Flurrie, it is necessary. The only time I go out of my way to attack the left and right hands in this fight is the very beginning, and that's because there's a very real possibility that she could try stealing my HP right away after I attack her, and at that point, it'd just be a wasted turn. From there, I do nothing but Lip Lock because I'm able to get a Shine Sprite Bingo that's guaranteed from this point in the fight. Just Lip Lock till the cows come home. Funnily enough, I actually had a fairly difficult time out healing her because she was doing a lot of damage using her Dark Pulse against us. though it does make me very much thankful I used my slow stream and couples kick as early in the fight as I did. It's also here in this fight I realized just how amazing Lip Lock is for manipulating peril too. If I see myself being in danger of getting knocked out by the Shadow Queen's Dark Pulse, and my HP is actually lower than the HP I would need to survive it, what I'll often do is actively go out of my way to whip the action command for Lip Lock to heal only a certain amount of HP, so that way I'll be able to reach 1 HP, and then be able to slam as hard as I can using Body Slam and Lip Lock all the same. I've even able to find the chance to use Peril Looping here, healing from 1 HP to 14 HP, to getting dragged all the way back down to only 1, and then using another Lip Lock to do a lot of damage. Beyond all of that though, this fight really wasn't much of anything special. We played smart, we fought hard, and by the end of the fight, I had 2 Ultra Shrooms, 2 Life Shrooms, and a Jam and Jelly left over. And the icing on the cake, it was one more Peril Lip Lock that managed to do the Shadow Queen in once and for all, crowning Madame Flurrie our newest champion. Stop me if you heard this before. We fight Lord Crump, and after beating him, we're given access to partners, and we already have Yoshi available to us, thanks to the practice codes that were created and compiled by Zephyllus. There isn't really much we can do out of the gate though, so we frankly descend into Rogueport sewers and fight the first fight against the Goomba trio. And it's here we get into Yoshi's moves. He can use his Gulp skill and his Ground Pound. The Ground Pound in particular is a multi-hit attack that does 1 damage per hit, but it hits up to 4 times, making it fairly strong this early in the game. The only real drawback is that against enemies with defense, it doesn't do anything at all. It's also naturally not very effective against spiky enemies, but fortunately, Yoshi's second skill, Gulp, allows him to do damage just fine. This is a piercing attack, meaning it ignores defense entirely, and starting off, it does a flat 4 damage to the target in front, as well as 4 damage to the nearest grounded target behind them. This combination of moves this early on means that Amsa is not in any real danger. And yes, his name is in fact Amsa, named after the only Yoshi to ever do it. It's one trip down to the 1,000-year door where we get our first badge, which doesn't do anything for us, and I then go to buy some badges from the badge shop. Nothing too important right now, just some last stands. And we following that go to fight the Blooper in Rogueport sewers. This fight follows a very simple flow. Eliminate the tentacles, then gun for the main body. With Blooper himself having only 3 HP per tentacle, Ground Pound can easily one-shot each one of them. And the main body itself has only 12 HP, where after 3 Ground Pounds, it's eliminated. And just like that, we're off. Something I aim to do as soon as possible is get the badge Peekaboo from Dazzle. Mainly because I won't be able to tattle, and it's just convenient having HP visible on screen. With that sorted out, let's begin making some headway through our actual adventure. Embarking on Schwunk Fortress, we have to take out both the Ball Clefs and the Bristles here first. Obviously the enemies here have high defense, which means that Ground Pound won't do anything, but Gulp works just fine on the Ball Clefs, so there's not really a problem here. Though for obvious reasons, we can't use Ground Pound on the Bristles, and funnily enough, because of their spikes, we can't even approach to use Gulp on them either. So like all other partners, Yoshi is forced to use a Power Block to progress. But hey, that's fine. We still have one more Power Block to use however we please. And we ain't really in a rush to use it either. Schwunk Fortress has fuzzies, and they're all one-shot by Ground Pound. It's admittedly fairly slow, but hey, items aren't needed here, and the fights aren't nearly as slow as other partners like Goombella or especially Flurrie. Neither is Gold Fuzzy, who I admittedly wanted to hit twice with Ground Pound but hit only once, and that made the fight last a little longer than I liked it to. Regardless, the enemies here do only 1 damage per hit, so they really aren't dangerous. And it likewise also shows Yoshi's weakness rather well, considering that his Ground Pound does only 1 damage per hit, so deja vu. Following that, there ain't much keeping us from Hooktail Castle, though beware of red bones. Yeah, this is definitely deja vu. Now my attacks are doing absolutely nothing to these enemies, but at least we have items to fall back on. I mean, we could stockpile on a bunch of turtly leaves and use Gulp the entire way through, but for Amsa, I don't think that'll really be necessary. Plus, you can already see this, my max HP is only 10. Let's not needlessly endanger the child, okay? Yeah, so I used 1 Fire Flower in addition to Gulp to end this fight in 2 turns. Couldn't really ask for a much more clean fight than that, to be honest. I proceed to get the Paper Curse, Mega Rush P, and then go after Hooktail. To save an RNG later in the video, if I actually have to worry about it, I use my mystery here, which ends up being a Thunder Rage. Would prefer the Shooting Star, but you know what, it's whatever. That's just one of my wishes that won't be granted after all. Regardless, after a fire breath that does 4 damage and a stomp that does 5 damage, we find Amsa at 1 HP, and that means our ground pound has a base power of 5 now, meaning the full 4 hits does a whopping 14 damage. Enough to throttle Hooktail for phase 1, and one-shot her in phase 2. Hooked, lined, and sunk. With us still having an ample number of star pieces, I buy the badge Power Plus P from Dazzle, and I rank Amsa up to Super Rank, teaching him the new move Mini Egg. A move very near and dear to my heart, as I really love eating breakfast. The most important meal of the day, so bring it up Amsa's way. And since I'm benevolent and want to share my gift with others, let's give some eggs to Gus. What you should already know is that Gus has a spear which is spiky, which means that we cannot ground pound him. We can damage him with Gulp, but that takes a lot of FP, and the damage itself would be really slow. So what I actually do is go in with Mega Rush P again, let my HP get to 1, and once that happens, I use Mini Egg to do 6 damage per egg and knock him out. This isn't exactly necessary to do right now, but I am just about to level up, and I want to be able to use more BP for Chapter 2. It means I can keep Peekaboo equipped, as well as equip Power Plus P, which will be vital for Chapter 2's boss. Before that, the Shadow Sirens. Pretty smooth sailing as always. All 3 sirens are 2-shot by ground pound, though I did try to be a little fancy and use Mini Egg alongside it. To limited success. I ended up triggering the magic attacks from all 3 sirens early. Also, I'm reminded that shrinking them will not reduce the power of their magic attacks either, which kinda sucks. But this fight regardless simply was not hard. But you know, there's always a rematch. They can get much harder there. But that's then, and now we're getting introduced to the X-Knots. Or as I previously called them, the Cross Knots. And in light of what Twitter's become, you know what, no, the X-Knots are too good for Twitter. Regardless, they're one-shot by ground pound. Though if I had the FP for it, Gulp works really well here too. And it works out because I don't really need to use FP at all for the fight with Magnus and Grapple. The first 4 turns are simple as can be, repeatedly using ground pound. Though I do feel it necessary to say that this fight is only really possible thanks to Power Plus P being available from Dazzle. Otherwise, Amsa's ground pound damage would still be only 1, and that would be subtracted to 0 after Magnus' defense. So we really don't have much of a choice as far as what badges to get right now. Magnus himself will try to attack us, but the damage itself really isn't all that big of a deal. Though once Magnus' HP falls to 20 or less, the X-Fist will come out, and these things actually are a pretty big deal. Doing 4 damage per hit is not a small number, especially when there's 2 of them. Fortunately, doing a lot of damage is exactly what I want to see. While I keep attacking, the X-Fists do their thing, knocking Yoshi down to eventually only having 1 HP left, while Magnus himself still has 10. And thanks to Mega Rush P, it takes 1 more ground pound to finish him off. Yeah, minus the items we had to use for Hooktail, you can see that Chapter 1 and 2 with Yoshi alone is kind of a joke. Though to be fair, Magnus Grapple has a bit of a reputation for being an easy mode boss. So let's not get ahead of ourselves. What about Chapter 3? This chapter involves a lot of fighting. And with so many different enemies to fight, with so many different ways you have to fight them to beat them, surely Amsa will struggle here, right? Well, we'll see about that. The first fight here is against 5 Goombas. Ground pound works just fine, but I use Mini Egg because there's 5 different targets. Mini Egg is a bit annoying in that the targets for each egg is entirely random, but when there's 5 different Goombas, I would say the odds are pretty good you'll hit a different Goomba with each egg. Coming in next are the KP Koopas, which are all ground pounded 1 by 1 to knock them all out. The third fight includes 3 Pokies rising up to us. Since these enemies are spiky, we have to use Gulp or Mini Egg. I use Gulp because it's more reliable. I did want to show Yoshi eating a Poki if there's only a head left, but unfortunately when there was only 1 Poki left, it just spawned another one. A bit of a shame really, since I'm trying to reduce the number of star points I get in this challenge. You likely already know this, considering that I imagine most people who watch these videos have played Paper Mario before, but we have these conditions that Grubba gives us that we have to follow to be able to advance. And since we're only using 1 character and it's a partner, there are times we get conditions that are flat out impossible to complete. If that happens, we reset. Usually I just skip Chapter 3, but just this once I'll show the entirety of the chapter for you because I know you want to see it. The dead bones are basically dead meat. Ground pound 1 by 1, they'll all go down. They can keep the fight going for as long as they want, but unless they rebuild literally every turn, they're not going to win. Spike Storm involves a Lakitu and 2 Spinies. Ground pound a Lakitu, use Gulp on the Spinies when they're both exposed. Piece of pie. The following 4 to sneak up on us, to hand it overs. Gulp to one-shot the bandits. A second Gulp meanwhile does a lot of damage to the big bandits, but not quite gonna want to KO them both. But a ground pound will finish them off just fine. You know, before getting here, I had the idea of skipping chapter 3 entirely. As a matter of fact, I already have the Ultra Hammer, which means we could already get the dubious paper. In case you were wondering what would happen if we got it early, to be honest, not much. Though the game assumes we've already been in the minor league before. At least only in a select few areas anyway. The Armored Harriers cutscene proceeds as normal, but when we return to the minor league, we are actually in the major league, and Yoshi even remarks that we're back in the major leagues now, despite having never actually been in here before. The music also changes immediately after getting the dubious paper, which is especially scuffed. And because I guess the game thinks we're already in the major league, or at least we were here before, Grubba doesn't congratulate us when we actually get to the major league first time, and we're not given a 30 coin bonus either. The guard also at first assumes that we're not in the minor league anymore, even though he's telling us we can walk right back inside, and going to the major league locker room sees us be rejected. But walking away and then returning to the minor league locker room guard does see us be allowed back inside, so I guess it's kinda weird, but whatever. The fight following that freak accident, we had the Mind Bogglers. Gulp, ground pound, gone. Next up, the Punk Rocks. These mossy minerals once again see themselves get Gulp to get knocked out. And Gulp is sadly our only real option here too. And now finally, at the end of the minor league, we have the Bob-omb Squad. 4 Bob-ombs, 4 ground pounds, once again backed by Power Plus P. You know, I get that chapter 3 is a very popular chapter, but when you play for challenge runs, it's just tedious. Though maybe that's my fault. After all, I'm so restricted that oftentimes I get conditions that are flat out impossible to complete. And if they're not, they're extraordinarily slow. I'm already playing with what, 20% of my total kit? And now Grubba's taking even more control away from me? Like, give me a break, bro. My little omp's is like, what, 2 days old? And even then, he made it to the top of the minor league entirely undefeated. The crowd loves him, and they would desire nothing less than the Armored Harriers be put in their place. Funnily enough though, these two stinkwads didn't think it's a good idea to taunt a literal baby, giving special attention to their ability to pierce any substance, as well as I guess just being entirely indestructible. I mean, if you ask me, they can't be that good. Despite being quote-unquote indestructible, you're the lowest ranked fighters in the major league. And this literal 2 days and 5 minutes old child can wipe the floor of you all the same. Looks like you're not so indestructible after all, huh? It's honestly quite beautiful. The one partner that cannot be halted by the Armored Harriers. Because, my friends, AMSA is the exception. Let's keep going. From the Major League this time. But this time while accompanied by a mysterious fellow we call X. Who is X though? To that, I don't know. But in light of recent events, nah, too easy. Back to the fights though, we have the tiny spinies. Chew them up, spit them out. Immediately after, there's a pair of bristles. We saw this exact same fight in Shrunk Fortress, and once again, we cannot approach or strike from above because we'll get hurt. But you know, we have options. Before, our only choice was using a power block, but we can use the Ice Storm we found in the Major League, or even just let our HP fall to peril and use Mini Egg with Mega Rush B equipped. It was slow, very slow, but I would rather do this still than use items. Even if I first use a Mini Egg resulted in all 3 aiming for only 1 bristle. Musk then tells us to go to the watering hole. When I was a kid, I didn't know what a watering hole even was. But as an adult, yeah, I know this is the juice shop. What's weird though is that they don't even sell juice here. What's the point? But this gives us a redundant hammer, which we then use to get the dubious paper, which then allows us to progress through the game. Approaching from down under, we got the shady Koopas. And oh look, an earthquake. That I can't do anything about because I'm not allowed to attack for the first 3 turns. Yay! After my turns are up though, I use Gulp to hit the 2 on the ground. I then ground pound them both, and then I use Mini Egg followed up by another ground pound to knock out the one that's flying. Ugh, I hate how when I defend, items ignore my defense anyway. I need to build up my iron. I'll take it. 2 Gulps later, we win, you reek, let's keep going. How about the Magic Koopa Masters? The order I go in is green, red, and then white. Which begs the question, is AMSA Hungarian? In reality, I wish I went green, white, and then red, because the red Magic Koopa has a Mega Rush P, and should it have created illusions, that would have made it very easy to see which was the real one. Fortunately, Mini Egg managed to suss out the real one, and then I was able to ground pound it to finish it off. Free cake! Free cake! Oh crap, it's the fuzz! So the first I take out is the green fuzzy because it can clone itself. And I do that with Gulp because, whatever, the black fuzzy does not really matter. The way I saw it, the flower fuzzy will take my FP anyway. I may as well be the one to use it first. Oh, hello, Gay Bowser. Good thing I went into this with Power Plus P already equipped. A few ground pounds, a bit of dizziness thanks to a bucket, though it really did not matter very much anyway. And Bowser's horns revealed themselves to be rather dull. Oh, Amsa, if only you knew your legacy. In the past, your kind has shown themselves to be rather capable of dealing with Bowser. Okay, I know that's a Dark Craw, but in my heart, it's the Reaper Bird. 2 Power Plus Ps, 3 uses of Mini Egg, 1 Dark Craw goes down. Egad, Amsa! Such language! But on the bright side, we do get to see Miss Mowz again. And there's also Charge P, which I may or may not be using later in the video. Meow. Now, Hamma, Bama, and Flare, Grubba was pretty adamant about not being allowed to use Yoshi in battle here. But you know, after enough resets, even he can be convinced. Anyways, not really much to say here. Just use Ground Pound, maybe a few Gulps if you feel like it. This hate mail can't stop me because I can't read! I'm feeling charitable. Bread Chomps! I forgot to click record. I used Gulp twice though. Oh, what I would give to be Ultra Rank right now. Koop! When I was first getting the challenge running, I was such a massive fan of Koops videos. The Koopinator meanwhile, well, let's just say I would advise bringing some mushrooms. You're probably thinking, but Aaron, you have a power block, why not just use that? Well, I didn't bring it, and good thing I didn't because I wouldn't really be able to use it. I have to win this after getting attacked 5 different times. So I take this as yet another chance to use Peril status to my advantage. I would Gulp, let the Koopinator keep attacking me. Then I would position myself to be at 6 HP just in case. And if the Koopinator actually ended up charging, well, I would just eat a mushroom and get to 11 HP, putting me just out of range for death. A minute to follow that up, and I win. Well, I guess I could design better posters. After all, graphic design is my passion.
That's it! I can't take it anymore!
We finally made it to Rock Hawk. Hey Hawk Hogan, you dropped your eggs! Oh wait, this is a boss fight, but it's Rock Hawk, what do I really freaking care? If he's tiny, then once he gets to his HP value or goes on the ceiling, he won't actually do it. But yeah, the majority of his fight was Ground Pound and Mini Egg. Both do about the same amount of damage because I have a Power Plus P equipped, and you know, I have so much FP that I'm not really hurting on using it. My health did get pretty low, but again, we're not really in any real danger here. And after enough turns, we just win. And since we had Yoshi with us from the very beginning, this was entirely undefeated. Hey, I resent that. I'm still plentiful of life. Okay, we finally made it to Macho Grubba. So after that whole ordeal with the Glitz Pit, we're actually at a considerably higher level now. Again, with Power Plus P, Mini Egg, and Ground Pound do the same amount of damage. Though for this fight, I already knew I'm not going to be using Gulp at all, so I instead equipped Charge P. I use this move if either Grubba makes himself dodgy or increases his defense. Since when that happens, Yoshi's damage will be greatly reduced. This is especially true for Mini Egg because this attack does not check for charge status. Imagine my shock using charge twice and still see Mini Egg do only 2 damage per hit. On the bright side, we still had time because if Grubba chooses to buff his defense or make himself dodgy, he can't really do damage to Mario then. Though we have to use charge at least twice or we just lose out on damage. While a charge attack from Grubba himself can be nearly fatal for us. As a matter of fact, if I didn't have damage dodge equipped, I would have lost on this turn. Good thing it's after here that Grubba's fast status expired, and Grubba will always reapply it before attacking again. So we had just enough time to finish him off. Finally ending for us, Chapter 3. A blip on the radar for other partners, but for Amsa, it was the absolute longest freaking one. I sure do hope you enjoyed these 10 minutes of insanity that we spent through Chapter 3. An interlude of cosplaying and watching Hag vs. Hag, and we're now about ready to start Chapter 4. Of course, there's the obligatory shooting star we get from Eve, though with Amsa, I don't know how much we'll really need it. Something nice about this challenge is that if a partner has an indirect attack, like in Amsa's case Mini Egg, items become considerably less important. All that really matters now is how much FP can you muster, and there are plenty of gem and jellies going around and not golden leaves. But that much is all irrelevant when it comes to Atomic Bow. Another boss that really does not demand much explanation. A lot of ground pounds, a single use of mini-A which doesn't even shrink. To be honest, it probably can't even shrink anyway. And we see Amsa basically bust this ghost. What I find more important about Atomic Boo though is the reward you get for defeating it. You see, we need electrified status for a boss fight coming up in Chapter 4, and Lucky Star is one of the few badges that can— Oh. Well, I'm sad now. I guess we'll just go ahead and fight Quinn then. Using mini-A on turn 1, nothing Quinn can do can really hurt us. He transforms later once his HP falls below 20, but at that point it's just a few more ground pounds and yeah, he's done. However, once we get the Crystal Star and leave this place—
Oh crap. What?! What?! No! 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 Are you kidding?! You gotta be kidding me! No! No! No!
But seriously, we got Dude and Amsa's no longer with us. And with no source of— Ow, I bit my tongue. With no source of electrified damage, there is absolutely no way that we can beat Quinn because this game has Vivian and Adamant to help us. Which is great because we need Vivian to actually get our name and body back, but it sucks in the fact that for this challenge, we can do literally nothing but defend ourselves. Really wish I had that Lucky Start badge now. Though, to be fair, it wouldn't really help us that much anyway. Even if Electrify did trigger as a status buff, it only lasts for 2 turns. And for Quinn, we would need it to last for at least 40. So we go to fight Quinn and his quintuplets, and what ends up happening is that they can attack me, but we can't attack them. And so I'm just left here waiting, letting Quinn and my partners do me in, slowly but surely, and then it hit me. So let's not fool around anymore. What are we gonna do? It's actually very simple. You see, before even setting foot into Chapter 4, I went down the pit of 100 trials to get a certain badge from there. The badge in question being Zap Tap. This badge grants Mario permanent electrified status, so if enemies attack him directly, they'll receive recoil damage. I would talk about how this went, but most of the enemies here we already fought earlier in the game, and they don't get even nearly as hard as some of the harder fights in Glitzville either. I intended on getting Happy Flower because I don't want to get trapped in the pit since I don't have a way of restoring FP otherwise, but I forgot it, and I was afraid that would be my undoing down here. But I did prior get Flower Finder. I did also have Flower Saver, which did end up being rather helpful to us as well. I did have to play pretty sparingly, but at the end of it all, we never actually ran out of FP, and we did make it out alive, peachy keen. And that brings us to this moment. And so now, all I have to do is just have Mario in front, repeatedly use a defend action, and watch Quinn slowly but surely whittle down his own HP until he finally falls to 0. Even though Amsa was ripped from our control, technically he did get the Zap Tap badge all by himself, and for the fight with Quinn, Mario had to do literally nothing but just defend and wait until Quinn knocked himself out. So as far as I'm concerned, the purity of this challenge is still intact. Way to go, Amsa. You got past the real bottleneck of this series. I'm proud of you. As a reward, let's cross coast to Keelhaul Key. Though before I knew it, this is where things started to really heat up. If you don't already know, embers are enemies that are actively dangerous to touch. Unless you're Amsa. Now as far as Amsa's concerned, he can pop one of these embers in his mouth and feel absolutely nothing. I wish I could show Amsa actually doing it, but I have to use old footage of Uwu doing it instead. The previous Yoshi I did this challenge with, because apparently I forgot to click record when I did this the first time. And yes, his name was actually Uwu. Why was he named that? When you're a really small channel and you want to appeal to your audience, it gives individual viewers a lot of power. Beyond that little spark though, the rest of Chapter 5 saw us cruise in control. Neither of the two bosses were really that noteworthy. Literally the only thing I did for either of the two was just ground pound. Thanks to my defenses and Amsa's massive HP stat, we were not in any real danger of getting knocked out at all. No peril required either. Though sadly, after Cortez, we reached level 10, which means that we're on a B-list star stage from now on, which can only mean one thing, which will very often not be good. Well, we'll show them what you got, Amsa. We'll show them what you got. On a semi-unrelated note, if Lavia were to ask you to get him some island fare food, what do you think would happen if we gave him a kill mango? I mean, if he thinks coconuts are just cliched, then no doubt he'd appreciate something a little more original. Let me know what you think in the comments. With Bobbery now by our side, we can get the up arrow and rank up our partners to Ultra rank. meaning it's time for Amsa to say hello to having 30 max HP, an extra hit for Mini Egg and Ground Pound, and a new move in Stampede. Think of it like a screen-wide 6-hit power bounce. And we're gonna have fun tearing through bosses with it as well. I make sure to also pack heavy on the badges, because for the Chapter 6 boss, I like having Mario with at least 5 defense. It makes a lot of sense for some more, considering that the Miasmas themselves have exactly 5 attack power. And so if they do attack Mario, you want to be prepared. Meanwhile, Amsa has attack power to spare to wipe out the Miasmas one by one, which is really handy when you want to focus on only one attacking at a time if you wanted to use them to reach 1 HP. Though for my first attempt, I got to the phase where the claw would come out when my HP was at 11. And since I know it's going to hit both Amsa and Mario, I likewise know that after this attack, I'm falling to 1 HP. Which means just one more Stampede and they are out of here.
Disgusting black creatures. Get out of my sight.
What? They said it inside of the hedgehog, can't I say it too? Let's take it from the top. Besides, I forgot Peekaboo anyway. So wipe out the Miasmas, do a little chip damage to Smorg himself, let your HP fall to 1, and then let her rip. Welcome back, L Emblem. I missed you. Though since this is the last part or only video I'm making in sequence, let's wire it up. Not much standing between us and getting to the moon, just this wild goose chase for General White, which is, well, very annoying. Though apparently I really love it because I got to Chapter 3's Glitzville, then I left without actually talking to the bartender, which triggers the Great Shri cutscene. I was just that focused on the hot sauce. Like I always say, I have a single track mind. Regardless, I do eventually make it to the moon, and while here, I get some items I know for a fact that I want for later. Stopwatch, Volt Shroom, Power Punch, HP Drain. I'd show all the items, but my capture card was giving me issues, so yeah. The Elite Exos were not much of a bother either, though I am left wondering if Yoshi's already managed to colonize the moon if Amsa's able to summon a whole horde of them out of nowhere. Really makes you think. At the end of the Exnut Fortress though, we didn't have to fight Magnus Grapple 2.0. And he's about as sad as I remembered him being. Just use Ground Pound, keep Mario alive using items, and then once your HP falls to 1, use 2 Ground Pounds and you win. I did have it happen where after the first Ground Pound I saw Fog appear, but the next attack did not see me miss, which I'm glad to see. With that, we see Lord Crumb blasting off again, as well as Amsa obtaining the 7th and last Crystal Star. We've now officially reached the home stretch, and even though it's Yoshi, I'll have you note that the Palace of Shadow can get pretty gnarly out there, but it does no one any good to speculate, so let's go and make them know your name. Off the bat, the first fight we have here is Dark Bones. This is a frustrating one. Without the 2 Power Plus Ps, Amsa can't do any damage outside of using Gulp, and more often than not, these Dry Bones are holding items. That all being said, I would have won my first attempt, which also saw none of the Dry Bones holding any items at all, if not for the fact that I sadly have a tendency to miss guards, with it's ambiguous who's actually getting targeted. It's also here I learned that if multiple Dry Bones fall at once, they don't all get back up at the same time. Nonetheless, winning this fight is doable, but you have to be consistent. After 2 losses, we do come out on top. Though I do have to wonder how much of that was also just due to the fact that I used a stopwatch and literally all 5 of the enemies got stopped at once. Apparently that's a 75% chance per Dry Bones and 65% chance for Dark Bones, but I don't really know how lucky that actually is. Next up is Gloomtail, in an iconic clash of Draco vs Dino. Not particularly hard, Amsa's fairly gifted here, being able to swipe multiple times in a single attack. Though my first attempt was a bit of an oopsie daisy because I brought too little FP going into this fight first time. So I exchanged 5 HP for Mario for 5 FP for Yoshi to use. Though this also means needing a more potent healing item, so it's a good thing that Ultra Shrooms exist in the Palace of Shadow. Though it does make me wonder what was the point of getting the medium reel in the first place. Either way, since Amsa's HP is 30 max, I'm able to consistently force Gloomtail's damage to be 8 throughout the entire fight by equipping Defend plus P and P if they down P. With these badges, the only attack that Amsa has to guard will be the Poisonous Breath, which is good for 2 reasons. One, the attack pierces, so unlike the Bite and the Stomp, it would ignore my defense anyway. And 2, not guarding the Poisonous Breath, as the attack would imply, would mean that there's a chance of me getting poisoned. In addition to this, I had Amsa eat a Horsetail, which allowed him to reach exactly 1 HP after 4 attacks. And from there, a Ground Pound took Gloomtail down. A word to the wise, by the way, after beating Gloomtail, there's a crack in the wall you can bomb, and in there, there's an Ultra Shroom and Gem and Jelly. Believe it or not, both of these 2 items would end up being very important soon after, whether or not I actually knew it. The Nufferriddle Tower, I ended a fight with Gloomtail in peril, and this isn't really a boss fight. Plus, I didn't really have the coins to use a heart block, so yeah, bye-bye to these things. After the riddles are solved, however, this leads to one last fight with the Shadow Sirens. I didn't really have a plan for this, I just knew that I was not going to start this fight with only 1 HP. As a matter of fact, I don't bother with Mega Rush P here. It's just too unreliable. So all I really did here was just use Charge twice. Of course, I didn't know what my HP would be by the end of turn 2, but I figured I had 2 Power Plus Ps and P at the down P. Use Charge twice, then use Stampede and Beldum's trying to get knocked out. But with the damage I ended up taking, I was at like 4 HP at the end of turn 2, which means that Power Rush is actually active now. And combined with my other attack up badges, I only need 1 Stampede to knock everyone out. So yeah, that happened. Amsa, I could not say it better myself. So far, Chapter 8 just has not been that tough for him. Some fights were a little obnoxious, but still nothing that Amsa couldn't really handle. And then there's Grotus. Yeah, this fight was actually really bad. The way Grotus is designed, it forces pretty much every partner to use items to at least some extent to get anywhere. And Amsa here is no exception, especially since his multi-hitting attack has a low base power to start. Combine that with the fact that it's also checking for defense that Grotus has, and it quickly shows itself being super ineffective. Let's not forget, by the way, that Grotus is attacking you the entire time this fight goes on. And we really only have so many Ultra Shrooms and Gem and Jellies to pull from. So winning this fight comes down to having the right mix of attack items and healing items, alongside a Sleepy Sheep and any utility items I want for Bowser and Kamikoopa. Which for those two, Bowser specifically, I brought 2 Volt Shrooms. You'll see why soon enough. For Grotus though, I put my eggs into knock out the Grotus X's and then put Grotus to Sleep Basket. Basically using a tech item, in my case an Ice Storm, formerly a Fire Flower, which also just makes me realize how little the Ice Storm really matters in this challenge. Kinda sad really. Regardless, when the Grotus X's are actually down, I use the Sleepy Sheep and bank on it actually putting Grotus to sleep. If it doesn't, I just lose, so ideally it actually works out here. I should also mention that once again I'm using Charge P. This took a lot of trial and error, but what I ended up settling on was using my first turn to use Charge. If my HP is still high after the first turn, I use Charge again. If I get knocked out, it's honestly no big deal. After all, Grotus is the first of 2 fights. If there is any time I'm going to be testing RNG, it'll be here and now. Regardless, I then go to use my Fire Flower, and if the Sleepy Sheep works, I use Charge 3 more times, and have Amsa use Ground Pound to knock Grotus off from max HP. Alternatively, if it takes 2 turns to get Amsa's HP too low, I just use Charge twice in a row then. In later attempts against Grotus, I also reasoned to get some extra Ultra Shrooms and Gem and Jellies, so that I would double dip 1 of each here at the very end of the fight to then knock out Grotus, so I could start Bowser and Kamikoopa with max HP and FP. Speaking of those two, the fight is definitely more manageable, but it's still an uphill battle from here. Earlier attempts saw me try to fight Bowser and Kami head on. I still have my trusty Volt Shrooms to keep Bowser from being able to attack Mario, which is nice because it meant having to only focus on keeping Amsa healthy, but sadly, Amsa just does not have the firepower to win this fight as is. With so little FP after Grotus, we can't build enough power to beat Bowser and Kamikoopa in an efficient manner. Often what happens is that I'm able to beat Kamikoopa, but I have almost no FP left and almost no healing items left either, while Bowser still has a lot of HP to go through. And with both Amsa and Mario weakened, it doesn't take much to finish them off. It's worth mentioning that I had both a Shooting Star and a Power Punch, but that was actually a mistake. I actually want to save the Power Punch for the Shadow Queen. At the same time though, if I didn't bring this, I would have brought something else I would have thought I would not really need. And all the same, I'd have to get rid of it when going back to Rogueport to get some other items to try using here. On the bright side, after losing a few times, I have a better idea of what I want to actually bring here. So I ended up dropping my Power Punch and Shooting Star in favor of the extra Ultra Shroom and Gem and Jelly I mentioned earlier. Might I also say, it's a really good thing that this game gives you so many Ultra Shrooms for Chapter 8. Otherwise, I probably would have royally screwed myself over for this fight after using an Ultra Shroom for Gloomtail. But the real kicker is yet to come. The Gem and Jelly definitely helped being able to start this fight with max FP, but when fighting Bowser and Kami, I actually miscalculated how many times I had to charge, and so Kami had like 5 HP left, but she did not heal herself. Though making herself huge wasn't necessarily preferable either. Either way, I had to make a choice. Continued using Volt Shrooms on myself so that Bowser can't attack Mario, and then have to anticipate whatever Kami does with her magic next, or just go immediately for the KO on Kammy Koopa and try to tough Bowser out with 2 Ultra Shrooms left. It was a scary choice, but thanks to retrospect, it became a lot more clear what I should have actually done, considering a previous attempt saw Kammy make Bowser electrified, which is certainly one way to break out of the loop. So I finished Kammy off, but as a result, Bowser is no longer locked into only using 1 attack. But hey, 2 Ultra Shrooms, I can still work with this, especially when I have some FP left still. And on the following turn, I used Mini Egg. Much like with the Shadow Sirens, I gave up on using Mega Rush P here, and in its place, I equipped Last Stand P, which I think was actually a fairly good decision. After all, if my HP is low, I don't have any life shrooms, I'm going to want to heal myself. Though funnily enough, while trying to match the bingo slots, I got a follower point bingo. But my FP was at 0, so I tried to ignore the FP I had now. So I'm just attacking, and attacking, and attacking, and that's a mushroom bingo. What you say? And just like that, my HP is now maxed out. Okay, game, I get it. Fine, I win. Still have a whole Ultra Shroom left over, though. But the worst part is that after that fight, I level up, and now I'm level 14. Ladies, gentlemen, and others, if I had known I'd have been level 14 after that fight, I would have just grinded the level up after Grotus. Well, that's past me's problem now. But you wanna know what's really funny? I don't end up actually using the extra BP from leveling up. I went back to Rogueport, withdrew some items for the final battle, and going into the final battle, I had all of my items already assembled, with 3-side BP just sitting there doing absolutely nothing. And the actual fight with the Shadow Queen was honestly a complete pushover. Sadly, I had some issues actually recording the final battle because my capture card was just being really finicky on me, so I ended up losing the first half of the fight where I was fighting the Invincible phase as well as when she was just Shadow Peach. And that really sucked because I actually had it happen where she attacked Yoshi the first 3 turns. And because I actively anticipated it, since I've done Goombella's challenge recently before this, and that let me figure out that there's actually a way to get into Peril very easily here, since at Ultra Rank, both Yoshi and Goombella have 30 max HP, and by turn 4, the Shadow Queen had only 87 HP left. But because the video was unusable, I had to re-record this, and Mario got attacked turn 1. As a result of this, I had to rely on my gradual syrup giving me more FP to keep using Mini Egg to suppress her damage. And it honestly works very well here. Before too long we see the Invincible phase activate, and since Amsa's HP is a little low, I double dip a Thunder Rage on the Shadow Queen and then Ultra Shroom on himself. Which, when you consider the fact that the Shadow Queen will be dividing her attacks between both Amsa and Mario, there's a pretty good chance we'll not have any life streams be lost here. Though that chance does go down quite a bit when I let myself get confused by Dangerous Breath, but thankfully, both times I did this fight, I never had Amsa not attack. Though funnily enough, Mario did attack Amsa both times when he was confused. But with that, the final fight can finally begin. And would you look at that, in the cutscene with all of the voices now cheering us on, it makes perfect sense to see Chapter 3 be featured here because we actually completed the entire chapter in this challenge. Though it is kind of funny to see KP Pete instead being a shady Koopa and not a KP Koopa. Actually, because the sky is dark, let's say this isn't an animation error, and instead, let's just say this happens to Koopa Troopas when it gets dark. Yeah, perfect sense. So anyway, I was able to preserve the original final fight footage because, well, I saw my blue screen of death on my laptop and had to cut the footage obviously there. As a result, I end this fight with an additional gradual syrup in my bag. What I did turn 1 was use a shooting star. This is so that if the Shadow Queen doesn't switch to her dead hands in the first turn, she can't heal off of us. From there, I'm just using ground pound until the Shining Sprite bingo activates. Since this is guaranteed to be queued up, we can force the Shadow Queen to wish her Dark Pulse on us, and as a result, just go into the fight with max HP and FP after it. Finally, because my FP is only 5 at max, I'm able to point swap and boost you with Double Dip P, immediately reaching Peril, and I'm just able to bully the Shadow Queen now by just using ground pound on her main body. It doesn't really matter what she tries to do at this point. The only way she could really save herself is by boosting her attack and defense, while at the same time trying to heal off of us. But she never does the latter, and as a result, we're just able to throttle her HP until it quickly falls to 0, giving us way to witness the rise of a new champion, Amsa, the Red Yoshi. The challenge starts proper after our first encounter with Lord Crump. Since Vivian's a partner that starts out being balanced around Chapter 4, it stands to reason that she has an above average attack power for this point in the game that doesn't even need to land the Edge command on Shade Fist to one-shot Goombas. And since she can target enemies no matter where they are, there's not much difficulty to be had early in the game. She can even handily defeat Gus before we even meet Professor Frankly for the first time, as Shade Fist isn't affected by top spiky traits like his spear. And her Shade Fist isn't only good at hitting around spiky traits, but also enemies positioned in difficult to reach places. Looking at Blooper for example, she can immediately target him if you want her to. Even if you couldn't, she can take the tentacles out immediately in a single turn. You might be wondering though, why do you want to actually bother doing that? Well, it's rather simple. For some indiscernible reason, Blooper has 2 defense while on the ceiling. You're actually losing out on damage by attacking directly first, especially when the tentacles have only 3 HP as opposed to Blooper's 12. The main body can't even be burned while on the ceiling unless he was burned while on the ground first, so targeting the tentacles first is ideal. You can win this fight in as few as 5 turns without items. If you wanted to use a Fire Flower here, it could be over sooner, but I'd advise against that as I make it a rule to not spend my coins on items in my partner-only challenges. This is because, as demonstrated in my previous video, items can be extremely strong, especially when unrestricted, and I don't want this video to just be Vivian using the most powerful items possible with zero need to play around any of her weaknesses in the game. This rule is mainly here to force me to think strategically. Of course, if ever I'm required to buy items, that's different, but I'm not required to do so here. On an unrelated note, I'll try and mention fun facts on the side surrounding what I experienced in this challenge, or things I may have forgotten to mention. Also, if you're curious about my picks and reviews throughout the video, you can check the description down below. Now let's see our adventure properly begin. Chapter 1 is now upon us, and it's sure we have more rules to discuss. To keep with the theme of only using Vivian in battle, all other partners have their HP set to 0 so they can't be switched in, though my other partners often seem to have an issue staying put. And I'm just allowing Vivian to be switched behind Mario since he can't help out in battle. Vivian's a big girl, she's gotta fend for herself. Though leading up to Hooktail, this game feels like it's on autopilot. Shade Fist can't burn Bald Clefs, but enough damage passes through Vivian's punch to hurt them, so we're allowed to save a Power Block in Strong Fortress. The Bristles, however, do demand a Power Block on account of their spikes, defense, and immunity to fire, so we simply have no choice but to here. Before too long, we arrive in Strong Fortress, where we're able to wrestle both the Sun and Moon Stones away from the Fuzzies. Having only 3 HP, the action command for Shade Fist means nothing more than speeding up the animation. These Fuzzies just end up feeling more like a bunch of tedious battles over anything actually significant, especially when basic guards block any incoming damage. Gold Fuzzy isn't too threatening either, as its low HP means we 3-hit KO with Shade Fist, making this rather easy to do. It helps as well that the Fuzzy Horde doesn't interfere with Vivian's targeting. Red Bones, however, is a bit more complicated. Vivian doesn't exactly need items here, but you don't want to fight without at least a Fire Flower being used. Fighting without one, Vivian's max HP being only 15 will quickly show itself to be too little for now, since guarding is not enough to know the damage she's taking unless you're both accurate with your guards and lucky with Mario being targeted. It does not help either that Shade Fist isn't even guaranteed to burn Red Bones upon a successful Agile command, which is a shame because it means if you're unlucky, Red Bones won't burn to death and disappear and can in fact reanimate to continue its assault. However, there is value to be found in fighting without items, as the possibility of reinforcements means more start points and more level ups. I do want to try and beat this game at the lowest level possible for Vivian, but I'm not going to stress over it here, because Vivian isn't strong enough to fight only the minimum battles anyway. She will need to grind later on in the game. And in case you're wondering, this is why I'm not going to be talking about the various enemies we'll see in the overworld that aren't required. With this obstacle out of the way, let's have some fun. We finally can access the 3 shiny sprites within Hooktail Castle and rank Vivian up to Super Rank, which at this point in the game is actually pretty busted. The 20 HP is par for the course, that's as much as Goombella, but, well, allow me to show you how much our new move Fiery Jinx breaks the fight with Hooktail. And we'll even get help from the most underrated badge in the game, Mega Rush P, to do it. See, Vivian's attack stat goes up by 1 for her Shade Fist, which means she does 3 damage per hit to Hooktail, giving her 1 defense. Which on its own isn't exactly game breaking, but it's still good for damage. But she also learns a new skill, Fiery Jinx. With this, she now has a 5 base power screen-wide piercing attack that also burns. Piercing moves are called that because when damage is being calculated, the enemy defense is ignored, which for this early in the game is absolutely obscene. Thanks to having Mega Rush P in Mario's copy of Last Stand, we are able to burn Hooktail alive. She tries to do as much to us as well with her Fiery Breath, an attack that does 4 damage to both Mario and Vivian, as well as crush us with her Stomp, which does 5 damage. But it's ultimately futile. We will want to guard the first 2 attacks, as there will always be Fire Breath and the Stomp both in that order. Afterwards, however, we'll want to always guard the Stomp and never guard the Fire to guarantee Vivian always takes 4 damage. If ever Mario ends a turn with less than 3 HP, just feed him a Horsetail, which we can find in Petal Meadows. Though I can't buy items like Horsetails can be acquired infinitely and for free. But since they restore only about 3 HP, they're not really renowned for their potency. Otherwise, keep using Shade Fist. Eventually, Vivian's HP will reach 1, Mega Rush P will activate, and your Shade Fist will start doing 8 damage. As long as you were able to hit Hooktail 3 times before reaching 1 HP, this fight is basically over. She'll eat the audience and try to heal outside of a fatal HP value, but... Fiery Jinx hits for 10 damage exactly. This is the power of Mega Rush. When your HP is at only 1, your attack is boosted by 5, which is a vital amount of extra power, giving Vivian access to KOs she otherwise wouldn't have. The only drawback is Vivian needs to be near death to take advantage of this badge, and since she's our only fighter and I'm not allowing myself to buy items like life streams are finite, meaning we simply cannot be reckless with this badge at all. Nonetheless, I think you can see where I was going with this. Even without relying on Mega Rush P, with an attack as strong as Fiery Jinx this early in the game, Vivian's power is going to prove to be pretty strong until the game catches up with her in Chapter 5. But before then, well, let's enjoy the ride while we can. Meanwhile, with Grotus and the X-Knots, we see that Vivian has in fact been helping Beldam at the same time. I guess she slipped away while Mario was distracted by Koops' dad? I don't know. But as long as she's helping me, I really don't care. Maybe she's just been hiding in my shadow the whole time when she got back. Since we have easier access to the Bianta Parlor now, it feels like a good time to explain how I use it in the video. Because only Vivian can act in battle, most badges here are of no use. An obvious and glaring exception though comes from the Power Rush P badges, which are only available in access after Chapter 6. I personally don't have a problem with the limited rush badges you see in the overworld, but I don't feel comfortable buying any of these from here, as they essentially nullify any need for strategy beyond starting fights at low HP, and just laying waste to everything in your path. 5 HP to have +2 may not sound like a lot, but the numbers add up extremely quickly when you have more than one available to you. And it's just more fun in my opinion to find creative ways to activate the badges instead. Moving on, Chapter 2 is an otherwise mostly forgettable chapter in this journey. However, we do encounter the Shadow Sirens, and Vivian sees a timid girl who would subvert the hands of her bully older sister. Unbeknownst to Vivian, this is actually a canon event, though it seems like perhaps there really are just 2 Vivians after all. I mean, we saw her with the Shadow Sirens earlier. Well, regardless, this is sure to be a fun conversation to be had with Beldam later. I can easily win this fight using Fiery Jinx twice, seeing how the Siren with the most HP, Marilyn, has only 12. A real blowout if you ask me. Past that, we have more fights in the Great Tree, which are all small potatoes. There is also a Thunder Rage, which I'm picking up here alongside a variety of other items which will no doubt be of invaluable use later in the game, since Vivian's options without items leave her helpless against specific types of enemies. For now, just hold on to these until later. Now to fight Magnus von Grapple. 30 HP, a Stomp that does 2 damage unguarded, deployed X-Fists that do 4 damage per turn but have only 2 HP max, and the Tremor that does absolutely goddamn nothing to Vivian. Yeah, she hovers above the ground so she's not hurt by quick attacks. After 3 Shade Fists, see the X-Fist come out and then launch a Fiery Jinx to incinerate them. We can just repeat this process and finish Chapter 2 with nary a worry. But then Chapter 3 happens and... oh boy, here we go. The Glitz Pit is all about fighting, and here's where minimum battles will become a little less cruel to us as we must battle our way to the top. Most fights here can easily be one-rounded with fiery jinx. Leading up to the iron clefs, the only real exceptions are the handed-overs, who are 4 bandits, 2 of them being big and capable of sealing atoms to failed guards, and the punk rocks, 3 hyperballed clefs that are immune to fire entirely. Because the handed-overs aren't immune to fiery jinx though, the normal bandits are both one-shot by the move. The big bandits after that aren't a big deal. You can easily beat them with Shade Fist, with Vivian being nowhere near danger of fainting. The punk rocks meanwhile are more problematic, as Vivian can't hurt them with fire, but her Shade Fist can KO them all one at a time with Power Plus P equipped, which fortunately is gotten for free in this chapter. So far, nothing has actually become an issue for us. However, if you're familiar with this game, you no doubt know what's lurking up ahead. Let's not waste any more time. The Armored Harriers are here, and are ready to cause us some serious heartache. These enemies are, as Goombella would put it, invulnerable to anything we can throw at them. You're intended to only be able to win this fight with Yoshi's help, as his gulp is the only weakness the Iron Clefs have. As a direct result of this, Mario and every partner normally available before Chapter 3 are bottlenecked into needing Yoshi's help to beat the game. So it's unfortunate, but regarding the question of whether you can beat Paper Mario with the Thousand Year Door of only Vivian, the answer is no, you can't.
Objection!
Pay attention, boys, girls, and all others. It's here we need to talk about some techniques. Class is in session. It stands to reason that Vivian can't beat Chapter 3 traditionally, as she must beat the Iron Clefs to reach the end. But what if we could ignore the Iron Clefs entirely? Sounds like a fool's dream, but the reality is, it's up to you to make your dreams happen. Before Chapter 3, there's something important we need to take care of. There's a glitch I want to perform with Koops in the overworld that allows us to grab the Ultra Hammer early. There are several ways to set this up, but the most popular method is using Koops' Shell Toss before making contact with a cutscene trigger in Flurrie's house. What I use, however, involves ST and can be done as early as Chapter 1. I don't know the specifics, but the tutorial I saw needs for Koops to be first deployed on the right side of Zest's kitchen, while you move parallel to the cutscene trigger where Mario steps under contact lenses. Then, after letting Koops go, you need to fire a second shell toss, but before he can actually be fired in front of Mario, move downwards to activate the cutscene. What you'll see then is that shell toss isn't used, but a jump in fact is executed. What has happened here is that the jump we attempted is stored, allowing us to jump off the stair of Zest's kitchen and, get this, fly into the air, being able to reach the Ultra Hammer way before we actually need to get it. And here's the thing, since Mario isn't doing any fighting in this challenge, I don't imagine anyone should have a problem with this, seeing that I don't benefit from the added power of this hammer now. I had another idea originally involving trying this glitch with receiving an email which can be made available after getting the blimp ticket from Don Pianta, but it turns out it may not even be possible to do with Koops, as it's only been documented as possible with Yoshi, who we can't get. Fortunately, all I had to do was play out a new save file up to Chapter 1 where Koops is recruited, set the glitch up, and die from jumping in the water, as the game maintains the storage between save files, as long as Mario doesn't jump at all in between that time. This is the reason it's possible to attempt and even beat the Pit of Unended Trials as early as in the prologue without using any cheats. With the Ultra Hammer available, the Super Hammer you're supposed to collect partway through the Major League is no longer needed. But what realistically would the Ultra Hammer really do right now beyond allowing us to reach the dubious paper in the minor league locker room early? That surely can't do us any good. Well, that's just it. It doesn't. Collecting the note doesn't magically put us in the Major League, and we can't even reach it without Yoshi anyways, so clearly battling our way to the top isn't going to work. This leaves us with only one option. Yeah, we're gonna Billy Mitchell this chapter. We're not actually going to do any fighting in the Glitz Pit, and so we never enter the minor league locker room. We're actually instead just going to steal the Crystal Star because fighting is overrated. So what we're instead doing is meeting with Grubba about becoming fighters, denying signing the contract, and instead spin jumping onto his cupboard, leaving through the vents, and then walking right back in the room. What's interesting is that even though we can walk right through the vent outside of Grubba's room since it lacks any collision, we can't just walk through, as you're intended to use your Super Hammer to break the otherwise intact grate. This is why we needed the Ultra Hammer earlier, as we can't access the Super Hammer since the Armored Harriers cannot be beaten. We can now force our way forward and confront Grubba after recovering his Crystal Star schematics. To my knowledge, this is the only way Vivian can continue this challenge without any interference from other partners. At least, in regards to mandatory fights as far as I'm really aware. Is it against the spirit of the challenge by skipping required fights entirely? I mean, I guess. But the alternative is accepting that Vivian can't do it all by herself. And I think Yoshi is a big enough ego as is. We gotta accommodate the other partners sometimes. The bad news, however, is you're forced to not only skip most of Chapter 3, which also means giving up an Ice Storm and a lot of star points that would otherwise just have to be in the way, but you're also forced to skip Yoshi as a partner, which means reaching Chapter 4 will be problematic with no easy way to make the jump over to Twilight Town's pipe. It is possible, but that's something we'll have to talk about later. For now, we at least are able to continue without Vivian being unable to win a fight yet. It's worth noting as well that the Charged P badge is available as the storm is unlocked, since the game assumes you've opened it as is required to even get this far. By the way, Vivian can beat everything in the Major League except for the Bristles. Doesn't matter though, we have a second power block anyway, and even if not, there will be a free Ice Storm up for grabs. There is also just no given chance for Grubba to drain King K or Bandy Andy since we don't progress through the story in Chapter 3. But sure enough, the message has gotten across that we are the favorites to win. I find it weird, by the way, that Vivian lacks dialogue for starting and winning fights here, even though she has dialogue in the comeback run. As for the Macho Grubba fight, it's worth noting that the lack of fighting any enemies throughout the Glitz Pit means Vivian's rather underleveled. Macho Grubba's variety of status buffs ranging from boosting his attack to granting himself evasion while he's fast also lead to a lot of variance throughout the fight. Having access to damage dodge, mushrooms, and less stand badges will carry us far, but it's a far cry from Flurrie or Koops' survivability, or Goombella and Yoshi's raw power. So it stands to reason we need some luck to come out of this fight alive. Sure enough, I was able to get a mushroom bingo activated which healed Vivian. And I'm convinced she would have fallen had we not gotten it. We really did get lucky. Once we do finish Chapter 3, we see Vivian once again with her sisters as they plot to eliminate us for good. Also, Bowser talks about us cheating. Well, I guess he's technically correct, but he never saw me in Glitzville, so this is some odd dialogue. Anyways, we're back and have now reached the next roadblock in this challenge. How are we to access Twilight Town if we can't use Yoshi to flutter jump where the pipe is? Well, let me show you. This is called a double jump. For this to work, Mario must jump at the highest elevation possible just before the pipes leading to chapters 4 and 7 with Koops smacking a Spania lingering nearby, to then run away and jump a second time at the apex of the first jump to just narrowly reach the ledge, allowing you to continue the game. So basically we're playing Celeste. This trick may look simple, but it's actually extremely precise. Both jumps you must do require frame-perfect timing, where Mario is again at the highest point possible. And being frame-perfect isn't even the end of the issues to be had here. It's difficult to even tell when Koops makes contact with the Spania, for instance, if how you set up the glitch leaves the Spania off-screen. And that would mean you're making a blind guess on when to actually jump. The second jump needed to be perfect as well, and needing to know when you regain control of Mario while the screen is still black makes this even more of a nightmare to time. You also need to hold the control stick in a precise direction during the second jump so that you can clip onto the ground. It's somewhere between the top left and just holding straight up on the control stick. I struggle to adequately explain, but another YouTuber by the name of ZanSave made a tutorial on how to pull it off. And I'll share his video in the description down below so you can see all that has to go into making this possible. It's times like this I wish I lacked integrity enough to try and cheat, but I've seen what happens when you try to be deceitful.
I like that jump!
No thank you. So now we can go to start Chapter 4. As far as how we'll handle the rest of the game without Yoshi, well, that's the bridge we'll cross when we get there.
A pocket controller, dog! A pocket controller!
This game has just dug its own grave. I will make it sorry. After collecting our free shooting star from Eve, an item that does a whole 6 damage to all enemies, we rush the creepy steeple, which thankfully does not need Yoshi at all to do. Koops is needed to access the keys to the shop's storage room and the boss lair, while Flurrie is needed to blow past the roadblocks on the Twilight Trail. But Yoshi isn't needed for the overworld at all, so skipping him beyond reaching Twilight Town changes absolutely nothing. Before fighting Dupless, I wanted to give Atomic Boo a crack first. So long as you keep a close eye on Mario's HP and you do a good job with guards, you're going to be hard pressed to find yourself in any real danger. There are some dangerous attacks like when a bunch of Boos try and scare you into stopping, but again, guards and even some mild healing from mushrooms tend to do the trick. And since Vivian is super rank, you can expect this fight to not take a long time either. Especially when Atomic Boo barely chooses to cover his face, and when it does, we're so close to actually ending the fight, we have no reason to use Veil over just finishing him off. Meanwhile, Dupless is simply not a threat. You can effortlessly beat him with just your basic attack the first go round. Vivian dips temporarily, but I guess she figured her sister sucked. Something tells me Vivian would really love Twitter. Originally, I wanted to just get the letter P so I could tell the Dupless on the return trip, but it turns out the game assumes you've beaten Dupless the first time already if you did do that. Good thing I didn't trust that save block, though it was fun to mess around with Goombella's Tattle since you usually don't have her after Dupless dupes you. Actually, something I forgot to mention is because we have the Ultra Hammer, there's a badge I want to... By the way, yeah, there's another game crash here if you encounter Dupless and your partners when Vivian isn't out. The one time a crash happens when it's not specifically her. How ironic. The rematch with Dupless and our partners is also fairly straightforward. And you may have also noticed that he has a Yoshi, who is a partner we've never met in this playthrough. Keep that in mind for later. Because partner badges have no effect here, we can just slap some defensive badges on Mario and continue on with impunity once Vivian returns. The additional HP and attack from being super rank isn't enough to guarantee being able to win this fight itemless, as Dupless's hammer is actually fairly strong, doing 3 damage after a guard. All you really need though is a single mushroom to guarantee a win. Regardless, RNG favors you, so you really shouldn't be too worried, especially where Dupless is concerned. I actually got to a point where I had only 1 HP left while Dupless had 5 after a burn. I guess as a rule to state, if Vivian does fall in battle but the boss later dies to a status like burn, I do consider it a loss on my part, even though Mario's survival is generally the win condition anyway. But here, I care so little about that clause, I just superguard it since it isn't really like Dupless is this towering beacon of terror. After all, look at my old partners. They have a max HP that's so low, Shedinja looks at it and thinks, wow, you're really freaking hollow. So I rematched him and got a mushroom bingo along the way. And that, my friends, should take all the wind out of your sails. Getting your partners back, you'll no doubt notice that Yoshi is among them, even though you never met him in Chapter 3. This is how we get around skipping Yoshi earlier. Because the game expects you to have Yoshi to reach Chapter 4, Dupless is assumed to take him under his control when he steals Goombella, Koops, and Flurrie from you. He is thus unlocked as a partner, as the game gives you your old partners back, meaning we essentially stole Dupless Yoshi from him. Funny how that works. Maybe Dupless's real name actually was Gonzalez, but I never tested it. With the techniques you've seen thus far, you can literally imagine that other challenges may be possible, like say, you wanted to play with only Mario, action commands are off limits, or any other challenges that will remove Yoshi's Globe as an option. This, however, marks where the game is no longer behind Vivian's power curve. And seeing how we're a tad underleveled, this is actually going to signal a point where the game gets to be a little too much for Vivian to handle herself. Yeah, right. Beginning Chapter 5, we're once again entering the realm of required regular enemies with Ember stepping up to us. Of the 7 partners you have, 4 of them can take out fire enemies no problem without the need for items. Vivian is not one of those partners. As a matter of fact, her Fiery Jinx actually makes Ember stronger by healing them and increasing the number of enemies we have to take out. So we're forced to rely on our item reserves here. We still have some resources, as with 1 Power Block, 2 Shooting Stars, with 1 coming from a Mystery, and a couple of Thunder Rages, one of them being found on Keel Hall Key. Most loadouts can be beaten. Unfortunately, being down the ice storm we normally get out of Glitzville makes one wave pretty obnoxious. Not helped by how the time between each attempt can be pretty long, given the locations of both the save blocks and the cutscene in between. It's doable because we still have one shooting star, but we also need luck with one of our Volt Shrooms. This item grants us electrified status, making enemies who directly attack us take recoil damage. For the 5 turns it's active, we need to be attacked at least twice per enemy. If luck favors us, we're good to continue and can proceed to challenge Cortez, a boss who is actually pretty easy to check. His unimpressive attack power and low HP per phase makes him rather vulnerable to Vivian's Shade Fist when backed by Power Plus. And if need be, Veil can drag Mario out of sight during Phase 2 so the Bone Rush doesn't harm him. Once Phase 3 rolls around is where Fiery Jinx once again steals the show by Thanos snapping the weapons out of the picture, allowing for a completely dominant showing from the youthful Siren of Fire. Lord Crump and his exiled army aren't too difficult either. Once again, Fiery Jinx is just an excellent move when dealing with multiple targets, and reducing the damage you take in either phase is an invaluable skill. It never hurts to be prepared though, and packing at least some defense courtesy of Defend Plus and Damage Dodge should seriously be considered. Otherwise, it's not unrealistic to get overwhelmed. For me, Vivian did so well that I went for a Super Guard on the final turn before Crump was finished off by his burn just for fun. Not resetting here, I was going to win anyway. We are free to start Chapter 6 now, but we don't want to do that quite yet. If you're familiar with this game, you'll know that we can rank up Vivian once more. But we're not doing that yet. Vivian actually sees very little improvement from being ranked up to Ultra, and she's actually going to be more capable just staying at Super until later. Instead, I'd actually suggest leveling up until you reach level 10 at least. Though since I know the added levels will be needed later, I'm actually springing for 14. This is because I'm future-proofing once we're actually on the train leading to Poshley Heights, as we're trapped in Chapter 6 if we can't successfully beat Smorg. A great place to grind actually is the area specific to Chapter 7, where the road to Far Outpost has Frost Piranhas and Ice Buffs that award tons of start points upon death. I'd be a fool to not take advantage of this opportunity, especially since fire is actually strong here. Now that we're better geared for the road ahead, let's talk about Smorg. It's here that the game starts requiring that we actually think. Since Fiery Jinx is so expensive, we don't want to spam it if we can help it. We also lack the tools to properly manipulate our HP without some good luck. Smorg's AI is entirely random, and its miasmas all have an attack power of 5 with a very vague guard timing. Assuming we do get lucky, we want to send Smorg below 25 HP when our HP is either at 10 or 4. With either HP value, our HP will plummet to 1 thanks to our defensive badges, so long as we don't guard the Miasma Claw. And since Smorg itself is vulnerable when the Claw is active, another Fiery Jinx and Shade Fist to follow up will end the fight thanks to the Rush badges doing their thing. This is actually the first boss where we suffer deaths. Even with Mega Rush P, Fiery Jinx won't hurt Smorg at all if the Miasmas are active. And my items are limited to only a few mushrooms for healing, which is adequate, but not going to save us if we can't guard whatever necessary. Actually, originally, my strategy did not account for how much FP I need to survive, and it was too late to go back for more items to that effect as I already saved my game on the XX Express. If not for thinking ahead and scavenging an extra golden leaf from Creepy Steeple, we'd be in real trouble. Arriving in Poshley Heights, yeah, this badge had to come on. Way too fitting not to. I'm sorry, who are you again? Chapter 7 has little to really talk about unless I wanted to rant on the backtracking and safety ID, but I'll save that for a future video. Fortunately, the backtracking gives me an opportunity to scavenge items I want for the final chapter, like the hot sauce from the businessman we beat on Poshley Heights. You'd also be smart to empty your pockets before heading to the moon, as a number of items found here will no doubt be worth considering for later. Once finished, it's high time we send Lord Crump and his Magnus 1 Grapple 2.0 blasting off again. The way to go about him is just the Shade Fist unless the X punches are deployed. When that happens, Fiery Jinx. We're given access to tons of defense boosting badges, and that means we can weather the damage out rather well, even though Magnus 2 has an attack stat of 6 by now. And it's important to wipe the X punches out as soon as possible with Fiery Jinx because they do a whole 9 damage, and that's just lethal. It's a good thing then that the golden leaves and creepy steeple, much like horsetails can be scavenged infinitely, are free and are actually decent healing items in their own right. They make the option of spamming Fiery Jinx as much as needed much more viable. For the record, you can also get stronger healing items for HP from Chapter 2's The Great Tree thanks to Patoonie's Mystic Eggs. So you'll always have the option to gain some renewable items to restore HP or FP. As long as you keep your guard up, you shouldn't be faced with too much trouble. And that's the 7th Crystal Star and entry into Chapter 8. Let's see how this goes. Well, safe to say, Chapter 8's Palace of Shadow is not pleasant. Don't get me wrong, I love this chapter to death, particularly for the number of bosses it offers, and it helps how thematically appropriate it is given it's Vivian that's taking the lead. But it's here the difficulty for this challenge goes way up. We don't see that at first, as Dark Bones are not threatening if you have an attack that strikes multiple enemies at once. Doesn't hurt either that only in this game and in Paper Mario 64 that bones are weak to fire, so Fiery Jinx ends up being an excellent tool to wipe the bones out quickly. But afterwards? Oh boy. Gloomtail, Gloomtail, Gloomtail. Now here's a demon if I ever saw one. He's given me a lot of trouble 2 years ago, but it's high time we show him what for. Gloomtail's stats are intimidating to say the least, seeing a massive 80 HP, 2 defense, and the variety of moves we face severe opposition from a poisonous breath that pierces our defenses, rendering badges like Defend Plus and Damage Dodge useless, and the bite we can't guard at all. He can also charge a Mega Breath that does a whopping 16 damage to both Mario and Vivian, and an Earthquake that hits Mario specifically for 10 damage unguarded. Pretty big numbers in a game that always had pretty small damage values. Nonetheless, I did have a plan, and it's here my decision to not Ultra Rank Vivian finally begins to make sense. For it to work, we need some odds to swing in our favor. 3 items come to mind that make this fight manageable: a bottle of hot sauce, an HP drain, and a stopwatch. The stopwatch is important as it stops Gloomtail from being able to attack for 3 turns. It doesn't always work, but when it does, the fight from here is basically in the bag as long as I guard everything. Scratch that, almost everything. Afterwards, I hit Gloomtail with an HP drain to both damage him and heal Vivian to an HP value, where the next 2 attacks from Gloomtail drop her to peril. This is why my HP is at 20 max and not yet 30. Not only is it much more difficult to fall to 1 naturally when I'd have to take 29 damage total, or in this case 24 thanks to HP drain, since the damage Gloomtail does basically always has to be 8 since I need P at the down P equipped to be able to win. But I also like to start fights fully healed, so I have to actually work to make rush patches do anything. It otherwise just feels kinda cheap to me, you know? I also have Defend Plus P equipped to force Gloomtail's damage towards Vivian to be consistent. Still with me? Good, because now I will let you see the true insanity behind my madness. You see, all of Gloomtail's attacks in the beginning of the fight all have an attack power of 8. But the Poison Breath actually has a chance of poisoning both Mario and Slash or his partner when hit if you don't guard. The solution at first appears to be simple in that you just always guard whenever you can, but then the damage taken from his stomp would be 7, not 8. And Gloomtail can always use the Poison Breath later if he's not forced to use another move due to his HP dropping to a low enough value for the first time. So you'd otherwise have to plan a run whether you take 7 or 8 damage to get the most out of Mega Rush P, which makes things nearly impossible. Also, not all of Gloomtail's attacks can be guarded against. After the first turn, he can also opt to bite you, which if he does, you can't guard against it. And that always does 8 damage unless you opt to equip Defend Plus badges. But if you equip more than 1, then you're not going to be able to keep the damage uniform, as the Poison Breath isn't made less powerful through added defense. Alternatively, you can just choose to not guard either the Bite or Gloomtail Stomp, so the damage will always be 8, while the Piercing Poison Breath's 9 thanks to P of the on P is reduced to 8 because of Vivian taking advantage of the guard action command. With that now said, I proceed to keep attacking Gloomtail up until I do 31 damage total as he's burned. And now we finally get to use the last item for this fight, the Hot Sauce, which boosts my attack stat by 1 for the next attack. an ordinarily insignificant boost unless you use multiple, which I can't because I'm not allowed to buy items, and the businessman in Glitchfield gives you only one for free, but it's actually perfect for this fight. As Gloomtail drops my HP to 1, the burn lowers its HP to 48, and I'm now able to use Fiery Jinx 3 more times, avoiding the Earthquake entirely as Mario tanks it, with the first Fiery Jinx dropping Gloomtail from 48 HP to only 32 before burn damage activates. Next, 16 as now the Hot Sauce is exhausted after an attack, before the burn drops him to 15, and the final Fiery Jinx knocks him out just a turn after he charges his Mega Breath, only barely being enough to lock in a win. Trust me when I say it's probably not as complicated as it sounds. I sometimes just like to hear myself talk, but it's certainly a more decisive win compared to what Vivian's last adventure had done. Every fight after Gloomtail though, yeah, I got nothing. There's no longer any real turn-by-turn strategies I can come up with anymore, and reliance on luck is just going to become all the more important. Case in point, the floor got mopped with me when I tried to fight them with only 20 max HP. Because of this, there's not really a good reason to delay ranking Vivian to Ultra Rank, so say hello to 30 max HP. Looking at the Redux fight with the Shadow Sirens, there's really no reason to not just start going all in with items I won't use later. So I went and started winging it. With Double Dip P allowing me to use 2 items in a single turn, I deployed items that could trigger status summons in hopes of reducing how much abuse Vivian would be taking from his sisters and, I guess, stepbrother. Then I'm just going to start spamming Fiery Jinx and hope for the best. RNG was a real hassle to work around here. Decided if there was any time Mini Mr. Mini would be useful, it'd be here, but it turns out that Marilyn's magic doesn't care if she's tiny, and Beldam's Blizzard isn't affected either. It really is a worthless item. Ignoring that, the statuses on Beldam's side tend to be pretty feral. This 2-timing Tundra Troglodyte has access to both slow and fast statuses that she'll use to either hinder our damage or speed up our downfall. And if Marilyn is made fast, you're in for a truly nightmarish time, as she'll zap you out of existence faster than you can say Zeus. Not only can her charge help her bypass my last stand badges, but the lightning itself can't even be guarded. It's all really just a matter of the AI being unable to attack you while you're able to attack it. Sleepy Sheep seemed like a decent option, but more often than not, the Sirens would awaken after the first Fiery Jinx, rendering my efforts futile as sleep is useless if the enemy wakes up after only one attack. Remember, I don't really have the luxury to set up with all the items I want, and I need to be strategic. Once, I did actually see Beldam be put to sleep, where she stayed asleep for an unnaturally long time, given she was also suffering from a burn, and each time she takes damage is a chance for her to wake up. And though I did end up winning the fight, it was only after Vivian went down, so I wasn't comfortable with this result. It seemed like Lady Luck admired my integrity to stick to my rules though, as the very next attempt saw me give up on both Sleepy Sheep and Mini Mr. Mini entirely, instead of relying on the less reliable Stopwatch. Stopped is a stronger yet shorter lasting status, but it's considerably less likely to work. Despite worse odds though, the Stopwatch managed to time all 3 Sirens out, leaving Vivian to freely bully her own sisters and Gonzalo's with Fiery Jinx, burning the witches like the satanic. Was that too harsh? Grodus, much like the Shadow Sirens rematch, just feels like a lot of luck is involved. And it doesn't help that I'm going to be forced to fight Bowser and Kambi Koopa immediately after. Before going at them, I snagged some shooting stars from further into Palace of Shadow, and headed back out to get the strange sack out of the pit of one of the trials. Most of this area isn't notable, and the shooting stars were just for the 40s due to the presence of lava bubbles. Enemies Vivian can't touch at all. From here on out, we should be good to go for Grodus. Going all in on Power Plus Ps and damage dodges for both Mario and Vivian is once again a good idea. This is also probably the only time in the whole game since Red Bones where Fire Flowers have legitimate utility in being less overkill for Grodus X's so you can save your FP for Fiery Jinx, and keep on the offensive for as long as possible. Beyond that tactic, there is very little within Vivian's control when Grodus can cast all sorts of annoying magic spells, from attacking skills to the mother of all annoyance, Dodgy status. Fortunately, not only did I never see Dodgy be cast, but I also won without any live streams being exhausted, despite missing that my HP must not be high enough to guarantee survival. So that's something. Once he's behind this, hopefully you level up immediately after, because Bowser and Kambi Koopa drop in the rain on your parade. If you have any leftover Volt Shrooms or Spite Pouches, here's a good time to put them to work. Since we never encountered Bowser in Chapter 3, this is actually the first time we've ever met in this game. That's really funny to think about. But his kit involves breathing fire for 7 damage on both Mario and his partner, a bite that also does 7 damage and can poison but only to whoever's in front, and well, he's supposed to ground pound so I can talk about that move, but he actually will never use it if he takes recoil on his first cycle of alternating his 3 attacks. Kammy Koopa meanwhile can either attack for 5 damage regardless of your position, heal for 8 HP, or cast a ton of beneficial status buffs on herself or Bowser. They can be as pointless as boosted defense or as powerful as casting invisibility for a couple of turns. Worst case scenario, Kammy can very well delay the fight indefinitely if she really wanted to, since I'm not willing to equip P on P for this and Grotus. But just because it can happen doesn't mean it will, and sure enough, this fight would end before too long. I did forget to bring some FP restoring items though beyond the gradual syrup, but it's probably the best time to use it here since survivability is definitely higher here than on the final boss. So though both of these fights together were rather taxing on my items, Vivian managed to pull through just fine. With an inventory full of powerful healing items, seriously, this game just vomits Ultra and live streams on you to the end of the game. It's high time we dethrone the Shadow Queen once and for all. This witch is loaded with powerful attacks ranging from bolts of shadowy lightning to a version of Veil that actually does damage. And in Phase 2, she gains even more devastating tools, like the Nuclear Dark Pulse, or various breaths capable of inflicting negative status elements like poison or confusion. And with the ability to attack multiple times in a single turn, it's easy to get overwhelmed. However, there are some big differences between now and then when Vivian first attempted this fight. First of all, we're actually lower level being only level 20 as opposed to 21. But secondly, and most importantly, it's probably the number of items I'm allowed to hold. With a max of 20, it's much less of a challenge having to decide what to bring. If I think I need something, odds are I have it, and I can pretty liberally use it if I feel pressured. For this reason, despite having to use 2 Ultra Shrooms during Phase 1, I don't even blink. After all, that's what they're there for, healing when my HP is low. And it's not like I'll be relying on Mega Rush P here when the Shadow Queen soon becomes invincible and I'd have to heal anyway, or sacrifice boost cheats to minimize livestream usage. This allows my live streams to last as long as they need to, and the final fight after seeing all the people we've apparently met cheer us on. Seriously, who are all these people in Glitzville? I've never met them before. Apparently Rock Hawk thinks he's pretty dang important though, he even called me out in the Chapter 6 intermission. We're helped further by seeing our stats maxed out by Peach. So let's go over the game plan now that the true final battle has begun. Since there's a scripted Shine Sprite bingo at the beginning of the fight, I can maximize my damage outside of peril using a Power Punch and some Fiery Jinxes knowing my stats will be maxed out anyway, and I burn the Shadow Queen's Dark Pulse through this strategy. Now my focus is just to find a way to smash the Shadow Queen with fire, and I'm looking for a way to ease Vivian into peril. But it turns out the Shadow Queen opened the way for me by charging when my HP is 14. It was really a win-win situation here. Hit the guard, Vivian enters peril for free, and I can initiate a big attack. Miss, and both Vivian and Mario share a life shroom, and I just continue with my plan to trigger peril myself since after using enough Fiery Jinxes, my FP will be primed for the point swap to drop me to 1 HP after double dip, and I heal the Din boost cheat and start spamming fire. Because I landed the guard though, Vivian's able to reap about 45 damage in 3 turns before being KO'd and activating another life shroom, with Mario seeing his health restored to max. It no doubt helped a lot that the Shadow Queen focused much more on Vivian even when she's invisible, which also denied the Shadow Queen potential HP from trying to steal. It was here I noticed a Mushroom Mingo lined up. At that moment, I thought I was prepared to cheat death by launching a final devastating strike that would lead to my HP being bungee jumped out of peril. But I missed the bingo, and another one bites the dust. The fight then proceeds as normal with me using Fiery Jinx while also mixing in opportunities to keep Vivian healthy and the Shadow Queen's hands down. It's around here I make an initially goofy bluff using a point swap on Vivian to hit 3 HP, expecting the Shadow Queen to knock her out, but she actually drops my HP into peril a second time, finally healing off me, but ending up falling victim to my less MP badges keeping me afloat. One final Fiery Jinx isn't enough to KO, but her left and right hands were just eliminated, and so she has no chance of healing this turn. She knocks Vivian out once more, but it's no use. Another spare life shroom brings Vivian back into the fight, and she's unable to finish me up for good, falling victim to her burn. And with that, Vivian has beaten Paper Mario with the 1,000-Year Door entirely by herself. There are only 2 words I have left to say.
Sayonara, bitch!
The run starts proper after the initial fight with Lord Crump. Using practice codes for this game made by Zephyrus, I'm able to make Bobbery an available partner from the very beginning, as opposed to being the final partner you recruit in your journey. Oddly, he had only 10 max HP though, but hopefully that'll fix itself later. This opens up a number of options right off the bat, as you can likely imagine. We start the game with a bomb after all. Expect the balance to be downright busted. So the first thing I do is super wrong road port to collect these things called star pieces and then open up the way to Dazzle. A star piece collector who trades you beneficial badges for star pieces you bring to him. Normally he's inaccessible until after you encounter the 1,000-Year Door, but Bobbery's like, I used to be an admiral in the war, you will see me now! And being so assertive, the game has no choice but to relent. So we grab Happy Flower, a badge that restores 1 FP about 33% of the time if memory serves correctly. With 0 viable options for badges for a while, it really would not hurt to pick this up and equip it. Afterwards, we'll want to take Gus out. It's here we get into Bobbery's moves. He starts with Bomb and Bomb Squad. Bomb is a standard attack, doing a whopping 4 damage if the action command is successful. It's actually very strong this early in the game, being equal in power to Mario's Super Hammer, a Chapter 3 upgrade. Bomb Squad, however, is a little more special. For 3 FP, Bobbery will toss 3 mini bombs that will detonate 2 turns later, doing 3 damage per bomb. This move is insanely good against foes without defense, as the damage at base rank is more than double Bobbery's bomb if all 3 explosions hit 1 target. There are more nuances to do with this move, but they're not relevant for now. Hopefully Happy Flower activates at least once after using the move, but regardless, just know that Gus is a very non-threatening opponent. You'll probably be tempted to head to Westside Roadport given we can, but there isn't really much worth thinking about the gate. There are some more star pieces, a badge worth some coins, and a shine sprite, but you actually want to wait until later to do any of that, trust me. Instead we'll deal with the Goomba trio on the right side. My first question though, what the heck do these 3 see in freaking Professor Frankly? I mean look, they're totally hitting on him. They mention a fine looking Goomba around the tubby mustache, and look for yourself who's actually sporting them. Change my mind if otherwise. Anyways, despite Bobbery's bomb not being able to reach the Paragoomba in battle, Bomb Squad's explosion actually does reach, meaning even with odd items, Bobbery has no problems winning this fight. Unfortunately, I didn't have the FP to actually use Bomb Squad and Happy Flower refused to activate. Worse yet, the Paragoomba was holding a Fire Flower, and after a little more damage from the Spiky Goomba, Bobbery was knocked out. Wow. I couldn't even lose the fight as Mario can only defend, and switching partners isn't an option because all partners not named Bobbery have their HP set to 0 so they can't interfere. There's only one exception, but that won't be until halfway through the game. You're free to guess, though I almost guarantee you'll get it right. Go ahead, comment what you think. So I'm forced to break the primary rule of not letting Mario fight, where the stage only then steps in to speed up my suffering by taking the Paragoomba out. And I reset from there. Oh yeah, see my max HP? Yeah. It fixed itself. Blooper is also a pretty easy opponent to handle. Bomb Squad has no problems reaching airborne targets, and doing 3 damage takes the tentacles out in 1 hit. And since bombs on the left will detonate first, the 2 defense Blooper has almost become a non-factor. I do however question why Bobbery moves so far to the right to bomb Blooper's tentacle though, but we're able to win before Blooper even gets a chance to use his ink. Admiral Bobbery had this fight harpooned. First impressions already show that Bobbery's strong and is less of an attack that can target foes no matter where they are. This means he's less reliant on items to do damage, which is great because Bobbery's old and remembers the time where 10 coins can buy you 20 pieces of butterscotch as opposed to 2 Big Macs at McDonald's. So he's going to be pinching his pennies wherever he can. This is to say we can't spend our coins on items. Badges will be up for purchase, but that's it. There are no enemies required to fight on the way to Petalburg, but after beginning the trek to Schwank Fortress, we encounter regular enemies, which act as pseudo mini-bosses. Bomb Clubs are the first up, and they're not a challenge at all to dispatch. Bomb's 4 damage can one-shot them both with perfect damage, leading to a very clean victory. Should have looked into getting a stash like yours truly. I'm like a bully by the name of Chief Chili. You can't step up to me without a stash. Bristles are less easy to take care of though. Bobbery can't directly approach them on account of their spikes, and even if he could, they have just enough defense to match his damage. We simply have no choice but to use one of our 2 free power blocks here to continue. Last obstacle is just a quiz where this Gruntilda-looking thwomp bust asks us math questions, but with mathematical like Finn the Human.
What's 9 plus 10?
21?
You stupid!
Looking at the fuzzies now within Schwank Fortress, there's little to really say. Like most fights against regular enemies, I find these encounters rather tedious, seeing how Bobbery has no issues one-shotting them with bomb, and basic guards prevent any HP from being stolen. Gold Fuzzy is especially easy to cruise past though, as Bomb Squad can deal 9 damage out of its max 10 HP, with the Fuzzy Horde being unable to even act if you fill the bomb action command on purpose afterwards. To say this fight was over before it even started feels like a severe understatement. Within Hooktail Castle, red bones are dispatched quickly thanks to Bomb Squad. Aiming 2 between the second dull bones and red bones, and 1 between the 2 backbones dull bones will do the trick, with one last bomb taking out the front dull bones. Just don't be too slow as you do it, because otherwise, your aim will be forced to be at some random timing. By the way, if you think Koops isn't needed to complete Hooktail Castle, think again. This one room with lift blocks can't be completed with Bobbery as far as I know. It just takes too long to push Bobbery off and then run for the yellow block to get a ride. So Koops is still necessary. Even if he wasn't, how can you say no to him? It isn't like we need to feed him. Though there is stuff we can collect with Bobbery that we can't with Koops, like the up arrow way before finishing chapter 5. Despite this, we can't give it to Merlon until later. So much for that. But what we can do with Koops by our side that Bobbery can't do is net us the Ultra Hammer for Mario right now. What it involves is for Koops to be first deployed on the right side of Zesty's kitchen, while you move parallel to the cutscene trigger where Mario steps under contact lenses. Then after letting Koops go, you need to fire a second shell toss, but before it can actually be fired in front of Mario, move downwards to activate the cutscene. What you'll then see is that shell toss isn't used, but a jump in fact is executed. What has happened here is that the jump we attempted is stored, allowing us to jump off the stair of Tullibro's Bazaar and fly into the air, landing on top of the Ultra Hammer chest. We can then fidget around at the edge of the stand where the chest is and grab the Ultra Hammer well before we're supposed to actually get it. This can be failed pretty easily though. If you don't move far enough into the background, you'll hit something and lose your momentum. Also, try to not fall into jail as you do this. I had it happen once and it made me long for the sweet release of death. Since we're in the area, we may as well also rank up Bobbery up to super rank, as there's no longer any reason to stay away from the western section of Rogueport, which includes an extra shine sprite among other goodies. It really doesn't matter much what we do though, as Holdfast is a pretty niche move. It basically gives Bobbery counter status, making direct attacks deal recoil damage back to the attacker. It's pretty useless against most bosses, but I can find the use for it later. Now, I hate to be a bearer of surprises, that's a lie, but Hooktail the first boss is also pretty much Bomb Squad fodder. We don't even bother using Mega Rush P here, Bobbery doesn't really have much use for it. Super Ring Bobbery ironically has an equal amount of HP to Hooktail when you count both for starting and second phase. Regardless, despite having a point of defense, it's only 1 point, and Bomb Squad still does 6 damage across all 3 bombs per use, allowing Bobbery to knock Hooktail out in 6 turns. 4 turns for phase 1, 2 turns for phase 2. In case you were wondering by the way if Bomb Squad can hurt Hooktail when she's off stage and the bombs are on, man, I didn't think I'd still be learning new stuff about this game. You can expect Chapter 2 to also lack much to really share. If you can beat Chapter 1 without using Attack Effects R for Hooktail, Chapter 2 will be a strictly easier chapter regarding its bosses. The Shadow Sirens, for example, can be outright obliterated in 2 turns with Bomb Squad. Throw 3 bombs between Beldam and Marilyn, and 3 more between Marilyn and Vivian, you're set to go. Oh, don't worry about Vivian surviving another turn, she's got plot armor. You're probably expecting there to be nothing to say about Magnus von Grapple as well. Sure as that may be, I'd be remiss if I didn't follow up on what I said in my previous video, which, well, let's just say I'm a man of my word. I said I'd make this game sorry, I will make it sorry. Partway through the Great Tree, Lord Crumb captures the Punities with a trap before running off. But we're used to jailbreaks. I mean, we already have a bomb after all. What we can do after escaping and acquiring the spin jump skill from Mario is, well, leave Chapter 2 entirely by returning to Rogueport Sewers, and activating the warp pipes to access later areas like Chapter 6's Poshli Heights early. Interacting with the lock on the Poshli Sanctum will make the game think we're in Chapter 6, allowing us to collect many different key items otherwise unobtainable until later in the game, like the various parlor cards from the Pianta Parlor. But before doing any of that, we can also just give Merlin the up arrow, as it'll tell us how to get it now when rank Bobbery up to Ultra rank, giving him an additional 10 HP max for a total of 40 HP, and the all too notorious Bob on Bass skill, hitting all enemies with an attack power of 8 for 9 FP.
What? What the f?
But what do you do when you want to turn a book to an earlier chapter? How are you going to fight the rest of the bosses before then? Or get the other partners you need now that you skipped them? Elementary, my dear Watson. Just return to the great tree where the punies judge you for your sins outside the tree, round pound the spin jump paddle where the cage or crumb set up for you was, and proceed to then play the game as normal with your now entirely souped up Bobbery set on laying waste to everything that moves. You can probably imagine, given all of this, that Magnus from Grapple is not going to handle Ultra Rank Bobbery well at all. Bomb does a whole 5 damage to him, and even with the X-Fist deployed, 4 damage is honestly nothing when you have a maximum of 40 HP. Even if it was, you can bomb on bats so wipe the fist out instead of actually needing to deal with their damage. Huh, contrary to what I initially thought, Chapter 2 was actually pretty fun to talk about. Who would have thought? Don't worry though, in return, no one make it a rule to ban super guards on my videos, cause people have an issue with being able to block out damage with the press of a button. I may do it a few times and they don't matter, and if you have an issue with that, though you can probably expect Chapter 3 to be comparatively short. It's pretty common knowledge already that Yoshi is the only partner, or even the only character, only thing really, that can beat the Armored Harriers. The barrier keeping anyone from progressing to the Major League. Bobbery otherwise has no problem just exploding into everything in his path. I mean, if he can reach level 50 in the Pit of Wonder Trials on his own this early in the adventure, that should be a given. So we're just going to opt to steal the thing, deny signing the contract, switch him onto the Comfort and Grubba's office, leave, walk back in thanks to your Ultra Hammer, and skip straight to the end of Chapter 3 to fight Macho Grubba. Oh, to be a pirate. I feel so free!
Do what you want, cause a pirate is free. You are a pirate!
I know, people would be happy just to see me use Yoshi if I named the Bobbery, but I like to flex that I did that joke before on an earlier partner-only reprise anyway. See, Flurrie's come back for more! Despite our level being on the lower side, Bobbery is very powerful for this point in the game. Bomb on its own can do 6 damage per hit at Ultra Rank, which is a whole 10th of Grubba's max HP. And depending on Grubba's status, we can react in kind with another move to explode him as hard as possible. If his attack or defense is increased, Bomb will still be worth using. But if dodgy status is enabled or Boo makes Grubba invisible, Hold Fast may actually be worth using simply because you're better off doing recoil back at Grubba over just missing entirely. Though the times where Grubba has only one turn of fast status left, you have little reason to not just use Bomb Squad twice and score 18 damage guaranteed in 2 turns. Just don't aim for his tail, guess his hitbox doesn't extend that far. Come what may, Bobbery just manhandles Grubba no matter what he might try to do, as is to be expected. Wrestling is fake, but Bobbery is toughened by the seas. Man probably fought in all 4 world wars. There's no longer any putting out of Chapter 4 and the tricky trek to Twilight Town. It is true that without Yoshi, it will be considerably harder to reach the pipe. Regardless, you can also just use a second save file to store a super jump and ignore all this hassle if you think ahead. And since you're required to access Twilight Town twice, don't mind if I do. After all, this trick is double frame perfect otherwise if you use Koops. Yoshi may not be by our side yet, but we don't need him at all for Twilight Trail or Creepy Steeple anyway. Make sure you pick up Eve's Shooting Star, though you really don't need to worry about attack items since Bobbery's explosions tend to be plenty effective enough to damage whatever we encounter. But you never know, they can make some future fights easier at least. Once we make our way through the Twilight Trail and up the Creepy Steeple though, I do think we should go over Atomic Boo. This is a fight where Bobbery's basic attack won't reach, so your only options are either Bomb on Bast or Bomb Squad. Hopefully Atomic Boo never becomes invisible, but if it does because of the audience, you're going to be set back a bit. In that case, Bomb on Bast could be more reliable, though I personally wouldn't recommend it since you'd be sacrificing a lot of FP per attack. This is, however, the area where Golden Leaves become available and we get Double Dip P, a badge that allows you to use 2 items in a single turn. So assuming you have about, say, 20 FP max, the more expensive option can at least be considered thanks to being more reliable. This either way is still rather easy. Even more so can be said for Gonzalez, which is amazing as he's the strongest boss so far. Having less HP than Macho Grubba, Bomb Squad is predictably superb here. And when combined with regular old bombs, this fight will not be long at all. Thing is, he like Hooktail can cheat death and after hitting 0 HP, rebound to 10 after stealing Mario's shadow, so that's the second boss so far to pull us to the live stream on us. By the way, I finally got around to checking this. Turns out Gonzalez isn't his name. Well, so much for that. The rematch with Gonzalez, I'm sorry, Dupless, is pretty interesting. You'll still be forced to start and end the fight with Vivian active, but that's hardly a problem when Bomb Squad can do damage whether Bobbery is active or not. Simply reduce Duple's HP to where he'll follow the bomb squad, switch Vivian in, and voila. This, for the record, is an exception I was talking about before, as the game will crash if Vivian is not active here. So if you said this challenge was obviously impossible because you did Yoshi for Chapter 3, the first who have guessed wrong gets your comment pinned and my viewers will let the derisively at you. Like this. And the fight itself is otherwise barely any different from the first, except Dupless can just choose to do less damage if he jumps. And the funny thing about all of this, ordinarily, you're stuck using a base rank Vivian. We're using an ultra rank Bobbery here. Talk about excessive. Following that fight, we're given Yoshi as a partner, as the game assumes you must have had him earlier so that when he was stolen from you, he can be given back. Afterwards, we take Bobbery to the bar to remind him that he's a widower, and he sees for himself that Podley up and denied his late wife's last wish.
Hey, bro, watch your jet. Watch your jet, bro. Watch your jet!
Chapter 5 has a lot of embers to watch out for, but they funnily enough are weak to explosions. Not like it matters though, as Bomb and Bash is a cold and clean OKO regardless of elemental weakness. And regardless of defenses, Cortez was never going to be a real obstacle for Bobbery either. This is where Bomb Squad's property of dealing damage across different enemy phases becomes notable. On top of Bomb's just dizzying power here, especially when backed by Power plus P, Cortez has a low HP stat per phase, having only 20 HP max. You can even destroy his second phase on the same turn as his first, by hitting with a few bombs, then chucking 2 sets of bomb squads to finish his first phase off, and take out phase 2 before he even gets a chance to attack. Bomb Squad also does well in phase 3, allowing Bobbery to potentially skip his audience HP steal if you lower him to a range where Bomb and Bash can KO with Bomb Squad. I couldn't because I like the FP and wanted to be a little cheapy the cheapskate, but what can you do? Lord Crump stands little chance against the Bomb Squad either. Good thing too, as the X-Nauts blocking the way to him could otherwise force an unhealthy reliance on Bob on Bast, which we definitely can't spam. It's actually pretty funny how this otherwise middling move known as Bomb Squad is actually a real juggernaut early game encountering Bobbery's otherwise limited attack range. It's a veritable Swiss Army knife with good aim. We're only now seeing the game catch back up to our power level, and it's catching back up fast. Now it's Chapter 6 being next up on our radar. Picking up some Keel Mangoes is recommended, alongside at least a couple of golden leaves. May not actually need them, but better safe than sorry. Now let's discuss Smorg. Bobbery's high HP means he actually doesn't really mind taking hits too much, while having plenty of time to deal actual damage. In fact, by the time I was ready to close the fight out, I actually had to waste time and ended up not even needing double dip to win. Though Smorg is listed as having a point of defense, I actually am relying more on Bomb Squad here, as Smorg's defense with no miasmas is 0. In fact, I actually have both Mario and Bobbery's copy of P down D up, because believe it or not, Bobbery's Bomb Squad, while it doesn't scale with extra attack, it also doesn't become weaker with reduced attack. The Power and Mega Rush badges also just tend to be so strong, they make up for Bobbery's lost power to allow defeating Smorg in a reasonable amount of time. As we do our thing at attacking Smorg, we need to have an HP of either 10 or 9 after dealing about 14 damage between Bomb Squad and a basic bomb hit. Once our HP falls low enough, which may take Bobbery defending if Mario gets targeted more than not, we'll use our Courage Shell to allow our guards to block all damage, provided we're able to keep them up. Ideally, we're given a chance to reduce the number of miasmas. Soon after, we can launch another Bomb Squad as well as an attack item to allow us to hit Smorg one less time before we see the claw emerge. If our HP is 9 or 10, we're essentially set provided Mario is healthy or at a high HP value, provided while in danger, and will end in peril, giving Bobbery the necessary power to brute force through the claw and KO in 2 more attacks. The game tried to give me a scare with Fog, but it didn't matter. While in Poshly Heights, there isn't much else to do beyond getting the Crystal Star. Except, well, the L emblem, but that's a given. Guess there isn't much else to talk about, so Chapter 7. We are pretty free to collect items on the move with all our inventory space. Then is Magnus 2 Electric Boogaloo. Repeat after me.
New kitchen gun.
Is he gonna get it before minute passes? He won't. Let's see. He's right to the edge. Oh my God! Destruction! That was emphatic. That was amazing. Mortality. Are you watching? This boy Walgreens Drake.
Concerning Chapter 8, it is harder. but I can't say much for its difficulty because, well, Bobbery isn't exactly a slouch if you catch my drift. Dark Bones, for example, can be mowed over with just a couple of Power Plus Ps, turning the potent as is Bob and Bass into a veritable nuke. Gloomtail, by comparison, is a definitely more interesting boss. Even now, despite seeing bosses with actual defense behind them, we find more creative ways to use our tools to deal damage smart, hard, and fast. Surprise, surprise, we are actually still using Bomb Squad. And though this move is no more powerful despite having some badges boosting Bobbery's attack power, we can also just choose to use some items to help its damage still be as meaty as always, while buying Bobbery some critical time to get in damage. Much like with Vivian, I'm equipping both P up D down P and Defend plus P, so Bobbery is always taking 8 damage no matter what, so long as we guard only Gloomtail's Poison Breath. Safe to say, I did go into this with a plan. And it involves reaching peril using the damage Bobbery does to himself when we use Bomb Squad. Yes, you did hear that correctly. We're using Bomb Squad, but not all of the bombs are aimed at Gloomtail. No, only 2 of them are. The last one we're throwing straight up to hit Bobbery, so that we can reach peril after Bobbery knocks himself into danger with his own explosion. But before it goes off, we're using Double Dip. We use the Mr. Softener found in Chapter 4's Creepy Steeple, and you guessed it, a stopwatch. Not a reliable item, but you better believe we'll find use for it here. If it works, Gloomtail will be frozen in time, like an evil screaming space nut bookie hit by Rex Cargelot's freeze ray. And as you can tell from this cutscene, he forgot his slippery space-time underwear, so we're essentially home free, as the Bomb Squad does 3 damage to Bobbery and 6 damage to Gloomtail. Our bombs now deal 10 damage per hit, as Gloomtail's defense is still reduced and Power Rush is active. But once the statuses expire, you may think we're in trouble since we're doing only 8 damage, but Gloomtail will always use this Earthquake once his HP falls to 48 or less. And that Earthquake has a power of 10. That's way more than 5. But Last Stand P badges tend to be good for stuff like that. Our damage is reduced to 1/3 of what the move is capable of, taking the move down from 10 to only 4 damage, whether or not we guard. Now we're in peril where, thanks to Mega Rush P, Bomb's power has gone from 8 to 13. And since Gloomtail's next move is to charge a Mega Breath when his HP is 32 or less, we're given enough time to use the last of our FP and finish him off with a lethal Bob on Bast, dealing the final blow to his remaining 15 HP. Perfect damage, exact FP usage, a decisive victory. The rematch with the Shadow Sirens is another one of those fights that honestly just feels like it's an autopilot. It's very possible to lose, obviously, but there's very little reason to not just brute force this with 4 Bob on Bass if the game lets me do it. The most a Siren has for HP is Marilyn and Duplos with 40 apiece, so if you do 10 damage to all 3 per turn, this fight will end in only 4 turns. It's like a scholar's weight in chess. You do it if you don't respect your opponent, and often just to humiliate them because you don't believe they know basic principles of the game. At least by comparison, Grotus deserves to be taken a little more seriously. Similarly to Smorg, Bobbery's bomb can't do damage fresh out the gate. But unlike Smorg, you wouldn't want to blow 9 FP on Bob on Bast just to make Grotus vulnerable either. Bomb Squad can actually take the X's out just fine, and to do about 10 damage that the barrier Grotus has at the start doesn't block the incoming damage. Interestingly, Bobbery's explosions don't do less damage if Grotus X's are still alive, as Grotus' extra defense only blocks normal attacks, and Bobbery's bombs aren't normal, so expect these explosions to be used a lot. I talk about what Grotus himself can do, but you're really just at the whim of luck here. If he feels kind, he'll do nothing but counter status and waste turns like I do hours due to depression. But if he feels cruel, dodgy status, and just attacking us in general will see our lack of resistance to piercing attacks do us in. I brought a few live streams as well, since I doubt I'll need them all for the Shadow Queen, but thanks to a combination of Bomb Squad just being a great move, and Grotus having a heart 3 sizes bigger than I initially thought, we won this in 2 attempts. I wonder, by the way, if y'all watching this video at home or on your phones were expecting to see Bomb Squad use this much. But the data checks out, it's a very versatile move. The fight with Bowser and Kammy Koopa demonstrates this rather well too, except here, we're actually going to see a lot of mileage gotten out of Holdfast as well. This is that fight I mentioned a long while ago, where Holdfast is actually insanely good, as it makes Volt Shrooms and Spike Pouches effectively obsolete. You can keep Bowser locked into only using his bite, so Mario was never hit by Fiery Breath more than once. Bomb Squad can still feast on Kambi Koopa's lack of defense meanwhile, and assuming no annoying magic is used to protect herself like defense or invisibility, Bobbery is essentially home free, as once Kambi's out, there's nothing left to keep Bowser from slowly but surely losing.
This game is a dork!
Well crap. I actually don't think Kambi did anything that wasn't either sporadically attacking or healing Bowser, who often had 69 out of 70 HP due to hold fast. But then we saw Trouble in Paradise when the game decided to spawn Fog to rescue Bowser from his special hell. I ended up using more items than I thought I'd need, including a life shroom. We win though, and I guess that's all that really matters. It's high tide. You know, I'd love to call the Shadow Queen a siren in a similar vein to those mermaids in the water that lead sailors to their doom. But this game already has the Shadow Sirens, and the Shadow Queen looks kinda ugly, not gonna lie. But alas. No matter how often I play this game, this fight feels like one that's impossible to be truly prepared for. My items are stacked, and yet this fight still made me struggle and claw through tooth and nail. The first phase was relatively simple as I just used Bomb unless the Shadow Queen just got through with boosting her attack and defense. If she does that, I use Bomb Squad twice, as Bomb won't do much, and by the time the buffs expire, the Bomb Squad will detonate immediately after and the damage can be pretty hefty. In return, however, she tends to love stealing my HP, which just delays the fight for longer, which is pretty awful when her attack is up since she can heal a lot. I even got distracted by her wily waves and used Bomb Squad accidentally where she proceeded to capitalize on my blunder, and boost her stats, meaning I wasted FP and potential damage. Though I didn't use anything beyond the single Ultra Shroom, and I thought I'd be able to save it with how this fight looked to play it anyway, so I can't be too disheartened. Phase 2 by comparison was mercifully short, as before dropping the Shadow Queen below 90 HP, I planned to Bomb Squad some distance apart from each other. The goal was to hit the Shadow Queen's separate hands, so this phase could end in only one turn as opposed to 3. Ordinarily, the Shadow Queen would react to only one hit per turn, but Bomb Squad is weird, and as long as the bombs don't interact with each other, they can separately progress the phase, where Bobbery just has to bomb one more time to initiate the cutscene before the final battle. And in Bobbery's part, we see Four Eyes and Flavio cheering us on. And those lot, in addition to the Bob-Bombs and Far Outposts giving Bobbery their energy, well, let's just say he'll need all the help he can get. Starting the true final battle, I went with a book move, used a Power Punch and a Shooting Star to allow myself to do as much damage as possible outside of peril, while limiting the Shadow Queen's healing as the Shine Sprite Bingo will max my stats out after 3 successful attacks. The Shadow Queen meanwhile reacts in kind by charging just after the bingo, which actually puts me in the back foot, since I need more HP for what I have in mind for my point swap. After 2 Bob-Ombasts and a double dip, Bobbery can point swap into peril immediately, which gives me my only reliable chance to heal any heavy damage. But with less HP, Bob-Ombast can't be used as much. In hindsight, it probably wasn't a good idea to use the Jam and Jelly specifically to use an attack that gives only 2 extra damage, but letting the left and right hands remain would be unwise, as if they heal, that softens the blow as I try to deal, and we need all the damage we can get, as the Shadow Queen's defenses are pretty good already, and seeing she can boost her defense and attack at will, that can cause considerable problems. Dangerous Breath also can be obnoxious, and I ended up missing one guard that left Mario confused. But fortunately, Bobbery was making himself invisible with boost sheet, so Mario couldn't fumble about and burn a life stream through simping for his broad. Come on Mario, she's a thought. You're better than that. Fortunately, Vivian didn't get force switched in, so the confused status ended up meaning absolutely nothing. By the way, you may have noticed that the Shadow Queen's dead hands are invisible. Yeah, I don't know why, but I can't see them. And it makes guarding the hand P a pain in Bobbery's port wheel if you catch my drift. She gave me an additional turn to blow her up though, since she chose to charge when Bobbery still had only 1 HP left. So I got off a ton of damage and Bobbery and Mario shared a life stream. But a factor that made things a lot more uncomfortable is that the Shadow Queen seems to have taken smart pills since the last turn. She's being a lot more strategic with burning my life streams, and before I knew it, I was all out. So I had to play really safe using my items to keep both Mario and Bobbery alive, while the Shadow Queen took advantage of my vulnerability and took it upon herself to suck me up with her hands. Get your head out of the gutter. And let me tell you, though Dangerous Breath on its own isn't that bad, the power it has hitting both Mario and Bobbery while the Shadow Queen's attack is boosted gets downright lethal, especially when combined with her ally hands. I ended up being forced to rely on Bob-Ombasts to try and regain momentum, but I only have the max FP to use it twice. And it isn't like the Shadow Queen can't switch for her left and right hands who can attack immediately after being summoned too. This song and dance continued as the Shadow Queen would weaken me, strengthen herself, and I desperately cling on to life using my last few healing items. Really, what's most stifling is that Bobbery has no piercing attacks at all. When the Shadow Queen boosts her defense, it blocks a lot of damage I'd otherwise be dishing out. He has nothing like Vivian's Fiery Jinx or Koops' Shell Slam, and his damage tends to be a lot slower than what Mario himself, Yoshi, or Goombella are capable of. So we were in some dire docks. I even resorted to Bomb Squad here, going off what I knew about when she buffed herself Phase 1, though it turns out the Shadow Queen has a smaller hitbox than I initially thought. Ended up using my final Ultra Shroom as Mario had only 2 HP left, and it was time for a Hail Mary. As a last resort, I throw the stopwatch and tell the Shadow Queen she's been a bad girl. Surprisingly, she recognized me as her daddy, and she goes into the corner for 3 turns. But not without trying to give me the hand, so I spanked it away. While she was in timeout, I noticed a pair of mushrooms in the top right corner. Did the Star Spirits hear my wish to prove Bobbery had dynamite? Because it sure feels like it. We are now making our last stand with Bobbery back in full force. With the Shadow Queen near death but her hands are back online, I use my final item and last Jammin' Jelly. Even now, I feel the odds are against us, but we actually have a chance now. And it's only compounded by the fact that the Shadow Queen swapped her left and right hands out once more, but once again buffed her sets. It's down to the wire. Bobbery continues onto the assault with more explosions, proving he's still got some firepower. Before much longer, the Shadow Queen tries one last time to damage us, but after the mushroom bingo, she can't hack it. One last Bob-on-Bass wipes out both her dead hands and the Queen herself, ending the fight with Bobbery finally having beaten all of Paper Mario, the 1000-Year Door, all by himself. Hi, Mr. Mustache Cutie. I'm the one with the trouble. I'm a pretty lucky girl to have a strapping fellow like you take on my trouble. Well, let me get right to it, okay? I've seen you deny your fans my reprise in the past. I moved to make an appeal to you. I'm certain that given the right tools, I'll be among the best there ever was. Once you meet with Goombella again, I'll be there to... well, let's just say, I'll substitute as your first and remain your only partner. Ready, sweetie? Because it's showtime! I tried, okay? I can't voice act, I can barely speak! The first thing I tried to do was see what badges were for sale in the badge shop. Apparently Mowz wasn't ready to open up though, so we sadly had no choice but to get into some fights. Let's not mince words though, she's a bad fighter with strings that lie in deception. For example, you may think Love Slap is a decent attack. The power may be low, but it pierces defense, and for 0 FP to boot, how could that possibly be bad? Well, early game it's actually pretty okay, but it pales in comparison to Kiss Thief. For 2 FP, Miss Mowz can steal an item or badge from the frontmost grounded target. You can expect lots of items to be stolen throughout this challenge, as Mowz will need them to make progress throughout the adventure. For example, because Love Slap can't target airborne foes, she can't reach the Paragoomba, so your only options involve either skipping the Goomba battle entirely using glitches, or stealing a Fire Flower from a Goomba. Perhaps you've noticed, I didn't mention Super Guards as an option. Yeah, that's not allowed here. I know how y'all hate seeing them. Don't expect me to use them here in any meaningful way. Back to Kiss Thief helping us here. You can win this either through stealing a Fire Flower you see being held, or just randomly when you otherwise receive a single coin. Of course, the Goomba has to be grounded to be stolen from. Thanks, you dork! When you finally do manage to steal one though, provided it isn't used before you can actually reach the enemy, you can make like Kirby and send it right back at them. That's 20 minutes I won't soon forget. This is actually preferable to do multiple times, using different Goombas as guinea pigs, as Fire Flowers allow Miss Mowz to beat Blooper reasonably quickly. After 2 are used with some Love Slaps mixed in, you're home free and can progress to properly begin Chapter 1, where you can put Love Slap's piercing property to good use in eliminating the bald clefts. Bristles aren't as manageable however without PAL blocks, and we just so happen to receive a pair for free. Using one here is a decent choice, much like how Fire Flowers will serve us well heading into Shuang Fortress. as Fuzzies all perish to a single one. When ambushed by Gold Fuzzy, however, we'd be wise to tenderize the pest first through Love Slap. After 2 uses of that move, a couple of Fire Flowers will clear this area out, allowing us to come out with the Sun and Moon zones we scavenged. You can likely predict much of what we'll do in Hooktail Castle following Koops coming along. A pair of Fire Flowers reduces Red Bones to ash, and we meet Miss Mowz. However, did you ever notice how Miss Mowz and Miss Mowz are never together at the same time? Well, the reason for that is that the universe can't handle the paradox of knowing that Miss Mowz can literally exist in 2 places at once. Call it magic, witchcraft, 2 parallel universes running into each other in a cosmic timeline continuum pile up, maybe even a government conspiracy of cloning genetically superior mammals, which Area 51 has concealed from public viewing, leaving us to speculate on what's behind those walls until one brave soul summons the courage and the root to run past the security system. The world may never know. Once we collect our 3 shiny sprites from here, we should return to Rogueport to rank up Miss Mowz to Super Rank. Boosting her Love Slap power from 2 to 3 and learning Tease, the worst partner skill in the entire game. This can make enemies dizzy for a number of turns, and save for extremely specific scenarios where you literally have no other choice, you would be wise to never earnestly use this move. I also picked up the Ultra Hammer, seeing that it's going to be needed come Chapter 3. If you don't know, it allows us to skip needing Yoshi for the Armored Harriers midway through the Glitz Pit. I'll explain when it's relevant. Now, to take Hooktail out at first sounds like a simple endeavor. We simply use Love Slap on Modest 4 times, while mixing in Horsetails to sustain Mario and making sure to only guard Hooktail's Stomp. With both Last Stand P and Mega Rush P equipped, we can begin laying into Hooktail with Love Slaps that do 40% of her maximum HP. We then proceed to consume a mushroom and some horsetails with Mowz come phase 2, where her Love Slap will proceed to waste Hooktail and win the first Crystal Star. Huh, that was a simple endeavor. Helped that Hooktail ignored Mario for the most part. Prior to Chapter 2 though, I want to hunt for Fire Flowers. The reasoning is twofold. 1, they're great against the Shadow Sirens when we encountered them in Boggly Woods. And 2, you can't hunt for them once you accept helping Flurrie out, whether we had the choice or not. And right as rain, 4 Fire Flowers finish them off. I feel like a gardener sometimes with how much I rely on plants. Wait, do mice eat plants? I know they eat stuff like peanut butter, and peanuts technically are the seeds of a plant, so I guess by that logic, Mowz is an omnivore, not a herbivore. Sometimes I wonder why Mowz ever helps us break the puties out of the cage early. She's a master thief. You'd think she would just jimmy the lock open and save us a ton of trouble later on. She offers to do it in Chapter 6, I don't know why we never get her help to do it here. Especially when she's more than a match for any X-Dots we encounter here. Don't expect much from Magnus Lung Grapple by the way. With Damage Dodge P and Mega Rush P equipped, this fight will not last long. It takes 4 Love Slaps before we see the X-Fist deployed. Assuming our guards are perfect up to then and we guard one of the X-Fists, we can keep attacking until our HP falls to 2. We plant our Fire Flower, overheat the fist, guard the Quake, and proceed to slap Magnus out. I did almost lose my first attempt, somehow, since I got my badges confused, but even when I choke, Magnus gives me so much room to breathe, I feel like a fish in the water. And the only reason I say first is because I wanted to actually execute my strategy instead of just mentioning that I had one here. It's a pride thing. 2 chapters down and beyond the hunting for items, this run hasn't been so bad so far. But that's about to change. And quickly. Surprise, surprise, Chapter 3 is going to prove to be an issue for Miss Mowz. A partner who not only can't target airborne foes, but can't even slap Spinies, because apparently their faces are spiky. Fortunately, we're just going to skip past this chapter. Seems pretty on brand for Mowz to actually just steal the belt. This is necessary because the Armored Harriers are impossible to defeat for literally everyone except for Yoshi, making this challenge essentially impossible. Signing the contract and attempting to clear Chapter 3 normally won't work, so I have to skip all the fighting here instead. It's really that simple. For this heist to be successful, we're going to deny signing Grubba's contract, and instead spin jump onto his bookcase and use our Ultra Hammer to bow through the vent. The badge Charge P is also available here. I may or may not use it, likely won't. Anywho, Macho Grubba, I'm using Charge P. This fight for Mowz involves way too much luck to just brawl with him. Attack up or dodgy statuses tend to end poorly for us. but defense is essentially a wasted action for him since we pierce with our only attack. Nonetheless, I decided to not bother with that at all. Was curious if it was possible to steal some slow shrooms, but the only enemies capable of dropping them at this point in the game are Piters. But they can't be held as items, so Mowz can't hunt for them. This limits us to only the one we can find in Rogueport Sewers, at least until Chapter 4. Guess it'll have to do. Though I don't like my odds with such a low level, so I make sure to get some Mystic Eggs from Petunie, seeing that they're the most potent farmable item we have access to at the moment. I'd feel bad if not for the fact that Grubba sounds so similar to Grubber. And if you've seen the 2017 My Little Pony film, you'll know why I may just be a tad bit peeved hearing anyone with a name even phonetically similar to this stupid little shrimp. Still, this fight was surprisingly challenging. I actually died on my first attempt because I forgot that Grubba's attack power is 4 and not 3. So despite Last MP being active for Mowz and thinking she'd heal enough from the slow shroom, Grubba did just enough damage to make the city in the sky her final resting place. Unfortunately, heaven would be too appropriate for the one not yet named the Angel of Death. So we try again to try and send Grubba to hell where he belongs firsthand. I feel like I forgot how to do basic addition though, because I somehow thought charge giving me a boost of +2 per 1 FP of 10 would give me +40 attack by the end and not +20. On the bright side, the way this fight panned out seemed to justify both farming eggs and using my slow shroom here. Good thing too, because we're trapped in Glitzville once we do discover the truth behind Grubba and the Crystal Star after we save. Mario ended up being a great use for the slow shroom, and Mowz meanwhile was able to comfortably survive Monster Grubba's damage through the eggs. No doubt helped though that he opted to buff his defense frequently, which Mowz doesn't need to care about. Chapter 3 is behind us now, but I'm curious. And curiosity killing the cat works out well for mice, so engage me for a spell. With a number of about 6 fire flowers in my pocket, I want to try and reach the Armored Harriers despite knowing I won't be able to beat them. Despite Grubba being outed for his ring-sucking conspiracy, he still appears for the Goomba Bros to host the fight. Moreover, it turns out that as soon as we meet the KP Koopas, a Yoshi egg begins to follow us. Interesting. Also, the game still plays out cutscenes as if we're going through the glitch pit normally, but the dialogue from every fighter in the minor league is set to as if you already cleared Chapter 3, and the character is reset to act as such. Case in point, Baby Andy walks out of the room after being scolded by Jolene, just to end up back inside when we reload the room. And he never walks back out until it's time for his match with us. Sounds like Jolene isn't right where she wants him. We even have King K retire, just to come back in the room after he leaves, during our following fight to say he unretired. What a drama king. I can relate to being afraid to commit to anything though. And then Master Crash and Cleftor talk about him as if he can't hear them being in the same room. And then Sir Swoop shows up to, I guess, get eaten by the Goomba Bros because we literally never see him again, and the Wings of Night don't even show up in the terminal. Talking about the fights themselves though, I actually ended up using a ton of items en route to the Armored Harriers, since Mowz has issues both with airborne and front spiky targets. But once we made it to the Armored Harriers and lots of them, the egg hatched. And we have Yoshi as a partner. So, you mean to tell me that we don't need to use glitches at all to reach Twilight Town, and I've just been making it harder on myself for no good reason. I wish I remembered Malio's task speedruns earlier. Chapter 4 you'd think would be mundane, since Quinn is not a difficult fight to do at all. We're not really given much incentive to brawl with Atomic Boo either, since Mowz can't reach them, but it's easy to find the items to properly deal with the Colossus Beast as is. We have the choice to use Thunderbolts and HP Drains, and using 8 of either or a mix of the two will see us win. It helps that because we needed the Ultra Hammer to skip the Armored Harriers in the previous chapter, Double Dip P is also accessible, allowing us to dish out twice as many items per turn. This is a fantastic buff to Mowz's offense, and we're able to win in only 4 turns as opposed to what would be 8. And good thing too, because Mowz without Double Dip P, while she may not lose, Mario very well can unless you decide to hunt for slow shrooms ahead of time. While farming for items for Atomic Boo, I also came across an extra pretty lucky P. The implications of what I can do given badges can be stolen from enemies, I'll leave to you. Let's just say for now though that Miss Mowz can quickly become the Mighty Bee if she wanted to. Stealing items from the Hyper Goombas here also reaps some great rewards like boost cheats and life shrooms. If you've seen previous partners and how they deal with Chapter 8, this will be fairly obvious why having access to infinite of these would be a godsend should we need them. Last Stand badges can also be acquired here, though the odds are lower. Despite that, I got copies for both Mario and Mowz, so make of that what you will. It's not really wise though to let fights last long against enemies that can charge. Now as for good old Quinn here, you just need to slap him until he tries to steal Mario's shadow where you can then finish him off. He's just not a ghost worth being scared of, which says a lot actually considering what I actually am afraid of. Despite that, I actually did lose to him. Silly me forgot to check my badges before starting this fight, and I lacked the defense to actually survive. And since I'm a self-contained spite pouch, I decided to reset only after superguarding his hammer repeatedly because I hate losing to him. The second attempt went as expected meanwhile. Now, Quinn may have temporarily robbed us of our Mowz, but unlike Vivian who ditched me for her sisters and only came crawling back after suffering abuse, Mowz has always been around to embrace me every chance she gets, whether times were good or bad. Like I said, top tier girl. Oh yeah, make sure you have a Volt Shroom on hand. You're given access to one unboggly wood, so hold on to it. Anyways, Mowz can't even strike Dupless's partners with old items, and even if she wanted to attack them, she has no reason to, as Goombella is harmless if you guard her attacks, seeing that she's still at base rank. Dupless himself is just kinda slow. Doesn't help that partner badges don't work here, but with some occasional healing thanks to items, we'll come out okay. Before Dupless falls, feed a Volt Shroom to Mario, and then switch out to Vivian so that you'll have a chance of Dupless dying to recoil with Mowz out of the fight. Then you can proceed with the game with no further complications due to cutscenes. After this point, you're actually able to have Mowz as a partner once Chapter 4 is completed, no cheats required. Shame I wasn't actually able to do that for this challenge though. I have to use old footage from my original Mowz only video because trying to turn off my cheats wouldn't work, and Vivian would not be able to be switched in if her HP is forced to be 0. And I can't end the fight with Miss Mowz, as the game will crash, forcing me to then try again. Like, who do you think you are, my wife? Vivian, you silly bimbo. I'm not gonna lose sleep over this though, it being possible has been plenty proven before already. I don't really mind letting Mario go ape just this once. It'll be a fun warm-up for when I eventually do a Mario alone challenge. Well, a second one anyway. Good to have you speaking at long last beyond treasure hunting, Mowz. Because now you get to howl in despair as we're stranded on Keel Hall Key. So before coming here, I recommend finding some ice storms. You can find them with Hyper Goombas, but they're honestly easier to find if you instead return to Glitzville and steal from bandits until they give some up. This proved obnoxious, as I've ended up finding pretty much everything but ice storms before finally finding one, including Sleepy Sheep, a Super Shroom, and even both copies of Pretty Lucky. But we did still find one after a whole 30 minutes. Jolene, I am so sorry. Yeah, there are tons of embers Mowz is up against. Good thing we don't need Love Sop to fight this brawl because she can do nothing but get burned otherwise. There's then the passage of plundering the Pirate's Grotto, where we then encounter Cortez. Despite the bone pile looking spiky all over, Mowz can slap it just fine. With 3 different phases each having 20 max HP, I opt to fight them all differently. After slapping the first phase about 5 times, I use Charge about 7 times and zap him to the extreme to end phase 1. The Charge comes into effect for phase 2. This is because attacking the bone pile will prompt Cortez to charge and his attack sees an attack power of 8. I am just gonna sidestep this by knocking him out in 2 hits. It's worth mentioning that like Dupless, I underestimated how important defense would be on my first attempt. And here's about the most telling sign of why aiming to make phase 2 end as soon as possible would be so important. Because with both Mario and Mowz take so much damage leading up to then, it's going to be thoroughly easy to submerge them in bones. I'm forced to use either Charged P or items. There's really no in between for Mowz as long as super guards are off the table. And I feel like it makes clear just how insufficient Love Sap is as an attacking option when coupled by Mowz's lack of other exclusive options. Goombella, Yoshi, and Bobbery can just blitz through this fight. Flurrie and Vivian don't have to target the bone pile at all. And even Koops at least has Shell Shield to take some hits from Mario, despite having arguably worse weaknesses here as far as damage dealt. Phase 3 sees him catch on to our inability to strike him when he's in the air. Actually, I thought maybe I'd rely on an Ice Storm here, but it may be better to instead just rely on classic Fire Flowers. Using 3 before then resorting to Double Dip P. Shooting Star, Thunder Rage, Game, Set, Match. This sequence of items allows us to reduce Cortez's HP to 11, where we're able to defeat him. Any lower and he'd eat the audience's souls, and that's no good. Who else will subscribe to my YouTube channel if the few viewers I managed to convince I'm worth watching fell victim to the Big Bad Pirate King? So yeah, I saved your lives. You can thank me later. That much wasn't so bad. But then there's Lord Crump, who seems to have really wisened up and has a barricade of X-Dots blocking Mowz's path. Unfortunately for him, we've had access to Thunderbolts and HP drain since Chapter 1. So we can drop a bunch of these on Lord Crump until his X-Dots leave his defense. And once Phase 2 starts up, we'll just be a few more items from victory. Unfortunately for us, I forgot to actually bring some Thunderbolts and HP drains before being stranded on a Heal All Key. And I was extremely low on good attack items with only a few Earthquakes and a Fire Flower to my name. Whoops. Well, at least the Fuzzies here can hold Ice Storms. Took a lot of running away though, as I wasn't content with just constantly losing HP to damage I couldn't eliminate. And I need to heal at the end afterwards too. Of course, the lower damage they deal means I actually have to think now about how this fight will have to go. My first attempt, yes, I did die to him, saw me give Crump too much respect. I figured he'd just keep summoning more X-Knots where they can't hurt me, but I can't hurt Crump in any meaningful way. And I resorted to using primarily items until Phase 2 where I can brawl him since the X-Knots won't be blocking the way. Unfortunately, not trying to just leave it up to luck now meant I'd need luck on my side later, and Lady Luck was frowning up a storm. I couldn't freeze Crump at all with my Ice Storms, and unlike Phase 1, Crump will always summon a stampede of X-Knots to his aid whenever they're defeated at the end of his turn. So I got to a point where I couldn't do anything to Crump because Mowz can only target foes directly in front of her, and not behind other enemies. My level is also just dangerously low, but it hardly matters as being unable to win was a lot worse than having to try not to lose. In reality, it means I can trigger a game over faster if need be. Second try saw me just go and wipe the first wave of X-Knots out, and then slap Crump until he needed to see a medic. Then I went all in with Ice Storms and Earthquakes to win the day. Well, that was unfortunately obnoxious. At least, now that we're back in Rogueport, we can rank Mowz up to Ultra Rank and unlock the power of
Bestiality! This is not Sonic Next Gen!
I will probably never use this move either, if only because I can use all the items I want if I can hunt it down anyway. If I can't, well, it isn't like Mowz has good use for her FP against bosses outside of using Charge or Double Dip anyway. I may just use this move for the heck of it because farming items by trying to steal from enemies, it's not fun. Though it says a lot that I'm still enjoying doing this more than back when I used to play Pokemon for solo runs. Regarding Chapter 6, the Spania is normally found underneath Rogueport or gone, and now we can encounter Magic Koopas who can hold shooting stars. These are the strongest items Mowz has access to in regards to dealing lots of damage, and you'll want to bring a lot of them for Smorg. I barely have a strategy for this. What Mowz does here boils down to spamming shooting stars at such frequency, Star Haven will look like it had diarrhea. I don't feel bad though. Mario's the reason the wishes are granted at all anymore. We know our worth. Anyways, my other items involve an Earthquake, a Thunder Rage, and an HP Drain. Just because they're either available in the field so we save ourselves time grinding or help with our survival. And considering we want at least 7 shooting stars for Smorg, you can imagine this took quite a while. At least then we could take him out pretty easily. It seems a lot of this run is just stealing items to use against bosses. I guess at least now you can celebrate the fact that I'm not using Mega Rush P a lot. Man, I missed that badge. I'd say you never knew what you had until it's gone, but I knew what I had. And I loved it. I feel like this is also proving to be a good showcase for why I tend to ban binding items in my videos. They're severely understated as far as how strong they are. And when you mix in badges as well, it's no wonder why Mowz can be such a wild card. I will say though, the fact she can just get all the items she needs for free does a lot to mitigate how ridiculously hard this challenge would otherwise be for her. Though perhaps I'm speaking too soon. After all, Chapter 7 will lead us to fighting Magnus von Grapple 2. Actually, spamming shooting stars here with a few damage dodges would work perfectly fine. After all, that's what Vivian did, just with Fiery Jinx. And Mowz wouldn't even need FP to be able to replicate that tactic. However, Mowz isn't dependent on just offensive items like shooting stars. We can go the opposite direction and also rely on defensive items like boost sheets, which we've had access to for a while, but have had no reason to look at until now. But there's a more fun option we have too. Yeah, Mega Rush P. We can also just hunt for these badges from enemies like Hammer Bros. I would just repeatedly kiss these things to get copies of the badge, but that takes a really long time, and I learned from when trying that same tactic with the Glitzville bandits. So instead, I resort to encountering, looking for if any are holding Mega Rush P, and stealing from there. What's great about this strategy is if you can find one Mega Rush P, you can double your winnings by stealing it, running away, and then letting yourself get first struck. For some reason, a second held item or badge will be up for grabs, allowing you to grind faster. This only works for enemies with a first strike that involves a projectile. So Hammer Bros with their hammer fit the bill perfectly well. Doing this, I'm able to pick up a total of 15 Mega Rush Ps. Though I really only wanted 14, there's no reason to not snag a freebie when it's there. And provided we reach peril at that point, may my god help them. Yeah, fun fact. Partners with 0 max HP are considered to be in peril. Shooting stars also can be found from X-Not PhDs, and it'll be nice to have them for the Palace of Shadow. May as well. It helps also that Miss Mowz has a fairly easy time reaching peril against Magnus too. We just give her no defensive badges and not guard a single strike from Magnus himself. Attacking once at the start will be all the extra damage we need. Then we can mostly just chill and wait. Mario at first looks like he'd be in some danger, but we actually can just smooch to get him his HP up to a safe value. Then, since Magnus 2 will always fire his X punches after dropping below 64 HP, you can Love Slap twice to wipe him out cold, both slaps doing 34 damage per strike. That's about all that needs to be said here. Chapter 8 will see us be back to relying on shooting stars for Dark Bones, where 3 and an HP drain will eliminate them all. Then it's Hop the Gloomtail. My badges here are pretty unusual. P if the down P is there, so Love Slap does a whole 5 damage to Gloomtail. But this time around, there's no defend plus P. Instead, we're just going to defend after our first attack. Really just click defend and wait. If breath is used, guard so you don't get poisoned. If the stomp is used, don't guard it. You can't guarantee you'll use either or his bite, but not guarding those two while guarding the breath every time guarantees you take 8 damage per strike. In this attempt, he just so happened to use his poison breath thrice in a row, which is the worst case scenario. Unfortunately for old Gloomy though, and all of Chapter 8, their fates were long since sealed. Why did I even bother hitting him before the final hit? He didn't have the HP anyway. But yeah, this is what Mowz can do with all 15 Mega Rush Ps I have. She's finally been reborn as the famed Angel of Death. And she is going to empty the Palace of Shadow if it's the last thing she does. Once we're finished here, Shadow Sirens are up next. And there's not much to really do here you haven't already seen. Shooting stars, double dip, you know the rest. I also stole an Ice Storm for here too. I was lucky enough to see it freeze Beldam and Marilyn, putting the former entirely out of the fight, and the latter up the creek without a paddle. The only attack she was able to get off was a single lightning bolt, which we can't guard anyway. And good thing she did get frozen because we could have very easily lost through no fault of our own if she was allowed to just zap us out of the game. Quinn did a fair bit of damage though to Miss Mowz, but I don't really have much of anything else to say about him. Tried to guard his Love Slap, and it still did full damage as opposed to when I didn't guard it at all. Tell me how that makes any sense. I found the one piercing move that ignores even guards on my end. What a revolting development. On to Grotus, this is where I had to get creative to not get destroyed. Even with all the items she could ever want, Mowz typically will struggle to find a chink in Grotus' defenses when he has all 4 Grotus X's. Nonetheless, I have the items necessary to make something happen. First things first, Mowz has no good reason to be at Ultra rank at this point in the game, as longevity simply does not matter anymore. So I used Chet's Repo to reduce her rank from Ultra all the way back down to her base rank where she has only 15 max HP. This also means no smooch or tease for moves, and a reduction in power for her Love Slap, but she in actuality loses very little from being ranked down compared to other partners. Especially when Mega Rush P badges can easily make up the difference. Now for what I have in store for Grotus, we need some good old Sleepy Sheep. This item is actually fantastic here as opposed to its generally superior cousin to Stopwatch. After the first turn, which I spent basically to let Grotus was guaranteed 6+ damage where there's no danger of status buffs, I doubled up a Thunderbolt to wipe one Grotus X out and then a Sleepy Sheep. What makes this item so useful here is that while it can put Grotus to sleep, it is also guaranteed to fail against his X's and it lasts longer. This will give me more time to get hurt before he becomes invincible, which will happen once the status expires. I just need the X's to chip Mowz down to only 1 HP, which does not take long. Afterwards, she love slaps, which does an appropriate amount of damage given the name. We also just don't level up here, which is actually to our advantage as we're allowed to maintain peril going into Bowser and Cammy. Barring Cammy making herself invisible, this fight's already all wrapped up. All we need to do is double up a shooting star to drag Cammy down and boost Chi so Mowz can survive the first turn without burning a life shroom. On the following turn, we love slap Bowser so hard, he ends up falling for Mowz like all the other males who could only wish to be with such a queen. Sorry boys, she's my phantom thief. Cammy also gets stung so hard by Mowz's forceful palm, she appears yellow for a split second, looking like Pikachu, but with such shocking smackdowns. But we've got one more fateful duel before us. Mowz, keep your head high and make her kneel before you. We're all counting on you. All that's left now is a quick scavenge through the Palace of Shadow to pick up some life shrooms, and then to find out I forgot to bring in an extra boost sheet. But we have plenty of life shrooms at least, so we shouldn't be in too much trouble. Patches outfitted, the Shadow Queen is now ready to get creamed. The first 3 turns are easy to deal with, as her AI is fortunately super predictable. So we love slap, and I proceed to point swap to land Mowz immediately into peril as the Shadow Queen's next attack. God damn it. I proceed to point swap after double dip to land Mowz immediately into peril, as the Shadow Queen's next action is to boost her attack and defense. A love slap from here initiates her invincible phase, where I'm doing whatever I can to minimize my life stream consumption. Unfortunately, the Shadow Queen retained her smartness from Bobbery solo reprise, and so I lost about 2 life shrooms in addition to an ultimately worthless Repel Cape and an Ultra Shroom, which may or may not have mattered in the long run. But in the name of being optimistic, let's say it did. Either way, I know at least the shooting star mattered here. Finally, in Phase 3, I started to feel like maybe I should have equipped the last Mega Rush peak I had, since I actually had quite a bit of BP to spare and didn't really have any good use for it. I equipped stuff like Refund, Happy Flowers, Simplifier, just didn't really know what else to do with it all. I didn't even bother equipping any last sand badges for whatever reason. But I do think investing in 1 more Mega Rush P being equipped would have been smarter, because after 3 love slaps with no peril, I did only about 6 damage total. I actually could have very easily been out-healed had the Shadow Queen attempted to steal my HP, but she never did in this phase. And so after the Shine Sprite Bingo restores me to max HP, the Shadow Queen then drops me down to 1 after an unguarded Dark Pulse, meaning I can boost sheet here and proceed to cut through her health like a katana through watermelon. With 1 hit doing 72 damage, I can strike her a second time to do perfect damage, ending the fight and Mowz solo reprise absolutely spectacularly. Hope y'all are happy now.